Welcome back to Adobe Live. We're excited to be streaming here live from Munich, Germany. I'm Clara Galan. I work on the community team here at Adobe, and today we're excited to be sharing some new AI features in Premiere Pro. And in particular, we're going to be sharing how to use AI to speed up your video editing workflow. So I'm joined here today by Walter Weber.
Hello.
Hey, Walter, how's it going?
Good.
How has it been in Munich so far?
Good. We have nice weather,
Yeah.
and finally, yeah.
I know, spring, finally, we're
Yeah.
ready for the sunshine. So I know we were chatting a little bit before the stream, and if you're just joining in, we are streaming live here from the Munich studio at the Adobe offices. So if you're in YouTube or Behance, go ahead and post in the chat where you're joining us from. We'd love to stay connected with you. And I'm going to go ahead and take a look in the chat right now. I see Lisa. Hey, Lisa, joining from Truckee, California, my home state. And we have Alexandre joining. And then over on Behance, I see Oliver Andrews joining us too. So welcome. So Walter, tell us a little bit more about yourself
Okay.
and your background.
Sure. So my name is Walter Weber, and I basically did 8 years of weddings. So I filmed probably over 150 weddings in my entire life, and then I basically switched over. So
Yeah.
I'm now doing way more projects in the business field, so doing corporate work. And this is also what I'm going to show basically here today. Some kind of wedding stuff that I did and some kind of corporate stuff that I did here.
Cool. I mean, that's a lot of weddings to see.
It was, yeah.
Have they been mostly in Germany or all around the world?
Mostly, of course, in Germany, but I did also weddings in Peru. I did weddings in Italy. I did weddings in Switzerland. I did weddings in France. So, but I
Yeah.
would say 95% were in Germany. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you have some really beautiful footage
Yeah,
of
I
all
do.
of these weddings. And so why don't we go ahead and dive in? So you
Sure.
can show us a little bit more about some of the footage you were sharing. And
Mhm.
I know there's some new AI features in Premiere Pro.
Yep.
And I know we were chatting right before this stream of how you were using them to really help some of the footage that you filmed, in
Yeah, I will
particular
show
in a
that.
church.
Yeah, because I have now, like, I brought with me like 2 real life examples basically, and we will start with an example in the church. And the hard thing about churches always that we have a lot of echo. So
Yeah.
no matter how good your sound equipment is, basically you will always have some kind of noises, maybe a little child cries in the back or whatever, and it's very echoey in a church. And so what I did basically was, although I laughed up the groom, it was still that the bride was in front of him, and it was still really echoey. And we will fix that later because we have now AI technology that can do that, and that was so surprising to me.
Yeah, and I know that can be challenging sometimes because when you are filming maybe in a church or in a place where you don't have space for like different sound equipment, it can be really
Even
challenging.
if you have the sound equipment, I
Yeah.
mean, you can't do much in a church.
The
The best
acoustics.
way, at least for today's technology, is to laugh up a groom or the bride, or both, and that's it. You don't have any other options actually right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look.
Sure.
I'm curious to see how you used enhanced speech and some of those AI features to save that footage.
All right. So let's dive in. Okay, we are already seeing my computer. I'm just creating a new project file, and then I'm going to import my footage. This is like really basic stuff, of course. Yeah. And I have now my footage basically open. And this is the scene that we are going to basically edit. And what you can see is here the audio, and the audio is basically just from the camera. So it is really bad sound, but it doesn't really bother, because what I did, I laughed up, like I said, the groom. I used a external device. And what I do is here, I put it in Premiere, and then just a basic feature, I just mark everything, right click, and then synchronize. I'm sorry, my laptop or my Premiere Pro is German, so I hope it doesn't bother.
It's everything's still in the same place, so we're good.
Exactly, exactly. And then we have this footage here that I'm going to cut up basically, and then we can listen to what we have right now. So we have to
Put those
put on
headphones on.
the headphones, yeah. And like I said, I just play the on-camera sound at first, and as you can see, it is really, really quiet, and it sounds really bad.
It's really hard to hear.
Yeah, it's
The
really hard to
echo.
hear it. So I'm gonna delete it, and now I have the task cam, like which that was basically you cannot see it, but it's beneath his. What is the word for that? Tie? No, it's not a tie.
Oh, bow tie?
Yeah,
Or the
it's
collar?
behind it,
Yeah.
so you cannot really see it.
Mitverantwortung in der Kirche und in der Welt zu übernehmen.
Exactly, and this is the sound you hear, right? And now you hear the pastor, basically. And what I wanted to do is, of course, I wanted to have the vows, basically, what they are saying. If they are saying, "Do you want to marry her? Do you want to marry him?" And this is like happening, of course, in every wedding that they say yes. And let's hear how it sounds right now, because, like I said, he is mic'd up, and this is what you can hear.
Guten und bösen Tagen, in Gesundheit und Krankheit, bis der Tod uns scheidet. Ich will dich lieben, achten und ehren, alle Tage meines Lebens.
Yeah. So as you can hear, it's echoey.
Yeah.
And as you can hear, there's some sound crackling a little bit, and it's not very, very clean. And the even worse part is when she talks, and this is, as you can also see in the WAV files, it is way quieter, because I couldn't mic up the bride. Usually I do this, but she said, like, there are brides that just don't want to have the mic under their dress, and I'm like, okay, I have to respect that.
Understandably.
So what can I do? The best option that I can have is they stand like this, and they will basically she will talk from here and hopefully the mic will catch what she says, but it sounds like this right now.
Angesicht nehme ich dich an als mein Mann. Ich verspreche dir die Treue in guten und bösen Tagen.
So both doesn't really sound great. And this was especially, like, this was a wedding where the bride actually really complained about it. Like, she, after I sent her the wedding, the video, she complained about it, and she said, it's too echoey, it's too noisy. And I was like, I'm sorry, but this is a church. I can't do anything, right? And this was like a week ago, like the Adobe Enhance feature was like released a week ago. Like, just was like 7 days old, the Adobe Enhance feature, and I didn't know about it. And so someone told me there's this new amazing feature from Adobe. You have to test it, and I'm like, yeah,
it's like, I don't know if this will work.
This won't work. I already, because I tried so many sound tools, and I even paid for sound tools and everything, and I even paid sound engineers and stuff like that, and it never came back as I wanted. Like, I was like always disappointed with the sound, and so I was like, okay, now this is free because I already have the Adobe subscription, so whatever, let's just try it, right? And I did, and this is basically what I had to do. I had to click one button. Sorry, it's a dialog, and here it is. It's just this button, and I will click it. And the best thing about it is, like, that you can even control how intense you want to have the enhancement. And now we can listen to it, and let's see how it sounds. Okay, I will do it with the next.
In Gesundheit und Krankheit, bis der Tod uns scheidet. Ich will dich lieben, achten und ehren alle Tage meines Lebens.
And it sounds so much better.
Hmm.
It sounds already so much better, and you will see it especially with the next when we have the bride, because this was even way harder to do. But I can even control. I can even say let's go on, let's say 9.3.
Guten und bösen Tagen, in Gesundheit und Krankheit, bis der Tod uns scheidet.
There's no echo at all anymore.
Wow.
There's
That's incredible.
nothing. Like there's no crackling sound,
Dich
nothing.
lieben, achten und ehren alle Tage meines Lebens.
That's
And I was
amazing.
so amazed. I was so
Yeah.
amazed when I tried this on this special wedding, because I was like, oh my God, I have to write her. Well, that's the technology from today. We cannot fix it and stuff like that. I'm sorry that it sounds like this,
Hmm.
but I just fixed it, and then I was sending it over to the couple, and they were like, oh yeah, perfect, thank you.
That's amazing. And just with one click there.
Just with one click.
Yeah.
So, but now the best part is even coming, right?
Hmm.
So now she's talking.
Yeah, and that was much more challenging, obviously,
Yeah.
since she didn't
So
have the mic.
I will
she's
do
further
a
away.
backup so we can have listen to both, okay?
Mhm.
That we have a before and after. And the first thing I do is probably I will just make it a little bit louder, because she was far away from the mic. And I have to do it as well here. Yeah. And you can hear it even more crackling, the
Alexander,
microphone.
Yeah.
vor Gottes Angesicht nehme ich dich an als meinen Mann. Ich verspreche dir die Treue in guten und bösen Tagen.
And so there is the next challenge. You can hear how nervous he is. I don't know if you heard it, but if you listen close, you can hear his heartbeat. I will play it again. Just listen to it.
In Gesundheit und Krankheit, bis der Tod uns scheidet. Ich will dich lieben, achten und ehren alle Tage meines Lebens.
I hear it.
Yeah, you can hear it, right? Yeah?
So sweet.
Yeah, because the mic is really close to
Yeah,
his chest, basically.
Exactly.
So I was like, no way.
Yeah.
No chance to
Totally.
fix that. There is no way. So I did the same thing again. I clicked on dialogue and I clicked, let's improve it, right? And so I don't know what Adobe does. It does its thing.
Does its magic.
Does it magic with
So,
AI
Wait and
technology.
see.
Wait and see. And now it is already fixed. And now it's, like I said, on 7, right? We can later tweak it, but now let's just listen to it right now.
Alexander, vor Gottes Angesicht nehme ich dich an als meinen Mann. Ich verspreche dir die
So it sounds already
it
way
sounds
much
so
better. And you don't hear the heartbeat anymore.
Yeah.
So let's go on, let's say, I don't know, 9 and try again.
Vor Gottes Angesicht nehme ich dich an als meinen Mann.
So it's a little bit too much in my opinion.
Yeah.
So I can go on 8.
Vor Gottes Angesicht nehme ich dich an als meinen Mann.
Wow.
And it's fixed. And now listen, just compare it to what we had before.
Vor Gottes Angesicht nehme ich dich an als meinen Mann. Ich verspreche
And now to the new
dir
one.
die Treue in guten und bösen Tagen, in Gesundheit und Krankheit.
It's amazing. It sounds
It
like
is.
she has a microphone, like,
Yeah,
right? And you
exactly.
have a completely different setup.
And it was so amazing to me because I thought, okay, I have to send this again to another sound engineer.
Mhm.
He will probably take some money for that. I have to pay him, and then I have to wait if he can fix it. And then he will come back and tell me, well, I couldn't do more. This is the best result I got. And it's maybe a little bit better. But this was just
Yeah.
surprisingly so good. And I still use it to this day, like all the time, because this is like I said, a real life example.
Hmm.
And this is not something like, oh, you messed up because you didn't have the right equipment, or you just need to use a better microphone or whatever. This is something that is already the best equipment you can possibly use today and have the best. Maybe you can put the microphone better on him. Let's say it
Right.
like this, but I still could fix it.
Hmm.
And in my opinion, this is
Yeah.
gold. This is gold.
That's amazing. And sometimes you wouldn't be able to control, especially the environment like a church or where the
Yeah.
acoustics are really difficult.
Yeah.
How long would that take you usually with a sound engineer to fix weeks? Yeah.
Weeks. I don't know.
That's amazing.
I send the file, and then 1 week later, maybe
Mhm.
I'll tell him, well, thank you, and then he charges me 300 euros or something like that for, I don't know, a little bit or better of sound.
Yeah.
So, and that this is just the best option ever.
Yeah. It's really amazing to see that. And I'm sure as you're, filming in other places, you'll be able to use it again in the future, depending on where you
We
film.
already did.
Yeah.
We already did because what I did was I filmed a YouTube video and I forgot to put on my lav mic.
Mhm.
Okay, and when I was basically, I told my editor, well, right now I'm in vacation. I
Mhm.
cannot come into the studio to re-record.
Mhm.
And so I told him, just try it with Adobe Enhance. Let's see
Yeah.
how it works. And it worked. So nobody ever noticed that we didn't actually really use didn't use a microphone. We just used the microphone from the camera,
Yeah.
which is actually really bad. And it fixed it so well. So
Wow.
a feature that we will probably use a lot in the future as well.
Yeah, I can imagine. It's incredible, just like with one click, how you're able to get that result so easily with that sound.
I don't know
enhance.
what
Yeah.
you do, guys,
It's
in
magic.
Adobe. Yeah, it's
It's
magic.
Firefly magic. Gen AI magic. I see a couple people in the chat here as well. So thanks, Erica, for joining in from Oklahoma. And Erica, a question on the feature he selected. It's called Enhanced Speech in Premiere Pro. So we're excited to see how you use it and check it out. Tara says, wow, that's crazy, such a difference. And then I'm seeing Vero a lot of heart emojis. So people
I
are
hope you
excited
guys
to
can
try it
understand
out.
because I know it's in German, but
All
like
the
I
same
said.
placement, but we'll put it in there. Enhanced speech. We are streaming from Munich,
Yeah.
so gotta get some German in there. I'm gonna look on the Behance chat too. So we have let's see, joining in from Turkey, and then comments on the church echo, making obviously if you're filming in a church, this is something that could help really well, depending on where the acoustics are. So again, keep posting in the chat if you have any questions here. But I think we can keep going and showing some more workflows.
Yeah, I have a second project that is in English, so you guys will better understand. I will open for that. I will make a new project file, and this is a client that we have here in Munich, and this client, is here. I just opened a new project file, and I will open it in Premiere. And as you can see, the footage now it was recorded in C-Log. So I will correct the color and put it basically in Rec 709. So we have the right color space. And yeah, we filmed it in C-Log 2. Here it is. And yeah, now we have the correct colors. We probably still need a little bit of color correction because a little bit dark, and then some contrast. Okay, that's it for now. And what I wanted to show you guys is basically text-based editing. I don't know if you heard of it, but basically text-based editing is, in my opinion, perfect for a situation like this. We have a very controlled environment here. What I mean is that we had a employee, and he was basically talking into the camera. We had a teleprompter, so he was basically just reading from the teleprompter and saying his text into the camera, right? And it's actually a really basic edit to do, but what you always have to do is, okay, you have now to find the place where he messed up, basically. So sometimes people say, oh, I didn't say that correct, or I want to repeat that, or whatever. And what I do is now, I could, of course, listen to all the 5 minutes of this, what is he saying. So I'm going to play something here.
Hello, my name is Thomas Lee, and I'm a Senior AI Transformation Strategist at Applied AI, your company's partnership manager and personal sparring partner.
Okay, so just so you know how it sounds, everything's great. Good sound.
Looks good.
And now I just click on transcribe. And Adobe will take a few seconds, basically, to transcribe everything that he just said in this 5-minute video. And yeah, this will take some seconds and it's done.
Wow.
And
That's so fast.
that is fast. That is fast because I could even make now a subtitle, let's say,
Mhm.
just for the entire video if I
Wow.
wanted to. But basically, what we can already see here is okay. I don't know. Can I zoom in? I can probably, yeah, I can zoom in. And sorry. What we can see here is my name is, and then, oh, hello, my name is. So I know he already messed up in the first, basically, sentence because he just repeated what he wanted to say. And I could go in now, and the cool thing is, like, just to explain this, if I click here, you see the cursor will exactly jump to the point where he says what we just read. So if I go here and there's these regular meetings will help us understand, if I play
These
this,
regular meetings will help us understand.
is exactly the point where he just said that. So I go back to my name is, and what I can do now is, of course,
My name is.
we messed up.
Yeah.
What I can do now is basically, of course, I can go here and then cut it and just delete it and go back, right? But I can also tell Premiere, okay, I don't want this at all, and I just delete it here.
Wow, that's so much easier. Just deleting the
it-
text. It'll
yes,
delete that section.
It is. And what we can see here is basically, for example, he already made here a mistake as well. We see leveraging and then pause, leveraging. So if I play this through,
leveraging my
we see we had a mistake here. So I can go here again and just delete it.
Wow.
It makes the cut. And if we play it from here.
leveraging expertise and experience. Oh, let's try this again. Leveraging my expertise and.
Okay, we need to do it again. So
Yep.
I can basically just go here and delete that. And we can even put the pause away. And then we have a perfect cut. So
These challenges. Leveraging my expertise and experience with AI transformations or sparring sessions.
and that's it.
It's so seamless.
It is.
Wow.
It is. So I can go through this entire thing basically. And I don't have to listen to everything what he says. I can basically just read it from here if I see there is he made some kind of mistake or whatever. And for example, here I can see it here, one challenge that we have, and then here I see it again, one challenge we have. So I know he repeated that. And he even says it, let's do it again, right? So I go in there and it's just like a Word document
Yeah.
that you can
So easy.
just delete
Oh my gosh.
and you have it. So, and you can do this entire edit basically just with text-based editing.
Yeah.
And it's so easy. And that is just one feature that we have. Because, for example, when I do my YouTube videos, I like to do them so that I have as little pauses as possible, right? So sometimes you have to get some air, like to breathe basically, and then do the next sentence. And usually I cut this out of my YouTube videos. And what I can do with Premiere basically is I go on this filter, and then I can go on the settings, and I can tell Premiere, and you can see this. Wait, we do it a different way. We just go to pause, right?
Oh, and it's like and filler words too, I know.
Yeah, and filler words as well, right? But we have now here every pause that he did.
Wow.
And you see how long he did. It's like 0.5 seconds, 2.5 seconds of a pause, right? And if we wanted to basically cut this out, if we want, before we cut it out, I can even tell Premiere, okay, what is the longest pause for me that is acceptable? So I can say, if he has done a pause, let's say, that is like minimal length is 0.1.5 seconds, you can see it in real time, how it adds those pauses, right?
So helpful to be able to select all of those instead of listening through all the footage.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
And then I say, okay, save it. And then I can go and I can basically say delete. And then I can say delete all the pauses, or every pause that is now marked. And we see it in the timeline, yeah? Look at the timeline, what happens if we will basically go here and then delete the pauses, right? Delete it. And now we have, sorry, it didn't do it. I think, oh, I have to click on all delete. And now, yeah, that's it. And we have the entire timeline now that has, of course, a lot of cuts because we set the timing of the pauses so little. But basically, that is saving a lot of time.
So much time.
So much time.
So much time. I can imagine hours and hours of watching footage. It's incredible. Like, it's really incredible to see how quickly. One question, what if have you ever been in a situation where maybe the word was transcribed incorrectly, or you had to go through, can you make an edit to any of them? So how
so if it didn't, what do you mean exactly?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So if it didn't, has it ever been a situation where it didn't transcribe correctly? Like, have you ever seen where the transcript here, for example, has a word that's
wrong?
Wrong. Yeah. Or have you seen that? Has it always been correct?
No,
It's always correct.
No, almost all the time.
Yeah.
But sometimes it messes up the names, for example. And yeah, you can just type it. So,
so
if
you
didn't say these, he said this, for example.
So you have it there.
Yeah, just double click on it and then that's it.
Easy. Easy. Yeah. Super easy. Wow.
Yeah. So that's super, super easy. And like I said, the best thing about it, like I will go back because we made too much cuts. But let's say I'm done with my edit and I want to have a subtitle. Then I can basically click and there's a subtitle.
These regular meetings will help us understand your organization and the challenges it encounters on its AI journey.
Wow, it makes it so much easier. I've gone through and put in subtitles before, like manually.
I mean, this specific situation is maybe not necessary to have a subtitle, but if let's say you do reels in Instagram or whatever, for social, right? And what you can do is, like, especially with social media, we all know everything has to be fast and stuff like that. And you can even say to Premiere Pro, okay, if I just now click on create the subtitle, it will create 2 lines, and it will create 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 words per subtitle, right? So
understanding will enable.
And it is for us now okay, but let's say we do it for social media, right? Everything has to be fast. I click again, and I say max is like, let's say 10 letters, and minimal time length is like 1.2 seconds, and I click create. And now he basically
to discuss in more detail how applied AI can help your company overcome these challenges, leveraging my expertise.
Perfect for Instagram Reels. Perfect for TikTok.
Yeah. And you can even do more of this. Like, you can even make it bigger, smaller, whatever, change the font and whatever. But I mean,
you're like, how many hours have you spent? And now it's so easy.
It is because you know how I did this earlier? Earlier I really had clients who said, we need subtitles in the video. And I'm like, oh no.
That's going to take forever.
Why did he say that? So what I did was I exported the entire video and then I uploaded it on YouTube. And on YouTube, there's a feature where it creates automatically subtitles.
Right.
And then you have to download the subtitles as an SRT file, and then you can put it in Premiere. And this process, it is just painful because you have to export, then upload, then wait. At least
and make edits if you need to.
Yes, then wait. Then it didn't really understand every word because on YouTube the transcription is not so good. It is okay, but it's way much better in Premiere. And then it didn't like we in German, we have like some words we have capital letters and some we have small letters. We have a different, like a more difficult language. And Premiere does everything basically. And in YouTube it wasn't that. Like, it didn't even put points or commas. There was nothing. And Premiere does that. So it is so much easier. Now it's like 2 clicks, and before it was hours for me basically. And yeah, that is in my opinion one of the best features ever that was what happened in Premiere Pro.
It's so cool to see, like, and so much time saving.
Mhm.
Everything that's launched this year, as part of the AI features in Premiere Pro.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the chat here. So again, if you're just tuning in now, we're streaming live from our Munich studio on Adobe Live, Behance, or on Behance and Adobe Live YouTube. So I'm just checking out in the chat here. Tara says that is crazy, such a difference. Erica has like mind blown emoji. And Tara says, I've spent hours rewatching videos and editing them, so she feels your pain.
Yep, yep.
This is so much easier.
Yep.
And then I'm checking here in Behance. So if you, again, all the text editing also. So great to see how this can help so much in your workflow.
Yeah. And then even, I don't know, but this is such a good feature. The Frame IO feature.
Yeah.
That is the next thing I want to talk about, actually, because right now I'm in Munich, and my employee, he is in our office studio 200 kilometers from here away, and he already did the editing for this project. Everything is done, and he basically put it into Frame IO, right? And let's just look at Frame IO basically.
Yeah, and as you're pulling that up, I know that the new version 4 of Frame IO beta just launched this week. So if you haven't checked it out, be sure to go into Frame IO and see.
Yeah. And let me check. Yeah, here it is not.
Here it is. Almost.
Almost. I think it is. Is it this? No, it's not. I'm on the wrong folder, I guess.
This is the joy of life as we're going through it.
Can you tell me where the shared account is? Tim shared one with me. This is why I'm asking.
Oh, let's see. If Tim can share it, maybe post that in the chat there. Let's see here.
Because usually we have like the process just in Premiere Pro, right?
Yeah.
So basically I have this other window where I can see every project. Basically, there's the 11 items from all the interviews we did, and I can of course review them in here. But I wanted to show it in the new version of Frame IO, which released I think yesterday.
Yep.
This version is already super great.
Yeah.
So I'm not complaining about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, if we can have the newer version, that would be great as well.
Let's see, sign in here. And as you're just taking a look at that, I'm going and looking in the chat. If you have any questions.
I got it.
Oh, there we go.
I got it.
We got it.
Yeah. So basically, the next step for me is always, okay, the videos are done. And now we have to share it with the client.
Yep.
And I don't know what you can use a lot of tools. You can use whatever. You can even use YouTube. But in my opinion, Frame IO is so much better, especially with video projects, because we had this all the time. For example, there was clients that had in the title of the name, it said name, that's it. And then we edited the video and we wanted to deliver it, and then the client said, we have to fix it because she is now a doctor. So we have to put the doctor into the name, right? And I'm like, oh my God, which video did she mean? What was it exactly? Where was it, right? And then she said, well, you have a shot in there where we have some computer code. Can you please remove it? And it's at this specific time spot and whatever. And then you go into Premiere again and you should try to find it. But now with Frame.io, I just share the entire folder or the entire project basically with my client. And what I did is, here is basically the video that we just finished, right? And the one super great feature is how quick you can actually scroll through Frame.io. It's amazing. No other player in the world, in my opinion, not YouTube, not Vimeo, whatever, can scrub through the project so fast as here. And if I want to share this, right? If I want to, I click on the share button basically, And what I can do is basically this link here is the link that I'm going to share with my client. And I open the share.
Makes it so easy, just with
Yes.
one URL.
And this is what the client sees here. And now the client can see the video, basically. And let's say he sees, oh, this is the wrong name, right? Then he can put up a arrow and just say wrong name. It's not wrong, but let's say it's wrong, right? And then you can even put a precision. Oh, I can with shift. I can even. Oh, okay, now I get it. I can say this is the timing where the name doesn't fit, and then I click send. Okay, that is the first basically edit we have to do, right? And let's just watch the video and say, oh, I saw something here that only probably I see, but the client doesn't. Wait, I think I made it too quick. Here, nope. Yeah, here. If you look at the background, let's say here, you see a little bit of focus pulling. And so the client could say, he probably won't because he doesn't really notice, but
maybe,
yeah, right? He does, and then he says, look at those windows, right? Look at the windows. There is something wrong with the focus or something like that.
Too out of focus.
Yeah, and then there's a comment. And so the client can basically review the entire video and just give me some hints or some like, oh, I don't like this framing or whatever. And he can just put a marker on here and he can tell me this is not good, this is good, whatever. Yeah. And this is, in my opinion, the greatest feature or one of the greatest features ever, that you can just click this, I don't like this, or I like this, or can we have this and that, whatever, and then scrub through the video, and that's it.
It's so helpful. And you see all the comments there on the right-hand side, then it will take you.
Yes,
directly.
exactly. I can even click on them. I can even click on them, and then I'm already at this exact point where the mistake happened or whatever, right? And then I can even put the status in here. I can say, oh, sorry, I have to switch here. I can say, oh, this needs review. So, and then let's say the client is happy with that, and then it's approved.
Perfect.
And then go to the next video and go to the next video. And these are just like the main features, in my opinion. There are so many other features. Like you can have the what's it called, the windows here. You can have them clicked here or not. You can open them. You can close them. You can even have a lot of visible stuff. Like you can. This is so crazy. You can put in there the alpha channel of the video. Like, I don't know why, but you can, yeah. Or the date uploaded. You can put that here. You can put in the frame rate. You can put in seen by, for example. Yeah. Now it's seen by me only, of course. If I share the link with you, then it would be there.
Well, it's really helpful. I'm on the client side, so being able to look through all of the different videos, being able to easily add in feedback. And then I don't know which colleagues have seen it or not seen it. So even if they haven't added in any comments, I at least know that they watched
and
the
video.
And
you can even say if you want a new field, it's a edit, let's say, then I can put that in. Now there is the status, it's an editing process, for example.
That's helpful.
So you can manage projects so much easier with Frame.io. And trust me, I had this back and forth with clients all the time. And then we need to re-upload the video. And then again, can you please tell us the feedback now? Can you please tell us the feedback now? Oh no, the intro doesn't fit. Oh no, the outro doesn't fit. Can we have a new logo or whatever in there? And with Frame.io, it's so much easier just because the client can click here, go into the, basically into the edit and can just tell us exactly, can you put in there, please, this and that. And let's say the client, this is also possible, can you put here a logo from us? And then he can basically attach a file.
So nice.
Yes.
Yeah. So
The
nice.
client could attach the logo for us. Please put a logo in there. Yeah.
And where on the screen too.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
It's super helpful.
And then you can attach it, right? I'm not gonna. I have so much files here open, but just
Yeah.
let's say he wanted to have that, then he can. Then he can do that.
It's amazing.
It
It's
is
so helpful. I mean, I can say it again on the client side, even working with different content creators at Adobe, how many emails we had
Yes,
before going
exactly.
back and forth, sharing logos, sharing.
And this is just
different
videos. You
feedback.
can also put pictures.
Yeah.
You can also say you have a, let's say you shot you're a photographer and you shot an event,
Mhm.
and then you put in like 100 pictures, and then you say, client, here are 100 pictures.
Here's the folder.
Here's the folder. Review it. Tell me what you think.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. How else are you using Frame.io? So it's mainly for the client feedback. Any other features that you want to show us in terms of how you've been using it? You're like so many. There's so many options.
That is basically the main feature how I use it. And like I said, I don't even open it on the browser. I usually open it in Premiere.
Oh, perfect. So it's aligned directly.
Yes, because I tell you another feature that we have like with my that I have with my employee. As you can see, there's the project file. But the project file is of course something that the client shouldn't get. So I can basically click in here and I can here it's private now. So let's make it different. Here it is make private. And if I make it private, the client doesn't see it. I can even put a folder in there, a new private folder, and put all the files in there that basically the client shouldn't see. And yeah, it like that is so crazy in my opinion, because even now if I'm like 200 or 300 kilometers away, he can basically say to me, Walter, can you check on, I did the edit. Can you check on the file? And then I just open the project file here and then, okay, let's go. I can do even the edit in there, or, so.
Yeah. And just to have everything organized in one place as the editor too, so that the client can see, you can control basically what the client can see.
Yes. And trust me, this is, if you don't have this, if you don't use this, you will know how much pain it is to have this back and forth with the client for reviews. And even it's just one small little thing or whatever, it is like, especially with video, because if you have a finished video, sometimes the render time, it takes, I don't know, an hour or whatever, because the project is so big. For example, we did a documentary for a client. It is a 20 minute long documentary for the client. And if you just share the finished file and he says, okay, in minute 10 is okay, minute 20, whatever, or minute 15, there is like, oh, we cannot share this. Like we filmed something that shouldn't be in the video. Can you blur it or whatever? It is so easy. The client can just click, put a comment in there, that's it.
Yeah.
And we have a direct feedbacks, because let's see that way. Like if you have, like, especially bigger companies, they have their emails. Is this
the email, Slack, Teams, everything?
everything. And then you have to also coordinate it with the videographer from outside that is not part of your team. You don't actually want to have a conversation with him through emails.
Yeah.
And it's even for the client, if he has to put in the timestamps in the email. Do you know how painful this is for the client? The client says minute 1 until minute 1:30, and now type that.
Yeah. I've been there. I've done it. It takes forever. No, it's so much easier too. And I think just on your side, on the video editing side, just being able to go directly to that portion instead of having to scrub through, okay, now I have to go find minute 10 and where did they mean and where on the screen is that? So absolutely. And I'm looking in the chat here. So we are streaming live on Adobe Live YouTube and on Behance. So if you have any questions for Walter about Premiere Pro or Frame.io, go ahead and post those in the chat. I see Nate has joined in. Hey, Nate, how's it going? And Claude. And I'm looking over here to Behance. I see Desi and Stian says, this tool is amazing. I'm
Yep.
so happy I caught this one.
Yep.
So I'm
And it's
hoping
free
to see.
if you have an Adobe subscription.
Yep.
Then you have Frame.io.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It's incredible to see how far it's come, and especially on the video editing side and just project management
Yes.
and organization with clients. Anything else you want to show us in Premiere Pro? Maybe in terms of different projects that you've been working on. We have about 10 minutes left or so.
I have 10 minutes.
No
I'm
pressure.
actually done.
Anything that's coming up? Like what would be your next projects that you're working on after this stream in Munich?
So we have a lot of projects, of course, going on right now. And the biggest project right now that we have, and still we're basically finished, we finished it, but we still continue doing work on that, is a project that is basically a online course for wedding photographers. And all the tools that I just mentioned, basically, especially the text-based editing and stuff like that, come in so handy for this. And this is like, especially because we always film in front of the camera. We have a studio like here, basically, and then we always have to read from the teleprompter, and then we sometimes do mistakes, and then of course with text-based editing you can see the mistakes, put them out, and continue editing. So these are actually the projects right now, but we also have client work, of course. And one of the biggest projects right now that we are going to film is, and that is actually something interesting. I would like to know from the chat if they have that, because you're Americans, or like you're from America. But we in Germany, we have something that is called recruiting videos.
Okay.
So basically what we in Germany have is a ton of companies have a problem with employees. They cannot find new employees.
Okay.
And so what they do is basically they hire people like me or people like us to film a recruiting video that just represents the working place, not the company itself.
Culture more so.
Culture, but
Yeah.
also why you should join the company as an employee. So what benefits do you offer your employees? Why is this a good working environment and stuff like that? And this is one of the biggest projects actually that we have right now, because we have like a really big concept for this, that we show this contrast of a hardworking construction worker, and that he is like in this job before, he had like this really hard construction work, and now with this new job it is so much easier and better. This is like the basic concept of the video that we will do. And I would actually like to know, is this also something in America? Is this something that you do in America? Because I've heard you do not have this problem in America.
Yeah, I do know we have different companies, so in particular tech companies, like Adobe, or I've seen it for Meta or Google, that have recruiting videos just showing the culture of the workplace, some of the interesting projects they've done.
Do you seen this in America?
I have seen it. I have seen it, but mostly I've seen these type of videos for universities, since there's so many universities in the States. Especially with more private universities
but
too.
But who are they recruiting? Are they recruiting new students?
New students.
Yeah, okay, but this is nothing new. This is like if you want to have new clients. So this is the same concept, but they don't do videos, let's say, for new professors, that they want to hire new professors, right?
Yep. It's more on the a student in a sense is paying the tuition, so it's at that. But I have seen recruiting videos for Google, but it's more promoting Google as a whole, basically.
Exactly.
But then also you should work here type of thing. So it's not the same.
There are two types of recruiting videos. This working as like just Google the company. But what we specifically have is like just this one job a
Yeah,
video
very
just
specific.
for this
Interesting.
specific one job. Let's say construction worker. You do a video just for this specific type of job, or let's say SQL developer for Adobe. Let's say this.
Yeah.
You do a specific video that you look for employees that are SQL developers. Just in just a specific video for that. That you want to hire an SQL developer. Let's say that. I don't know. I think this doesn't is. I don't think this is a thing in America, but it's a huge deal here in Germany. A really huge deal.
That's super interesting.
Yeah.
We should try that, I think, because I've seen job postings and trying to hire for a specific role, especially in a tech company.
Yeah.
Like, who would you interview in that video? Would it be the hiring manager or
No.
no? The company, maybe the spokesperson? Like, who would you interview?
So there's different basically ways to record this type of video. You can basically the most basic form is you interview the guy who's already working there and already doing the job.
Okay.
For the video.
Got it.
And he's explaining why this job is so good and why he likes to work here and stuff like that. This is the most basic form of this recruiting video. And then you have, of course, the employee who is telling, let's join our team and stuff like that, right? This is the most basic thing. But you can even be way more creative. You can basically have an entire story about a, let's say, you're looking for a chef, and then you have an entire story about with an actor basically that is acting that he's a chef, and he shows his story why he became a chef and why he ended up in this company specifically. So there are different ways to approach this, but I think it's super interesting because we in Germany, like I said, it's a really big deal, and I think in America, I don't know what does the chat say.
I was looking in here too. I see Stian says the armed forces here, so like the military.
Oh yeah,
I've seen that piece before too, and I'm looking here on YouTube. Well, Erica also, another shout out, says this just changed my life, and I'm a photographer and videographer. So I'm really glad it had such an impactful piece on your work. So thank you so much. I know we're almost at time today, but Walter Weber, thank you so much for joining us. Anywhere, website or Instagram handle that people can follow?
Sure, at walterweber.de.
At walterweber.de. We'll be sure to post that in the chat as well. Well, thank you all so much for tuning in and checking out some of these AI features in Premiere Pro and the new Frame.io V4 beta that's just come out. Be sure to stay tuned. We have a lot of great content here for you today. We're here live in the Munich studio, and then we'll be handing off at 9 a.m. Pacific time to the San Francisco studio. But up next, we have Carolina Risotto and Sean Kosel, and they'll be sharing how to create TikTok videos collaboratively with Frame.io's new feature. So be sure to stay tuned.
Good day, everybody. Welcome back to Adobe Live in Munich. I'm Sean Kozel, and I am here with Carolina Rosado.
Carolina Risotto.
Carolina Rosado.
We'll work on that. Don't worry
I-
about it.
I apologize. Believe me, I'm trying to get it. If anybody is watching this on Behance, make sure to jump over onto YouTube and remember to subscribe. But feel free to stay on Behance. I'm going to be paying attention to both chats on Behance and also Adobe Live. So, today, Carolina,
Yes.
we have a very special guest. She is a director, a editor, and a photographer, wears many hats across the spectrum, and we're going to be diving into Premiere and also Frame.io version 4 and kind of checking out your workflow.
Oh boy. Everything is happening today.
All right, so do you want to tell anybody or tell us about yourself?
Yeah, so I mean, you already did a great introduction. I'm Carolina Risotto, as you said. Yeah, I'm a content creator with about 10 years of experience in making content. I've worked a lot behind the scenes, helping make many different projects come to life in New York, in LA, with YouTube creators, with companies. But now, we're here in Munich doing something special with you guys and Adobe Live. I am so excited to be here today and for us to dive into these new tools. If there's one thing that every creator is a nerd. And so I am excited to nerd out with you guys today here in Munich.
I've lost my nerd card. I've been told by certain nerds within the community, and I apologize for that, but I agree. And if anybody is interested, make sure to check out the links, and I'm going to go ahead and put them into chat. But let's check out your screen while I take care of your links.
Yes, so today we're gonna go through a couple of different things. I post a lot of content on YouTube. I would say that's my favorite platform in some ways because I like doing long form content. But what we're gonna do today, um, we are gonna be first checking out a couple of the new Frame tools that came out, version 4. I've used Frame a lot in the past. Oh, it's a memory issue. Sorry about that. I've used a lot of Frame in the past when working on different productions. And it's just a great tool for you to organize your projects, to be on the same page with your team when people are working from many different parts of the world. So today we're going to check out a couple of the new things that came out. So we have this little travel project right here, which is, of course, my project. So the past 7 months, I was actually filming a documentary about my family heritage. And so I have a lot of footage from all parts of the world, Europe and Brazil, which is where I'm originally from. And so we're going to check out a couple of things here that we're going to have to fix later on Premiere. But the first thing we notice, I mean, look at this beautiful new layout that we have here.
They've rebuilt it from the ground up.
Yeah, it looks so nice. I feel like I have so much more control over what I'm seeing, and it's just so much easier to communicate about what's actually happening. So here we see the rating system, which is very nice. We can choose the camera. Here I use the Sony Alpha 7C. You can choose where you shot it, the shoot date, and you can also go through other fields right here. You can turn them on and off, which is just so exciting. If you want a clear vision, or if maybe you're doing like a presentation for a client and you don't want them to see something, you can just hide it right here. But there's even more fields that you can add on, or you can actually create your own field, which is awesome. So if you
what would you create?
Oh boy, I mean, just the fact that I have this control, like it opens so many possibilities. So I think I would definitely do, maybe since we're talking specifically today mostly about short form, I would probably create a folder for like TikTok, for example, something like that, some sort of single select. What are these features? Oh my God, there's even more. You guys, you're giving me too much power. Which one should we select here? Is there single select, multiple select?
Single selects.
Single select?
Yep.
Okay. There we go. Option name, we're gonna call here TikTok. Okay, save. Did I do that right? Yes, I did. Look at that.
Oh.
Everything is labeled TikTok. So this is really useful because depending on the social media platform that you're gonna post, there's like a limit to how long the video can be. For YouTube Shorts, it's about 60 seconds right now, but Instagram and TikTok especially give you more of a time range for that. So this is great if you're just editing for specific platforms, so you can keep everything organized very easily right here. What do you think of these new updates? I mean,
I love it. Go ahead and make it full screen. Double click on your banner up there. There you go.
oh yeah, sorry about that, guys.
No worries. Can you show the view feature on the top right? Yes.
You're so excited about that.
I'm so excited. Before, you used to have to dig deep within each project to actually see what your video looks like.
Wow, you're right. Look at that. Ooh, you can see the data, the metadata right here, and the video. That's really cool.
So you
Oh,
have the
wow.
control of selecting the panels that you want to see, what's going to
Ooh.
work. So you can turn each one off and on.
Oh,
You can
wow.
have total control of how you want to view the new panel base.
This is cool. So you can also hide the comments if you want to. You're
Yep.
like, oh, I'm ashamed. You hide it. Like, you can go like that. Wow. Okay. So I guess let's review the notes on this video. What do
Yeah.
you think? Okay. So I'm going to lower the sound here. But let's see. Right here, there's a note. Okay. So it's telling me to start the video right here at 18 seconds. So that's one of the things I love about Frame. You can just, and this is something they've had it for a long time. Like you can go to a specific time code and put comments there. This is just so incredibly useful. And then, okay, so we start the video here. So I know when I'm going to edit on Premiere to do that. And then right here, it's telling me, let me see, try to remove this if you can. Let me see. Oh yeah, so this is a very, wow, this is a very specific note here that they're giving me. There's a small blur right here. You see that?
Yep.
That's like just dust on the lens. It happens sometimes, content creators that do everything. And this project specifically, I was filming, directing, on camera, doing sound all by myself. So sometimes there's a little dust on the lens that you don't see. I wish I had a huge monitor at the time, to check it before. So, okay, so it's asking me to remove this little dust because if you put on a big screen, like right here, you can see that little dust. So, okay, that's a good note. And then there's a general note here. Love the energy. Try to fix the audio. Microphone is rubbing on the outfit. Okay. So this will allow us to try a new feature, the enhanced audio on Premiere. So that's pretty cool.
That is. I love the fact that you can turn around and be so specific with your comments. Let it be from somebody else, from your team, from a client. So that's awesome.
Let me see. Oh yeah, so now I can change the status to in progress because we're going to go to Premiere and try to fix this situation right here. What else do we got here? We also have this video. Okay, this, I know this clip, so I'm gonna spare you. I'm gonna put this with no sound so you guys don't have to hear the situation. Yeah, the audio is really loud. Please fix it. I'm so glad that I left myself notes, And that's the thing. Frame, it's a great collaborative tool for you to use with multiple people in different parts of the world or in the same country, in the same office. It's an essential thing for you to have to facilitate your workflow. But even if you're a solo creator, it is so helpful to keep things organized. And so here I'm giving feedback to myself. Yes, I have a very close relationship with myself, so I give myself notes.
I don't think I've seen anybody work with Frame.io in this manner. So this is great to see a different workflow.
Yeah, we all need to be organized. And as you grow as a creator, things can happen very quickly, as you guys know, with algorithm on social media. So you want to make sure your stuff is organized so you're ready for that moment where you break through. But here, the only note I have, the audio is really loud. Please fix it. You're going to hear that very soon when we go to Premiere. And it also says, could we only include parts in English? That's because there are 3 languages being spoken in this video. There's Italian, Spanish, and English. So we're going to cut that down a little bit. So those are the main notes. We can also put that right here of in progress. And then here, this is approved. They don't want us to change anything. Look at that. I even compliment myself. Great shot.
Where was this shot?
This was shot in Valencia in Spain. It's the 3rd biggest city in Spain, and it's quite beautiful. Reminded me a little bit of Santa Monica in California. Quite nice too.
I did not know it was the 3rd largest.
Yes, I was surprised too.
Yeah.
It feels so peaceful there. I really like Spain. Almost moved to Spain. Convince me.
Wait, where do you live now?
I live in Paris. I moved to Paris 1 month ago.
1 month?
Yeah, but who knows, how long I'll be there. You never know, guys. I'm in an internal crisis. I just don't know where I belong anymore. 10 years abroad. You feel
Let's
me?
move on. I have no response to that. You've got
There's
me
no
beat.
response. Look at that. I'm leaving you speechless. I'm that powerful. Okay, let's see. Why is it saying I'm running out of memory? Let's take a look at this technical issue. Everybody who edits goes through these things. Yeah, I'm taking 320 gigs on Premiere. Damn, I'm using a lot of stuff. Oh, I know why. I'm gonna fix that. Unless it doesn't let me. But okay. I think it's because I added too much footage into Premiere at the same time, and I might not have enough memory on my computer to handle it. So we're gonna do this real quick. We're gonna quit Premiere real quick, and we're gonna open an older version where I didn't add that massive amount of files. So this also happened actually to my sister the other day. She was like, like I'm not able to run softwares on my computer right now. She was like, I don't know what's happening. And I told her the reason this is happening is because you don't have any memory on your computer. Now, I had already a Premiere project here ready for you guys. Also, look at my folders. They're little cows. They're kind of funny. Um, but now you can always go back to a previous project right here because Premiere has autosave. Yes, which has saved me many times in the past. So let's see here. Today.
Oliver is saying 320 gig. I'm going to say you definitely don't have that much memory.
Yeah, Oliver, you're right about that. That was my bad, Oliver. Okay, I'm gonna go to this one. Let's see. I think, yeah. Do you see how this one's 544 kbytes? Kbytes, yeah. And
Kilobytes?
and then this one is 124. Something that I actually never learned in English because Portuguese is my first language. I never learned how to say the words correctly for like MB, KG. I don't know.
It's okay. There's enough English words that I've been informed that I cannot speak correctly. And
Oh.
please don't remind me in chat.
Well, okay, here we go. Premiere is running as usual. We did it. We fixed it. So that was my bad. Don't overwhelm your project with data that your computer cannot handle. Otherwise, it will crash. You can always go back to a previous project. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do, we are gonna look at, let's see what clips we have here. Okay, this clip, which we were just reviewing. So I just imported it here because this is a very specific note for a very specific clip. So I guess I can call it Belluno just for organizational purposes, Italy audio fix, just to keep things organized. And I always like keeping a folder called sequences with my different sequences. So here, my microphone, it is only recording a mono. So I'm going to go right here, audio channels. And I can tell that it's coming out from the right side if you look right here. So I need to make the left also come out on the right. And there you go. Now we have stereo, in case you were wondering.
No, that's actually really cool. That's a simple way to fix it. I was unaware of that until another recent Adobe Live.
Oh.
So that was totally new to me. And it was a different use case, but seeing somebody take a mono, turning it into stereo like that, great tip.
Oh, I really appreciate it. Yeah, the reason for that is that I have two like wireless mics, and I like recording them separately so I can in post have more control over it. So I always have to do this with this mic in specific. But yeah, so here we have our audio. Let me put the headphones on to see what is going on there. But gosh, I remember this is one of my favorite shots from this project I filmed because I'm in Belluno, Italy, which is the region my family is from. One of the regions. Apparently, I am from multiple places in Europe. And I was just like so excited. And when I got home, I listened to it. I was like, oh no, the audio is kind of messed up. So that made me really upset. So, first things first, let's go to 18 seconds. So, in case you didn't know, you can type the time code right here and go exactly to where you want. I'm going to go with the letter Q, which cuts back right here. Know your keyboard commands. You need them, okay? They're going to make your life a lot easier. And you can actually personalize them as well, right?
Yes. You can personalize your shortcut keys. You can export and import into a new version of Premiere Pro.
Yes, it is like magic. So if you were, for example, editing with a different software in the past, you can still, make it your own and use those commands on Premiere. So you don't have to worry about learning Premiere's commands. Like you can make your own.
Yeah, or if you've set up Premiere and you want to use Premiere Beta, you can actually take your shortcut keys from your normal Premiere Pro and bring them into beta very simple.
Would you look at that? Also, beta is great.
If you can't tell, these are all issues that we were dealing with today. So
It's real life right here.
we're learning live.
We are learning live, but I learned that when I was working on a documentary as an assistant editor 5 years ago in LA. Yeah.
Okay, I'm learning live.
Well, hey, you taught me new tools today too. We're all in this together. This is also something like it's such a small thing, but it makes your life so much easier. The fact that you can just make the V1 bigger and actually see the clip. Like this I learned like 2 years ago, and I've been using Premiere for 10 years. I felt so silly when I found out. But let's listen to this amazing audio. Let's see the situation here.
We made it! Woo! I'm so glad there's no one here. Oh my god, that would be embarrassing.
Yes, it's embarrassing. What is
I just feel like my introverted side is so satisfied here. I love it.
I actually didn't remember that I said any of that. That's kind of funny. I was really happy because there was nobody there, and I mean, it's a pretty nice background, but it is upsetting that you can hear that the microphone is rubbing on my jacket, and you can also hear the water in the background. So let's see what we can do with the enhanced audio here. If I open up, actually, let's go to Window, Workspace, Audio.
Can I show you something?
It's a secret. Okay, go for it.
All right. Go ahead. Just go switch back to Essentials.
Okay.
Essential Workspace.
This is where I was.
Okay. Now, you have an audio badge on your audio clip. See that badge over on the right-hand side?
This?
Yep. Double click it.
Oh, hello, guy. Hello, my friend. Oh, it's so tiny. Like, if it's tiny for me, imagine for you guys.
It's very tiny, but it's so cool. So if you are dealing with
cute.
music, if you're dealing with audio, if you're dealing with special effects, you're going to have these little badges. And if you want to end up getting to a workspace quicker, all you have to do is double click on that, and it's going to open up either in music or, in this case, audio, or even effects.
Yeah, and then right here, did it already choose what it is for me?
It did.
It already detected that it's a dialogue. That's amazing. So look at that.
Yep.
So I'll hit clear audio type, but you can select if it's a dialogue, music, sound effect, or ambiance, all which are really important. But it did it by itself. Like I didn't even ask. Damn, you're getting smart. So here, let's try out the enhance. I'm sure it's gonna sound better, but come on, that was my fault. Like I screwed up. But you know what? Worst case, what you can do, I can dub myself later. Hot tip for you. I do that sometimes. But let's see what the enhance tool does. It's set at 7. Let's see how that turns out. And let's see how quick it is too. It's a 45-second clip. Though there are parts with no dialogue, so I hope it doesn't do anything to that. What is it going to do to that? Let's find out. AI does whatever it wants, And here we go. Wow, that's pretty fast. All right, let's see how it sounds.
We made it! Woo! I'm so glad there's no one here. Oh my god, that would be embarrassing.
Okay, that's already better. I can notice that when there are pauses between dialogues, like it gets a little
What if you crank it up to 11? Let's see what we get.
Oh boy, I'm a little scared. It's gonna get more embarrassing.
10. It only goes to 10.
Yeah. Okay, over here I think it's gonna sound completely clear as if there's no no water. Let's see. Ooh. See, that's a little too.
I'm so glad there's no one here.
It's still really impressive.
It is. It's adding. Now, this is one of the things you need to be careful of. If you're using the enhanced speech and you crank it all the way up and you've got some background noise, Sensei, as Tim is saying, is actually trying to make words out of that noise. So you really want to be aware of that. And if you start getting something strange like what we did here, you may want to dial it back a little bit and kind of test it out. Every audio clip is going to be different. And so you kind of need to find the sweet spot.
Yeah, that's the thing. Here, I wouldn't even mind having a little bit of that water sound, but we're trying now at 4. Such a great line. I don't know why I said that. I'm just talking by myself. Wow. Okay, so I mean, there's this, of course, which already helps a little bit.
We do have a suggestion from chat.
Let's go.
Stian is asking maybe uncheck loudness.
Oh yeah, what is it doing to that?
Let's see. Now keep it running and click on loudness again.
Okay. I don't think it's doing much in this case. Let's see, repair. Maybe the reduce noise. Let's see what it does here. And these features, these kinds of things, it's really like a case-by-case basis. It's a really case-by-case basis, so you definitely have to play around with the feature, kind of just see what happens. But actually, let me check something real quick here. Make sure. Yeah, okay, we're in the right spot here. I was trying to increase the volume here on my headphones. But you have to really play around with the features. I would say it's not the kind of thing you can copy paste to anything. You're going to have to play around, see what sounds good. And yes, you guys, that is, should I continue? Yeah, so we are having a small technical issue because this is real life and we're live. So give us 1 second and we'll be right back, but don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that. We just had a little bit of a technical issue with our sound. So
How ironic.
It was not enhanced at this time. But Oliver saying, what did you break, Shawn? I have a tendency of breaking things.
I'm gonna blame you. I'm gonna say it was your fault.
I will take the blame entirely. I apologize.
There he is, the greatest Tim.
The voice from above, Tim say.
Yes.
All right, so let's get into some editing back into Premiere.
Yeah, so I don't know how that experience was for you guys. Like, apparently we could hear something here, and I don't know if you guys were hearing something else. But, I am no longer wearing headphones, so whatever you hear in terms of sound will be coming from my computer. But I was wondering if you guys have any questions about the enhanced audio feature. We were finishing off just mentioning this is something you really have to play around on your own, kind of see what works for you, for your project. And also depending on the style of the project you're editing too. So, like, some background noise is not all bad. You don't want it to sound too fake.
No.
You don't want it to sound like you're in a studio when you're outside. Like, kind of breaks the storytelling. It takes the attention away from what's important. So we're gonna do some editing now, right?
Yeah, let's dive into it. What do you got?
So I was in Brazil recently, and it was very fun. I spent my first carnaval, or as the Americans would say, carnival, um, in Rio, which is Rio de Janeiro, which was like amazing. My first carnaval as an adult, and also I dressed as a rainbow. It was pretty fun. So this skirt you're seeing here, it's very normal, okay, for people to wear. Full disclosure, everybody wears them. Yeah, they're supposed to look cheap. You're in Carnival. But I was thinking it would be cool for us to edit maybe like a 30-second video here on Premiere, showing off a little bit of the Carnival energy and experience. Now, everything does start with music, so I'm gonna go here to the Adobe Music section. What was it called again? You told me this afternoon.
You can go to the
Adobe
Essential Sound.
Essentials
Yep.
Workspace Sound.
Yep. You can do Essentials.
Doo-doo-doo-doo. Essentials.
And over on the right-hand side, you'll see Essential Sounds.
Let's close that one. Oh, and Essential Sounds. Okay,
Yep.
cool.
And then Browse.
Browse. Okay, thank you for walking us through that. I actually didn't know until about 6 months ago about the Adobe stock in Premiere.
Yep.
I was like, God, everything's here. They just make it so easy for you to spend money. Um, so, I don't know. Let's see what comes up like with Carnaval. Like, if I look up the word Carnaval. Okay, they have a few songs.
Now, you may need to add a clip first because you don't have a sequence.
Oh, you're right. You know what? I totally got ahead of myself because everything starts with music. Like with this short specifically, we're only doing music and clips. So I'm going to be bold enough here to believe that we have, wow, that's a lot of clips. And this is all 4K. No wonder my machine was going insane. So let me see. This is Carnaval, Carnaval, Carnaval. Oh, wait, I think I had a sequence prepped for this. Let me see. Yeah, here it is. Oh, just only one clip. Okay, so I did not have a sequence prepped for this. I am not that great, you guys. Not every day is a great day to be me. My humor, please excuse me. Okay, so let's go back here. So we have some clips here of Rio. Here's the rainbow, Carolina. Yeah, we'll keep her in there. She can stay. Let's cut this all out. Now, I'll already rename this Carnaval Adobe Live. I usually am a little more annoying about my naming convention. I like doing V1, V2, V3, rough cut, so I can always go back without having to necessarily go to a Premiere autosave project. But, that's completely up to you. Oh yeah, we're already here in vertical too. I just made my life easier. Okay, let me delete some of these clips that we might not need. We want to stick to Carnaval. Okay. Oh, you can already see here by the audio waveform.
Wow.
This is gonna be painful, and here's why. I recorded this project with two cameras. One was the Sony A7C, and it was great. It has a microphone input, so I would use my professional mic. But when I was in the streets of Carnaval, I was using a tiny little Sony, which doesn't have a mic entrance, and so the audio was atrocious. Just because it wasn't meant for that. The camera's not even expensive enough for that. So I get it. I don't blame Sony. I love Sony. Okay. But yeah, a bunch of people screaming.
Before we get started with this, I know the answer from certain people, But Stian is asking, where does the underscore really come from in file naming?
Ooh, the underscore is just an easier way for you to separate names on a file name, and so it's just like just look at
Yeah.
this. If I keep everything like this, you're like, what are these words? So now I put the underscore, and it's better. Now sometimes, for example, hyphen, it's hyphen, right? This
Yeah.
in English.
Yep.
Yeah, so sometimes this is not read as well on some computers, so you always want to use underscore.
Now, I thought, and I could totally be wrong, and I wouldn't doubt it if I am, is that in in the past, spaces were not allowed in file naming, so you had to underscore literally just to fill a space, fill a blank.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's true because I'm not that smart. It's just something I heard someplace.
You're very smart. Don't say that.
Thank you. You're making me blush.
Self-love day, okay? No, come on. Yeah, it's totally true. When I first
Okay.
moved to LA and I was working for a production company, that's the first thing they told me. Never space, always underscore.
Oh,
So it's a thing.
okay.
It's a thing. Yeah, just trust us.
I'm actually, because I have learned that, I'm trying to train myself because you don't have to anymore, but I'm trying to train myself to do that within my file naming.
Yeah, I always do it. I don't know. I'm attached. Or I do like capital letters. But this is getting boring for you guys.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that. So here's the thing. Yeah, this is gonna be complicated. This is also why I already took a look at this footage and I know that the audio is something that maybe you don't want to see. I'm lowering the volume here. I don't know. Let's give it a shot. I don't know. I don't think they can hear it, right? Because you're only
No,
picking up here.
no.
So I'll increase the volume here.
Ugh.
We're gonna be in pain. I'm doing this for you. There's nothing to be saved here. Okay.
Just no.
But you know what? This is okay because these are people having the time of their life and they deserve to express themselves and to break my sound. But I'm gonna go to effects. Where are the oh wow, this is interesting. Ooh. Let me go to window editing again because I want to see what the auto reframe does for me here. This is a great little feature if you're doing short form and you have like a horizontal video and you want to crop, you can actually select everything. Though I probably won't do this first one because I know it's a longer clip. And you can just drag and drop auto reframe. And it technically crops the video for you. So let me see if my oh Jesus, let's remove that sound. I might have overwhelmed my computer to do this. I don't know if it's gonna come through. Oh yeah, I definitely overwhelmed it. Let's cancel that. Okay. I'm gonna do one clip at a time. And that's the thing, you gotta respect your machine. You have to have a nice relationship with your machine. Don't fight it, respect it. You know, okay, so here you go. You see, I just double clicked and it auto reframed for me. It did the cropping for me instead of going manually. Here, you know, double click, effects, and scale, which is kind of annoying. I just literally come here, double click, it does it for me. And it follows the subject. The technology knows to follow. So here we are. I'm wearing this.
Now, one other tip. After you do the auto reframe, you can go to the vertical workspace.
Oh yeah, you told me that today.
Yep.
Look at that. Okay, vertical. Look at.
It's going to make your life so much better, so much easier when you're working in vertical videos.
Look at this beautiful face. Okay.
It's a great video.
Oh, thank you.
Wait, what did you say? Self-love?
Self-love day. Self-love day. Oh my God, that frame is amazing. Yeah, that's another thing for the people who are like, they feel uncomfortable editing themselves. You get used to it. Don't worry. I felt so too. But okay, here we go. Auto reframe. That's awesome. So I think that's the first thing I'm gonna do just to facilitate. I'm gonna auto reframe the shots that I think might come in here. This is me having a nice coconut water. That's nice and cute. Coconut water is the best. Let me see. Yeah, I don't need this shot here. We're doing a little selection process. Let me see. We're trying to make a 30-second video. So first we're just selecting the footage. This it could be relevant, but maybe not. Here we go. We have some. Look at this. What is happening here?
How are you? You're deleting a scene.
Look at that.
And that's great.
That's great.
You're deleting and then you're bringing them together really quick. How are you doing that so fast?
I am selecting.
Yeah.
I press delete.
Yeah.
And then I select this and I delete again. Just
Delete.
delete, delete, and you just select. Yeah, no, this is pretty simple. But there are many other ways for you to move your sequence around even. If you want to use, I love when you press V as you come back to the select tool. Also, remember to use these guys. They're your friends. This keeps everything synced and together. Look at that. Look how beautiful. Audio and video, they're best friends. No one's gonna leave them alone. And then over here you can do this, and then suddenly they're no longer friends. But look at this beautiful feature that Premiere has, which they didn't always have, and it makes me very happy that it exists. If the two, the video and the audio, they're linked, then when you move it around, it reminds you how many frames are out of sync. It's frames, right?
Yeah.
Or is it time code exactly? Well, it gives you the information. And it also helps you, connect them back up. Sometimes I would accidentally move something and it would be out of sync, and then I wouldn't know where to trace it back. You don't have to worry. You just want to make sure that it's synced. Now here, if you want to unlink them forever, they're breaking up. You click unlink, then it's gone. It's not going to give you that information.
Other than Command Z, is there a way to relink them? Do you know?
I usually I select, right click, link.
Okay.
But you can actually, create your own commands on Premiere. So you could even go here, let's see, keyboard shortcuts, and you can personalize the commands for whatever you want it to be. So that's another
I don't
thing.
think that's probably not a feature you do a lot.
I don't do that a lot. I don't like touching things like that. It's working, I think we can always elevate as editors, and I could always learn more tricks here and there, and I definitely have, but I stick to the V, the A, which allows you to select everything from this point on. I also love using, when I have multiple layers, the little lock button to make sure I'm not messing around with what I don't want to. So, for example, let me unlock this. Oh, here's a little trick. There's this image right here. Click, if you have a Mac, Option, hold it, and then drag up the mouse. You have a duplicate, which is good if you're like playing around with the transparency, or if you want to do some tests and then you're like, this doesn't look good. You just delete it and you still have the original. So the Option key is also a friend in many of these situations.
In many of the apps. That's the same in Photoshop and Illustrator.
Yeah, that's
in
true.
Adobe Express. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that one in Premiere.
That's why I use all of them. Photoshop, Lightroom. I am Adobe's lover. It just doesn't know about our relationship yet. Maybe now. Maybe it's finally time. Make it official. Who knows? Am I making no sense? It's possible.
It's possible.
It's okay, guys. I have a quirky humor. Okay, so let's go back to editing. What do you think?
Yeah.
Okay, you're in command. I do what you say. Now, this is another interesting scene. The dude selling beer. Look at that moment. In the middle, he's smoking. This is so funny. So even though this little camera, it has some audio issues, it shot everything in log 3. So I actually can do some color grading after, which is great. And I do all my color grading on Premiere. I like keeping things simple as a creator, So look at those drunk people. This was 9 a.m., by the way.
Oh.
It was 9 a.m. and people are partying it up. But of course, it's a little shaky, but there's definitely going to be something here. We're reviewing. Oh, wow. What was that? Look at this guy. Oh, my gosh. Only in Rio. So I did auto reframe. Let's see what it does here with that. Oh, he's interviewing people. Oh, this is funny. He's so close to me. Yeah, these kind of out parties, they're kind of like that, There's a nice little shot of me walking here. Let's see if it can detect me. I'm actually curious about that. Let's see. I asked for a friend to film me walking.
Did you just kick that?
I don't know what I did. Oh, look at that. Oh, that worked perfectly. I was so happy. I'll admit that. It's kind of nice looking back. Oh my God, the men wearing skirts. This is the thing, okay? Everybody wears a tutu there for Carnaval.
Just as a clarification, even though you only see me from here up,
Oh,
I am wearing a skirt. I was told that I had to since she was going to be working in the carnival.
I'm also wearing a skirt
So
with glitter.
I apologize, and I will not be standing up anytime soon.
You don't have to apologize, accept yourself for who you are. It's beautiful.
I had no choice. I had no choice whatsoever.
Okay. Whatever makes you more comfortable. I can take the blame. I don't care. It's okay with me. All right, look at that. Some really cool
Ooh,
shots
that's
here.
nice.
Yeah, people playing the drums. Let's take a look. And then auto reframe. Just works,
Yeah.
it does the job for you instead of having to crop and look for the right thing. Okay. Let us see what else. Oh my God, my friend Andrew here. Let me see. Are there any specific features that you think we could also get into here? I'm using auto reframe a lot. Oh, there I am. So you see, this is the tutu. You see, I am wearing it. I am wearing this right now. This tutu. No, I'm not. But okay. So damn it, we have a lot of clips here. I'll do it quickly, the auto reframe, so we can get that cleared up. And I'll do one by one in respect of my computer. We're almost done here, and then we'll select a song to go along. But I already know here I'm not going to be using this audio because it's really just not working. So I'm going to delete that and make my life easier, and then I can actually make the video layer a little bit bigger, which allows us to see into the thumbnails. I don't think I need this shot at home because we have so much action going on the streets here. These, let me see. I could maybe have something here. Okay. I think we have this, even though this is cool, this was not in Carnival, so let's remove that. We don't need that. Let me see. Wow. Dude, I don't know if you guys saw that frame, but I'm gonna skip it. I don't know what's appropriate here at Adobe Live.
Keep it family friendly.
Family friendly. It was just a kiss, but I'm not here to take that kind of risk. There's a beer. We're in Germany. That's okay. The land of beer. Man, let me see. Do you ever edit anything vertical or
No.
No?
No, I actually don't. If I am doing anything like for social media, most of the time I'm working in Adobe Express and I'm editing in a square format, just out of safety, to be honest. I don't post much in the vertical format, and maybe it's just because of my own fear. Like, this makes it so easy of being able to go through auto reframe, and I'm always shooting in landscape. So being able to come back and use this and being able to use my media in more social medias and more posts might end up being a really smart thing.
Yeah, it really just makes your life easier, for sure. That's why, like, I can never really edit stuff on my phone, at least not right now. Like, I'm too attached to Premiere. It just, even though, like, yeah, you have to import it to your computer from your phone or whatever, Jesus, it's just so much easier also for you to brand yourself. Like, I have captions also, a caption template. So whenever I edit a video, and actually, let me show that real quick because I think that's totally worth it. And then we'll come back here to this edit. Look, I was so sweaty that day. Jesus Christ. Let's go back here to regular editing because what we're going to look into here is actually something else. So let me see here. Effects project. We're back. Let me close this project real quick for 1 second. And then let's show. I think actually this video will be fine because I speak English in this video. So there are a couple of things here that are super useful, right? First, we're going to remove it from mono. We already know that. I think it's on the left. So let's see. Yeah. So now it's stereo. But here's one of the things that just like changed my life, and that makes making captions so much easier. It's the transcript. Look how quickly it transcribed this whole sequence. Like, that was really fast. I thought I was gonna have to wait. So everything is right here, and sometimes you just kind of like you don't have a lot of time to get through something. Here, there are a couple things that you can do with the transcript. You can actually Let me see. I can find the pauses, I think. Oh yeah, I can edit the text. Let's start there. So if the auto transcript, caught a little word here wrong, did a little spell mistake, you can actually fix it yourself, which is great. And I definitely recommend that you fix your transcript before creating any captions. So you do that first, but you can also find all the pauses and delete them. Click delete, delete all. And just like that, if you guys saw here, I'll do Command Z here, and then Command Shift Z. Command Z to come back, Command Shift Z. It edited the project for me. It removed all the pauses. So I don't have to waste time looking at them. And so the video went from, I think, a minute 45 here, yeah, to a minute 17, because this is a short video. So then here, I usually would edit it from here. But let's say I'm happy with this transcript. I click CC, create captions. And then here, I can actually choose a template. And I have a template that I've created. And I'll import it real quick here for you guys. Let me do that for 1 second, and you guys will see. Let me see. This is also how I organize my folders, in case you're ever curious. Let's see. Getting bad experiences. So I have here, see, this is another video I did. Sorry about that. Upside down. So I have my caption template right here. I usually just copy it, Command C, and I paste it here. I'm doing this just for time's sake because I don't want to have to find it on my drive right now. So now I'm going to close this project to also keep things organized. Close. And now I have the captions template. So when I click CC and I want to create my captions, style, see, it popped out right here. And then you want to choose the minimum length. I usually go around 20. This is another trial and error thing. You need to do what works for you. I always keep single lines because when I turn that into vertical, double lines is not enough space on screen. And then minimum duration, 1 second. So let's see what it does. Create captions. That was really fast. And now I have my captions right here. And they are branded to my own page. See, they're orange. Orange is one of my branding colors. I can come here, also make some other adjustments. I can make them bigger, make them smaller. I can, add more of a stroke if I want to. I definitely don't want to do that, but I can. Everything's already set to the way that I like. So this is good because with a lot of the captions apps these days, you don't have as much control over the transcription. The transcription is not as good, and you can't really brand it to yourself. So here I have a very specific color code that I created with a designer that, follows my branding guidelines. So when I go in Premiere, I know that it's going to look exactly the way I want, and that I'm going to do it as fast as I can, way faster than I would on my phone, having to figure out the settings and make it perfect. So I don't know. Carolina the nerd.
That's awesome.
She's out.
That's awesome. Anything to make your life easier, anything to make your life quicker, your editing quicker. The quicker you can get done with your editing and get it out there, the more content you can make.
Yeah, and look at that. Now I can watch my a blue I learned situation. I'm excited. Look at that. I just love the transcript. Another thing that's useful, by the way, you can edit your video through here, through text. So you don't actually have to listen to the video.
Wait. Let's just go back a little bit talking about captions. This is interesting to me. So they're talking about watching videos. Chat's talking about watching videos on TikTok and which ones they skip and which ones they watch. And Penny is talking about not watching videos with no captions. And then Stian responds as, I don't mind it without captions, but if the caption's not correct though,
Ooh. Yes. People do that a lot. I think it's lack of care for your content when the captions are not correct.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
I've seen it. It's sad.
Wow.
It makes me very sad.
Now, I know live, for those of you, you could be watching this on YouTube with live captions. And there's other streamers on Behance that have live captions. And it's kind of interesting to watch the live captions because a lot of the times they're not correct and they can be distracting and also funny at the same time. But in this case, when you have Premiere and they're making the captions for you, read them. It's not that hard.
Yeah, you gotta do your job. I mean, come on. Like otherwise you're just distracting people. And especially when people are doing like multilingual content, which I do a lot, like you gotta make sure it's right, you know. People are also learning a language from you.
I'm I'm impressed. I'm impressed. How many languages have you used in your content?
With this documentary I filmed, I'm gonna be using 5 languages, which is a lot. I can speak 5. I'm not fluent in 5, okay, but I can definitely speak. I interview in my project in Italian for the first time, so I think it's cool because you see the evolution from sucking to getting a little better. You know, even
Okay,
this morning I spoke Italian, even though I'm in Germany.
let's go a little bit more in depth. The give us the pitch for this project because this sounds so awesome and I want to share it more with the community and make sure that they know about it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so at least I'm excited about it. I mean, I spent the past 7 months traveling to all the places that I have heritage from, and that was about 6 different countries in Europe, and then Brazil. I went to many different parts of Brazil. So I went there. I filmed, you know, the culture. I interviewed people in multiple languages to learn about their culture. There was also a lot of studying in the process. Like I think history really impacts where people are today. So I went to a lot of museums and studied and really just got to know people. And it was an incredible project to do alone. You know, I know a lot of people are scared of traveling alone, and I understand. You know, I am from a dangerous country. Brazil is an amazing country, but we do have our difficulties when it comes to filming in terms of safety. But still, like, it was so incredible rewarding to travel alone and do this project by myself because it allowed me to connect so deeply to other people's cultures. And it also, you know, I was able to put that in contrast with my own culture and my own experience living in the US for 9 years and being like, okay, who am I outside of the US? You know, who am I in Spain or in Portugal or in Germany? Like your personality changes depending on where you are. So, yeah, the project was incredible and it made me move to Paris. You know, I was living in New
Wow.
York and throughout the project around December, I decided to move to Paris and that was like quite a change of direction in my life. So, yeah, so now I'm editing the project on Premiere Pro. It is true. And so, yeah, I'm going to be posting it on my YouTube channel and you guys can follow the journey there. And I don't know, maybe I'll be doing some videos also about my editing project. If you guys are interested, let us know in the comments. You know, I'm happy to share.
I posted the YouTube channel in chat, so make sure to check that out. There is some amazing content that's on there, and keep current on that because if you, I can't wait to see this project. This sounds so exciting. Um, I'm kind of giddy for it.
Oh, me too, honestly. I was like looking at the footage for the first time like last week because there came a point in the project that I just focused completely on filming. So I could really just edit later and take my time. So now I'm starting to edit and I'll be posting it. And so it's just it was crazy. It's crazy that it happened in my
Yeah.
mind. But like guys, you have to go out there, you know. You have to make big moves. You have to go out and create, use amazing tools, you know. I really hope that we were able to share with you guys some tips today here on how to use Premiere, maximize your content creation, and just there's just so much you can do with Premiere. And if you don't know it, like there's a whole community online that can help you. You know, there's us here doing the live streams. There's Tim, the greatest. Tim. Yeah.
Hello.
And yeah, like if you guys have any questions, feel free to hit us up or we're on social media and yeah, or podcasts, whatever you guys want.
Thank you so much. This has been a blast. I've had so much fun. And everybody, please stick around. We are going to continue on for one more hour before we hand it off to the US. So we'll stay live from Munich with me coming up next.
I'll be gone.
And I got to change my skirt. That's going to be the main
true.
thing.
Yeah.
That's the main thing.
That's why we need to take a break. Yeah. Yeah. Gotta change.
So if you're on YouTube, make sure to subscribe with the Adobe Live. If you're on Behance, stick around. Don't go anywhere. And I gotta say thank you so much.
Thank you. It was such a pleasure. I love doing this with you.
It was great meeting you. It was great seeing your content.
Yes, guys, tune in, and I really hope that this was good for you and that you guys learned something new. Such a pleasure to be here in Munich, and which is crazy because it was in Germany that I started thinking of moving to Europe. So full circle.
Wow.
Yeah. Thank you so much, you guys.
Thank you, chat. We'll see you soon. Stick around. Bye.
A fan going also.
Welcome back to Adobe Live. We're so excited to be here streaming live from our Munich office in Germany today. If you're just joining in, today we are celebrating all of the new AI features in Premiere Pro and covering some of the new V4 beta version of Frame.io. So if you're just joining in the chat, go ahead and post where you're joining us from. We're streaming live across YouTube, Adobe Live, and on Behance. But I'm excited to be joined here today by Shawn Kosel, and it's the first time we're meeting here in person after I'm seeing you on all the streams.
It is. It's so great to get to the studio and meet you, meet Tim in person,
Yeah.
meet everybody. It's like this is a dream come true for me to come to the studio and
Yeah.
not just be streaming from my home office like,
For sure.
hi everybody, I'm at home.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
It's so awesome, and it's like great to be in person. I know, we connect so much with the community virtually, so it's great when we have moments like this. And you're based in Germany too, right, Sean?
I am. I am
Mhm.
about 5.5 hours away from Munich,
Mhm.
driving, not by flight, but about 5.5 hours away and over in the Rheingau region. But I've been to Munich so many
It's
times.
a beautiful
Oh,
city.
it's beautiful. It's
Yeah.
amazing. I can't tell you how many times I've been here.
Yeah.
And this morning, just side note,
Yeah.
somebody asked, what should I do in Munich? And I said, go to the Eisbach.
Oh, I haven't been.
Oh,
Okay, now I know what I'm doing after this stream.
no, so the Eisbach
Yeah.
is where people surf. The Eisbach
Oh,
is
cool.
literally the ice stream or the ice river.
Yeah.
And there's a wave, a constant wave. They put barrels under the water as the water comes through,
Mhm.
and there's all these people on the sides and they're surfing. So in
Yeah.
Munich, you got to go to the Eisbach. Check it out.
Cool. Okay.
Take your camera too.
I'm totally doing that after this. I know it's so great to come to Munich, when we do these streams
Yep.
in the office, but it's such a beautiful city too. So we're excited to be here.
It's right by the English Garden.
Okay.
It's actually part of the English Garden.
That's great because I'm staying close to the historic district, so that'll be perfect.
Nice. Nice.
Well, it's always great to have a fellow American here in Europe in general.
Yes.
So we're excited to dive in and share a couple different things here today. And if you're just joining in the chat, go ahead and post where you're joining us from. And if you have any questions, we are here live on YouTube and Behance. And I'm going over and checking the chat here now. So we have Henrik, we have Cody. Nice to see you, Cody, on the stream. And I'm going to go ahead and go over here to Behance. I see Penny. She says, yay, Sean out in the wild. So thanks so much for joining us here today, Penny. And I know, Sean, we're going to go into a little bit of Firefly Web. I know there were some new features like structure reference that just launched. And then think about it as a storyboarding tool that will then move into Premiere Pro. So why don't we go ahead and dive right in?
Okay. So let's take a look at my screen. Now, for those of you that do not know, I am with Jack Watson and Katarina and other people within the community. We stream on the Firefly Discord 4 times a week. And what we do is we're trying to dive into everything Firefly and to figure out the best way for things to work. So with the structure, we're going to just go ahead and we're going to dive in and we're going to go to text to image. And I don't know if I'm supposed to talk about this, but we are all thinking about credits. So one way to kind of get around the idea of using credits all the time is when you click in is, all right, I want a square aspect ratio, is I'm just going to double click any square aspect ratio. And this is going to take me into Firefly. So from here, I can clear all of the styles. We can get rid of the prompt, just delete it.
Okay.
And first off, thinking about what it is that I want to make. So let's jump over here. And what I've done is I've created my own structures. And as you can see over here, like if you come in, I've got this horse. And these are all just AI Illustrator files.
It says AI there.
It does.
It is Adobe Illustrator.
So I've downloaded these and just created some quick little like not thumbnails, but structure, I guess thumbnails. Maybe they are.
Yeah.
So, all right. So we're going to just grab one of these and let's drag and drop it over and hopefully that's in. It's asking to make sure that I have the right to use it and I can hit continue because I used Adobe Stock free. So that is not an issue. Let's go ahead, make this full screen here. And as you can see over here, I've got my structure and it's like, okay, that looks nothing like it. But now we're going to use a prompt. and I need to kind of massage what it is I want.
Mhm.
So I'm going to put in a man jumping, making sure I spell it right, into a bowl. A bowl of what? What do you think?
Oh, a bowl of ice.
Oh, a bowl of ice.
Because we were talking about the ice surfing earlier.
Yeah, I like that. And as you can see over here, I've got the suggestions turned on
Uh-huh.
right there. So over here, we've got winter landscape forest, black and white photo,
Oh.
conceptual art composite. I kind of like that.
Yeah, these are really great suggestions.
Beautiful and dramatic scene,
Mm.
or a hole in the lake at sunset.
Oh,
Ooh.
that would be a little dangerous.
Okay, that's the one we're going to go
Yeah,
with.
we're going to
then.
go with that one.
So we've got that set, and we're going to go ahead and hit try prompt. Now, I cleared everything out from that cat, so there should be no cat.
Okay,
Should be.
let's see.
We don't know.
We're about to find out. This is the joy of live streaming.
It is. It is. And I tell you, if anybody from Adobe is paying attention,
Magic.
boom.
Wow.
I was going to say we would love generating music. Wow. Okay, so looking over here, the way structure works is I have given it a little bit of just saying, hey, this is where I want things. I'm not giving it like I could have put in that it's supposed to be a cat
Mhm.
jumping, and we'll
Mhm.
try that. I haven't done
Yeah.
that. We'll try that. But as you can see, it's given me the correct structure, the location of them. Now, this is wrong because he's not actually landing. We don't have the splash. Did somebody jump
Yeah, it looks
first?
like he's going out. Like he's,
Oh, it
he's like in
does.
reverse.
Oh my God. Okay, this is probably the more proper prompt, is a man jumping out of an ice cold lake.
Yep. Jumping out.
Jumping out. But we've got the structure, we've got everything we want.
Mhm. Yeah, the
Looking
placement.
good. So let's go ahead. Let's try the cat.
Yeah.
Let's actually just change this.
Man.
Now, we're gonna try a cat jumping into a bowl of catnip.
Catnip. That'll be fun. And as you're pulling that up, I'm looking over here at the chat. So if you're just joining in, go ahead and post in the chat. If you have questions, we're live from our Munich studio on Behance and YouTube. I see Erica is here in YouTube, still hanging out, she says. Nice to see you, Erica. And I see Penny is also in Behance, Jack, and Carol. So thanks for joining us.
Hi, everybody. Great to see you. So it didn't like catnip. So I changed it to a bowl of flowers.
Oh, nice.
Okay, now we're kind of going off in a different direction. This one nailed it.
Mm-hmm.
We've got an art. I'm trying to zoom in. This one actually did a good job. The second one, not so much. The third one, it got the structure, and the fourth one, it got the. I actually like that one.
Yeah, it's really beautiful with the side, the background too.
I'm gonna go ahead and favorite that.
Yeah.
Now this is really cool.
Mhm.
I just favorited this. So if I go ahead and open a new tab,
Mhm.
let's open a new tab. Thank you. By the way, I got a new laptop, everybody. So
Fancy.
I'm still trying to learn how to use it.
Nice.
So we're gonna open that up. Now, up here at the top, first off, I have to talk about this.
Mm-hmm.
We have our community tab. For those of you that don't know, we can jump in here and it's your images. So you can submit your images, and I'll show you how to do that really quick. Let me jump back over into here.
I think that's my favorite part of Firefly Web, those community pieces, and just being inspired by everything that all of you are submitting.
Yep.
It's really great to see.
Okay. Now this is funny. I cannot find where it is.
There we go.
It's not. All right. It's got to be under edit. It's been a while since this has come out, so I apologize.
Yeah.
Why am I not seeing it now?
There are updates happening all the time, every day. Let's see.
It's under share.
Share. Oh,
Yep,
so
yep.
sharing with the community
I
tab.
I apologize. So it's right there, share to the community. And if I click on it, it's going to ask, okay, hey, this is who you are. Is this how you want to be presented? And you're like, yeah, that's okay, Shawn. I'm okay with that. And is this the one that you want to add? Yeah, all right. So we can submit it. Now, when you submit it, the structure image that you use is going to be saved with it.
Okay.
So that's really important. Other people are going to be able to use that.
Hmm.
Now, if I come back over into here, by the way, congratulations to in our community, Michelle. She ended up posting on my Discord that she has one of her images within the
Oh, so
community.
cool. Which one is it? Or these are updating so quickly
Yeah.
that sometimes it's hard to.
If
Oh, I see. There's Anna.
yeah,
Anna
there's
Bignot.
Anna. Yep. So you can there's TikTok videos like with Anna that we see right here, our very own. And then we've got submissions. So you can scroll through and they're
Yeah.
constantly changing. And it's just a great way to get inspiration.
Oh, for sure. And what I love so much about the community tab too is that you have the actual prompt. So if you want to know exactly what were the different pieces that were used to get this beautiful image, kind of take it and you can use it as an iteration.
I'm so guilty. So I just double clicked on this little dog.
Oh, it was
and
so cute.
the doggo. And so I will totally dive in and take a look at what they did. And the cool thing is, didn't cost me anything. I can see what they did. I can come down here, down at the bottom, and I can try the prompt and see what else comes up with it. Because it's surprising that you may see something beautiful within the community, but then once you try it, like 2 of them may be completely bad.
Totally different.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're like, what is this?
Yeah.
Like, okay, you got lucky.
Yeah.
You got lucky with that one. Good job. But let's go ahead. Now, really cool. I'm going to show this really quick. We're going to come over here to our favorites, and we're going to click on the favorites, and there's my favorite. Now, I'm on a new laptop, like I said. So that all my favorites are going to be stored on my browser. So because it's a brand new laptop, I haven't saved anything. That's why I have one image.
Nice.
So we can go in, I can download it or I can view. And if I come in, and this is so cool. So instead of flowers, let's say it jumps into a bowl of dog biscuits. I don't know. And we're going to generate that. Now, in the past, for whatever reason, the back button on the browser was disabled. So if you hit the back button, you made a mistake and you hit the back button, like, okay, these are not working for me. Nope. Oh my gosh, what is this? What is this? I apologize to anybody in the community that may be having nightmares after this stream. There's a monster cat.
I know. They're very delicious biscuits though. I think it also with the styles too, it can help sometimes if you have like a specific style, I know, but I don't know if we can work with these. We might have to regenerate.
I'm just going to say no. So we're going to come back up to the browser back button and we can click on that and it's going to take us back.
Okay.
It used to take us completely out of the text to image. Now it just takes us back one step.
That's nice.
Yes, very nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking in the chat here. So Robin says cats have no bones anyway. And Alexandra says, if I can't sleep, now I know why.
Sorry, Alex. Sorry about that. Okay.
We'll go back to the beautiful images.
We will.
Yes.
But I want to dive into something a little bit different. So when you are trying to create a structure, there's so many different ways that you can. Now, I apologize for those of you that have seen this. I'm not an illustrator. So I used Adobe Express Draw and made this beautiful landscape of a railroad bridge going through the mountains. Stunning. Stunning. So we're going to download. Now, there are some major things. If you use Draw within Adobe Express and you try to export it,
Mm-hmm.
even though it's just black and white, it's a PNG
Mm.
with a transparent background.
Mm-hmm.
Now, structure, you do not want to use PNGs with transparent backgrounds.
Okay.
You really are confusing Firefly.
Okay.
It's
That's a good tip.
yeah. So you want to make sure, go ahead with the JPEG, and we can just go ahead and download this right now. Now with the structure, I'm thinking what I would like is, let's go ahead, just start a new tab. What I would like to see is this bridge, this railroad that I drew
Mm-hmm.
come to life.
Yeah.
That's what I would like to see.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to happen.
Well, let's see it. Let's try.
All right. So we got another cat. Let's just go ahead. We're going to delete that. Let's open up our downloads. Let's grab our bridge. That's not in my downloads. Let's get into the downloads. Excuse me. Let's bring in my beautiful illustration. And of course, I have the rights to that. Nobody else would claim it. They just said no.
Stan says it belongs in a museum.
Maybe the Museum of Refrigerators. They
That's an important museum.
With the magnets. The mom and dads and grandpas are coming in and it's like, Shawn is doing so good. Thanks, Mom. Shawn's the best. All right, so. Sorry, everybody, it's getting late here. To begin with, because I want to break Firefly first, and I did say break.
Okay.
What I'm going to do is up here, I'm going to select photo. And
right.
I'm going to show you, and this was a lot of trial and error. And with help from the community, we got through it.
Yeah.
So I am going to put in a railroad bridge through the mountains. That's my prompt. That's it. Nothing more. Try prompt.
All right, let's see.
Come on, you can do it.
I feel like we need some like music. We need special
no,
Firefly music.
I'm nervous because I think I know how it's going to turn out, and it's
Yeah?
not good.
Okay.
And I want to be on Adobe Live again. It didn't do it.
It worked.
Oh my gosh, it worked this time.
You know what? Because the improvements are happening so quickly.
Okay. I'm amazed. I'm amazed.
Yeah.
No joke. When I tried this just yesterday,
Yeah.
it overlaid my image on top of the photo image.
Oh, really?
It didn't, it said, oh, we'll give you this, but you want this as your structure. So let's
Wow,
come
and it
over here.
does, and it does, and it matches
It
the
does.
structure. That's amazing.
So we're going to turn our strength all the way up. Because dang it, don't prove me wrong.
You're like, I will break it, I promise.
I'm trying to sound like, yeah, I know what I'm doing here.
Oh, Carol
Jeez.
says there's no train though. Let's see in the next.
Th-
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whew. Okay. I'm not crazy. All right. So there's a couple things that happen. I really pushed the structure
Mhm.
too much.
Yeah.
Why it's giving me layers, I don't know. I
Mm.
don't understand.
Okay.
Even on these other ones, like this one even added the train.
Yeah.
So, actually this one isn't bad. This kind of followed
this
a
one
little bit.
exactly followed it. Yeah.
Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to take that back. Let's generate again. Now everything looks great, but we're missing the train. Just like chat said, Caroline said.
Yeah.
So we're going to come over to art.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to hit art and we're going to go ahead and generate that. And this is really interesting when you're drawing something
Mm-hmm.
and it doesn't matter what you're drawing it for.
Mm-hmm.
You need to be aware of the
Oh, cool.
You need to be
Yeah.
aware of the brushes you use.
Yeah.
I tried this with a chalk brush.
Okay.
Total disaster.
Okay. It wasn't like strong enough necessarily the stroke, or
It
what was
was-
it, you think?
It was seeing the spaces, the texture,
Yeah.
and it didn't know how to deal with the texture.
Yeah.
Like I'm
Yeah, this is really aligned.
I'm happy with that. Wow. Wow. So this is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Now,
It's really cool how you can bring any drawing to life. Like even if you're, yeah.
I don't know if you know this,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm going to take it in a different direction. And I know we're
Okay.
supposed to be getting into other things, but I'm having too much fun.
Let's do it.
Okay. Now, let's go ahead. First off, let's add a texture. Now, this is a technique that Katarina in chat came up with that blew my mind. And this was before structure reference.
Okay.
So what we're going to do is let's go ahead. We're going to clear everything out. Our structure reference is gone,
Mm-hmm.
but we need a reference. So let me go ahead. We're going to open up our downloads again.
Mm-hmm.
And excuse me, I need my stocks. Not there, not there. Let me get into my desktop. I can read. Okay. Now, check this out.
Okay.
Okay, we have that one and we have that one.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a preference? Which do you like?
I like the first one. It's
Like the first one?
Yeah. It's a little intense.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's go for it.
Intense. We're going to go for that. So we're going to add this as a reference photo. Okay. We're going to let that load up. There we go. Thank you. And let's go ahead and we are going to put in a leather jacket on an isolated white background.
Okay.
This blew my mind.
Wow. Okay.
So let's go ahead. We're going to generate it.
Leather jacket. Let's see.
What do you think is going to happen?
I wonder if it'll be the same exact pattern. Like if it's like a marble red and black. Yep. Wow.
Isn't
That's
that
amazing.
so
Yeah.
cool? When Katarina showed this and we were going through,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my gosh. So we were able to use a reference and dive in and make these beautiful designs.
Yeah.
Now, the way that it's actually working, and let me bring this down.
So cool. So you could do that with any pattern, any image then.
Yes, but it's very important.
Yeah.
Because I'm calling for an isolated white background.
Yep.
So when you are making your reference image,
Mm-hmm.
you need to actually put it into the center. You need to give it a white frame.
Okay,
you
got
need
it.
to give the white background.
Yep.
Now you're going to ask, is that all? Is that all you can do?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely not. Now, the biggest thing is you need to have contrast that Firefly can see.
Mm.
And so here, I tried a gradient background.
Yeah.
And it didn't have enough contrast.
Okay.
But if you can create enough contrast from your texture in the middle to your background, when you generate it, let's get out of this. It's actually going to generate whatever it is. Let it, anything, a purse, a skirt, whatever.
Yeah.
It's going to generate it with that background.
That's amazing.
So this is really cool in the sense of when you're using a reference, being able to maybe using a t-shirt or a mock-up and then maybe adding a reference and coming up with these cool designs.
Cool.
Like, I don't think I can pull this jacket off, but I would
think
try.
You can. Go for it.
I would try. I would so
it's like a nice Adobe red too.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. We just like added in there.
That was unintentional. Okay. So let's take this and now let's get back to our structure. And what if we take it and we want to add a logo to a shirt?
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and I'm going to make a new tab again because I really like to try to keep the seeds to a minimum. But anyway, let's coming back in.
And as you're looking that up, I'm going to check out the chat too. So Penny says it's a very sharp, fashionable jacket. And Carol says for the fashion industry, there are so many possibilities. Like I could definitely see this, especially for a lot of the illustrators that we work with in the community, creating some kind of pattern and then taking that pattern and putting it on an item just as a mock-up
Yep.
or for specific items that they want to sell on Etsy. Like I could see a lot of possibilities with this.
Okay. Now, this is the interesting thing that I've been trying to work on. Again, this is an Adobe Illustrator free file, and it's of a horse. No specific horse,
Yeah.
no specific logo. It is totally unintentional that it may look like, I don't know, Bud Light or something. It's not. It's a joke. Okay. Everybody knows what it looks like. It's not it. So this is the image that we're going to use. Now, at first, you may be thinking like, all right, if we want to add a logo, we're going to do something big, right? No, because you're actually giving it the structure. So if I made, let me actually even come back and I'll make an example. Okay. No, that's not it. Come on, click. If I used this, when you are using a structure image, first off, your structure image needs to be the same aspect ratio as your final image.
Okay.
Because if it's landscape and you want a portrait, it's going to cut things off.
Okay.
And the same thing the other way around. Things are going to get cut off. It's going to get ugly. So you want to make sure you use the same sizes. That's how come when I've been showing this, just to make it easy, everything's been square. Now here, if I use this horse, this logo is taking up the entire image. So it's going to take up, use as a structure, the entire image. It's too big. And that's how come before with the texture, I had the frame.
Yep.
Now, if I've got a square t-shirt, square image, let's get into here now. We've got this, we're ready to go. And let's go ahead. We're going to clear, okay, we're good to go. Let me just delete everything. Making sure nothing is strange. We're good. And let's do a t-shirt on an isolated background. I don't even care what the background is.
Oh, one question
Yes.
from the chat too. Nate says, oh, what size of the image is the most suitable? So I think it really depends on what you're trying to create, but.
Okay, let me get back in because that's actually a good question. And this is how come, as you can see, we've got this image. For those of you that were here at the beginning, you would remember that we made the man jumping out of a frozen lake.
Looks really similar.
This, you couldn't get that image if you used it.
Yeah.
It wouldn't work because it's too big. It's portrait. It's just so many things are wrong with it. So I took that into Adobe Express, took the square image, made them smaller, the correct size, and gave them the location. So by the term structure is you are giving the location of the items that you want within the generated image. So not just the location, but also the size. So this way, with this structure image, I'm saying I want one guy, this size at this location, or a cat for that matter, which we did.
Yeah.
Bad biscuits.
Not the best.
Not the best, no. So that is a good question. And when you are creating structure images, you can do this in Adobe Illustrator. You can do this in Photoshop. You can do this in Adobe Express. You can use just basic shapes. It's quite simple. Now for here, all I did was on Adobe stock is I put in silhouette.
Okay.
That's it. And I was able to get a bunch of silhouettes because that's all I need. Structure doesn't care about color. Structure doesn't care about anything except for contrast and what the location and the size of the image is. That's it. Nothing else.
That's a really helpful tip too. So not not uploading necessarily something that's as busy. As long as the contrast is there, as long as it's in the
Yep.
correct position in the image,
Yep.
you're golden and good to go.
Yeah. Yeah. And if you come down here, and we're going to just on a step further, go into the browse galleries, you're going to see this is why some of these 3D objects down here work so well.
Hmm.
They're very isolated. They're very specific.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing really overlapping. The contrast is good. That may be the hardest one right there for
Mhm.
contrast, but the 3D objects work really well.
Mm-hmm.
As for the photography, the leading lines are very, very strong.
Yeah.
The cat, when I use this one,
Mm-hmm.
I put in a person looking at the window. It put a person's face on the cat's face. Cat ear, it was ugly. It was not
Yeah, it
good.
was not. We're talking about those nightmares. We don't
Yeah,
want.
no. So you can see it's very stark.
Yeah.
The contrast is high. And so when you are creating your own images, that's what you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. So we've got this one. We have our t-shirt on an isolated background, and we've got our logo. So hopefully, I haven't tried this one.
All right.
Hopefully we get a horse right in the middle of the chest.
All right. Let's see.
I hope.
We're like waiting. We need that music again.
Yes. This is one of the times, maybe using a reference could help. Like maybe I could bring in a t-shirt and okay, we're not getting any
Yeah.
horses at all.
No.
So let's crank it up.
Yeah.
Let's crank it up.
And
and
especially
try it again.
the color scheme is completely different.
It is.
Yeah. Let's see what happens. Shirt on an isolated background.
We're getting we're getting shirts.
Yeah, we're getting
All right.
shirts. Oh, there it's in. There we go. Maybe we have to be specific in terms of the color of the shirt without a pattern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's try that next. Like
Yeah.
this, they added a tie.
Yeah. Kind of in the shape of a horse.
Same thing here.
Same thing.
Okay, we've got a horse.
Yeah.
Not quite a logo. Okay.
We can be specific. Maybe it's like a
Uh,
shirt on an ice with a horse logo. Maybe we have to be specific.
Okay. Should
We'll
we
see.
stick with t-shirt or should we just go with let's go, you know what? Let's do the opposite. Let's go with a black shirt
Mm-hmm.
with a white horse
logo.
logo on an isolated background.
And we're getting some comments here.
Bring it on.
A lot of laughter. Katerina and Nate. Penny says she likes the tropical unicorn shirt. I kind of like it too. I thought it was pretty cool. And an origami tie.
Yes.
So as that's
Oh,
perfect. So I'm remembering the original reference too.
here's something interesting. So
Yeah.
it switched. Let's zoom in here.
Mm-hmm.
It switched from photo to art.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the first thing.
Mm-hmm.
Next off, I'm gonna say it nailed.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of differences. This is so 80s. Let's click on it. Oh my gosh. This
Looks
is like
really...
it needs a horn. It
Yeah.
so needs a horn.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That's awesome. Okay. Like these are not
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's bringing in some some flames.
It's smoking. That's a nice one.
Nate says, "Wow," and we have logo polo
Logo
in the,
polo.
in the
I like
chat.
that.
And let's see. I'm gonna hop over here to YouTube. Sarah mentioned, I noticed anything equestrian sometimes has trouble. Interesting. I haven't experienced that before.
It worked.
Wow.
Now this is a photo. I thought
Yeah.
it was gonna be a complete disaster.
No.
The interesting thing, I haven't had many problems with horses. If you are trying to get people to ride something,
Hmm.
let's say a witch riding a broom, a lot of the times they'll take a witch and put them on a horse Like,
Oh, interesting.
what do people ride?
Yeah.
Or if you're trying to get somebody to ride a bicycle and if you're not really, really specific,
Yeah.
it'll put them on a horse.
Interesting. Okay.
So
Good to know.
horses, yeah,
Mhm.
it's always updating, like you said.
Yeah.
It's always changing, and this is why it is so important. I like these.
Yeah.
This is why it's so important
I like the
to,
last one.
give it a thumbs up,
Yeah.
give it a thumbs down. Now, actually, this one I would give a thumbs down
Hmm.
simply because let's take a look.
Yeah.
Okay, if you look at our structure, this
Mhm.
was my fault.
Hmm.
I've actually have the horse raised up a little bit.
Yeah.
In my mind, when I made this, I was thinking, I don't want
Have
it
it.
dead center.
Yeah.
That may be right here in the belly.
Yeah.
I don't want
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
You want it right here.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit high. And this is one of the times that you're going to think like, okay, this turned out a little high. I need to bring down the image.
Hmm.
And I would go into Adobe Express, just
Mhm.
move it down a little bit
Yeah.
and move forward.
Yeah. That's a really helpful tip too, especially where your image is on the page, right? It has to
Mhm.
be in the center. If you want something in the center, that placement is really important, as you were saying.
And especially with t-shirts,
Yeah.
everybody knows you have to have a certain distance. If it's a t-shirt,
Yeah.
it's a certain distance.
Mm-hmm.
Now, these are all polos. These are like fancy.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
so I'm assuming it's even more so.
Mm-hmm. That it has to be a certain,
Yep.
not to overlap with the buttons.
Yep.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing. And I haven't tried it. I think it's going to be extremely difficult to get it.
Mm-hmm.
But let's say if I wanted a little tiny horse.
Mm-hmm. Like
know-
like a polo logo.
Yes. I think that's going to be really difficult to get for it to read.
Yeah.
Because it's going to have so much white space
Mm-hmm.
to use as a structure image.
Mm.
So that's something I haven't tried yet.
Yeah.
Normally if I'm going to be doing this style of mock-ups,
Mm-hmm.
even quickly, I would jump into Illustrator
Mm.
using the mock-up feature.
Yeah.
Normally it would be Photoshop, but this is the beginning of the possibility of coming up with something and saying, I may just knock it out in Firefly.
Yeah.
I may see what Firefly can do and see where we can go from there.
Yeah.
Because, these are not bad.
Yeah, I could even see it, especially if you're a fashion designer or have sketched something out in Illustrator and then you bring it there and you have that logo placement directly, like you draw the entire shirt and you have the logo there, then it would have the correct placement. I assume it would just kind of bring that drawing to life and bring that shirt to life if you had those two pieces.
Yes. And no.
Yeah.
And
Yeah?
no. I actually question that.
Yeah.
You know what? We're gonna test some
We're
stuff
gonna
out.
try it.
Let's jump into Adobe stock.
Yeah.
And because the issue that I see,
Mm-hmm.
and let's put in a sketch of a
Let's try
shirt.
it out.
The problem that I see
Mhm.
is we're going to end up getting, like, it's trying to read something small.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think this is perfect. I think this one will do. There's a lot
Yeah,
going on.
there's a lot going on. I wonder if
Okay.
it was simpler because I've seen other community members use structure reference with a drawing that they've created and it will pull in different elements. But I think it depends on how complex it is. I'm curious in the chat if you're joining on YouTube or Behance, if you've tried this before. If you've tried structure reference, what are some of the images that you've input and where you found the most success? So I'm looking in here. If there's anybody posting.
We're going to make our own.
We're going to make our own.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Okay.
So now we're going directly from Adobe stock.
I'm grabbing a shirt and
Yeah,
I'm grabbing a
seeing how that
logo.
works.
So we're just going to go JPEG to JPEG. We're not going to make this any difficult. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put these together
Yeah.
in Adobe Express.
Yeah.
So
See what happens.
we've got our images. Let's jump up into here. We're going to go
Mhm.
to new.express.adobe.com. I already had it open. I don't know why I made it.
Yeah.
We're going to come up to the blue square. We're going to go to custom size right there.
Nice.
And it's going to give us a 2560 by 2560 square. Thank you very much. We're going to stick with square.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead. Let's jump into our Finder.
And as you're doing that, we have
Yep.
some more comments in the chat. Michelle says, I've used structure reference with my logo and it works very well. And Nate says, structure, I took a wing and turned it into flaming wings.
Ooh.
That's pretty cool. That would
That
be cool
is.
on a shirt.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got our JPEG right here.
Mhm.
First off, we're going to go ahead and remove background
Mhm.
and let it do its thing. And thank you for that. Perfect. And next off, we're going to come over, we're going to crop because we're going to eliminate one of our shirts. Like we don't need them both.
Yeah.
So go away. And
That makes it easy.
yep, we can go right here and we're going to go big too.
Okay.
We're going to try to give as much information here. We're going to play nice. So let's align. Let's get everything centered up.
And Alexandre says, structure for rendering 3D stuff and finding ideas for clients. That's how he's been
Ooh.
using it.
Alex is on fire. Okay. Now let's bring in our logo. Now,
Yeah.
since this is white, we're going
Yeah.
to go ahead and we're going to go with the bald skull since I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's select that. Select that. We're going to go into crop and let's get rid of the one side
Mm-hmm.
right there. And grab this. We're going to make it smaller.
Hopefully this works. Let's try it. And especially I'm wondering too if there's different styles you want to do. Like if you want to have the shirt be like a drawing or you want it to be more photography. But let's see. Let's see what happens. We're testing it out live.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead. We're going to download it. And we're going to bring this in as a JPEG. You like the size of the skull? You like that?
Yeah, I think it's it's like kind of like a logo,
Yeah.
but sometimes a little bit bigger.
This
I
is
think
not
it's
brought
good.
to you by Paul Tranny. So, Paul, if you see this, it's an homage to you. Yes, we've got skulls. All right.
Let's try it.
Let's jump in.
Dissipation.
Let's get rid of that. Going into our downloads, there is our shirt right there. Let's
We
bring
brought it
this in.
We brought that in directly from Express. See what happens.
Okay. Do we want to stick now? Let's go with a black shirt
Okay.
with a white logo
Okay.
on an isolated background.
Do we have to say skull specifically, or let's see what happens?
Let's see what happens.
Okay, let's see what happens.
I'm wondering what it will read as the logo, or if
Yeah.
it'll see it and say, "Oh, that's a logo."
Yeah, let's try it out.
Yeah. So we've got the strength up to 12, up to a 10,
Uh-huh.
and let's go ahead and give this a go. Now,
And what style do we have? A photo. Okay. Let's see. And Alexandra says that it is a time saver for sure. Oh,
now this is
Yeah.
what I was afraid of.
yeah, but it just didn't pick up the. Is it because we need to have more contrast of the logo, perhaps? Like, because the shirt is similar actually. The shirt is all long sleeve.
Yeah.
But I wonder if it's just like the contrast of the logo that has to stand out more. We'd have to play around with it.
Yeah, I would almost think that it would have given us flames, maybe not
Yeah.
the skull, but
Yeah.
it would have given us the flames because we do have the contrast.
Yeah, of the flames.
Yeah. So let's go ahead. We've got that turned up. Let's try art
And see what
and
happens.
just see what happens.
Yeah, because it's the right placement and the right shape almost. It's
Yeah.
just like. And then we have Nate says possibly a larger logo.
But the problem,
Yeah.
Nate, now Nate, we talked about this,
Yeah.
is if you are trying to get a t-shirt and you're trying to do a mock-up of a shirt, like what we've got in front of us here, a black shirt,
Mm-hmm.
and it did a good job of the black shirt,
Yeah.
but this is the logo that we want.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to make the logo big and then have that for sale on your website when the
Yeah.
logo is really tiny.
Totally.
So we are trying to figure out what the limitations are,
Mm-hmm.
and I think we found them. I mean,
Yeah.
this is one of the coolest things that we get to do on Adobe Live, that we do on the Discord,
Yeah.
is we get to find out what doesn't work.
Yeah.
And we're using our credits,
Yeah.
not your credits. We're not asking you to do this.
Yeah.
We're trying to knock it out. So I know a lot of the times when we troubleshoot, the community steps up, and this is on the Discord and everywhere. It's wonderful. And that we'll put a problem out,
Mm-hmm.
and then they're like, well, this is what I did, and it works.
Yeah.
It works. So, we're working as a team, and at this point, I don't know what the solution is
Yeah.
for what we're trying to achieve.
Yeah.
It's just trying to figure out which is the best tool to
Yeah.
do the job
Mm-hmm.
that you're trying to do.
Yeah. And maybe it's bringing in different pieces, like if you just have the logo and the placement in a certain way. But I do think, the shirt is very similar.
Mhm.
I think we can play around with it a little bit more.
Yeah.
I'm seeing Nate says, like, if you use a more contrast, a different color. And then we have, great, breaking stuff is fun, especially when we can find the bounds. And then Alexandra says, I think the better way could be the generation like the red leather jacket and the mock-up feature in AI. So if you had the leather jacket and then you just layered on, you generated the, I think it's you generated the logo and then you put that, you had two different pieces, 2 layers.
Okay, we got time. We're going to go with this. So let me think this through. What we have, we're going to take this, and I have a series of bats that we are going to add on to a t-shirt. Okay. Sorry, everybody. I got to think this through. I'm doing it live.
I know. This is great.
Okay. Again, let's jump into Firefly and get a new seed. Okay.
I feel like these are the best ones, though.
Well, I hope it's fun.
Yeah, these are the best because we're figuring it out live.
Yeah, this is fun for me. I actually really enjoy these. I enjoy, we as artists, and really anything.
Yeah.
The big thing, we are problem solvers.
Mm-hmm.
And being able to go in and not having an issue, like, okay, there's a problem.
Yeah.
Let's dive into it.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
Explore.
Yeah. That's the key of Firefly too.
Were you one of those kids that had to reset the clock on the VCR? You didn't have a VCR, did you?
Oh, I did.
Okay.
That's dating me a bit.
Did you have to? Did your parents like, hey, the time changed. Can you change the clock on the VCR?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I did.
So here's our bats.
Yeah.
Now that's what I'm talking about. We as kids, we didn't know what we were doing.
Yeah.
We just pushed buttons. Like, we went in, we figured it out. And this is kind of the same thing. We're just trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
I don't know. All right. So we're going to put bats on. Should we stick with leather?
On a leather jacket?
I was going to go leather pants.
Leather pants. Let's go for it.
White. Okay. Let's do white. So for those of you that don't know, I changed from my skirt earlier to my my leather pants. Okay, so white bats.
These are gonna go with the red jacket. So we're gonna have the red jacket with the bat leather pants. That's
and
gonna be
fire.
I think we got our new fashion line.
If we
here
were
at
in
Adobe.
Berlin,
it would be spot on.
Yep. Oh. Okay, white bats on.
As you're pulling that up, Juliet. Hey, Juliet says, my first time sitting in on one of these live sessions and first time learning about Firefly. This is a fantastic format for a group experimentation. Thanks, Juliet. It's so nice that you joined us today.
You know,
And
I have to say, I had so much planned today.
I know
I forgot-
we had the whole thing planned, but then we just got really sucked into Firefly. So we have to continue. We have
I
to
know.
see where this goes.
I know. Okay. Now, this is really interesting what we've got going on. As
Yeah.
you can see, we've got the leather, we've got the white bats.
Yeah.
Well, these are pants, okay?
Maybe it's like pants
Well,
on a model or something. Like we have to be specific.
let's try photo.
Yeah, let's try photo and see what happens.
Because if you notice, one of the problems that I've got is
Yeah.
over here on our reference image,
Uh-huh.
it's filling up the whole image.
Okay.
So that's a major issue.
Yeah.
Now, if I was trying to, and we've got the same thing, we've
Yeah.
got actual leather.
Yeah, and bats on top of it.
Yep. And
So the question is, and they almost look like paper bats.
They
The question
do.
is how to get, and maybe what was interesting about the long sleeve shirt, it was at least in the right outline.
Mhm.
So that could be another piece.
I've given it a structure.
Yeah.
It's followed that structure to a T.
Yeah. Yeah, it has.
So this is operator error.
Okay.
This is completely. Let me see what I've got here. If I have another bat image, if I've set it up, and I do. So there's my bat image.
Mm-hmm.
So we're good to go. Let's go ahead. We're going to keep everything. Let's bring this over. I am so not used to working on one screen.
I know it can be challenging.
Oh my goodness. For all of
Especially
you that
switching
have one
forwards.
screen, good for you.
Good job.
Yeah.
I
You
know.
may not hear it enough, but all right. Let's go ahead, generate, see what we get here. Ooh, leather pants. Who said leather pants? Blame chat. I blame chat for everything.
You're like, who said that? You're like, it wasn't me. Let's see there. Okay, we got
Okay.
a
Now,
portion of the pants.
yep.
I mean, if we are more specific and we say black, white, or black leather pants with a white bat pattern or something like that, where we see,
Oh,
like,
okay.
if we're more specific, and if you're in the chat and you
white
have any
bats, black leather
suggestions, go ahead and
pants.
post them in there.
White
And
bat-
Alexandre says, I know Penny says, this is tough. Alexandre says, I was thinking using style for the leather fabric and add bats in with the AI with mockup. So that's another piece. But I mean, I think this is the key of Firefly too, and especially with structure reference, is continuing to play around with it, trying different iterations, and then that community tab that you shared earlier,
Yep.
making sure to look at some of those examples so that you can see exactly what are the different pieces that you should add in. And what do we have here? Is it maybe with pattern? Let's see here.
I have white
Oh,
bat
pattern. White bat pattern on black pants, or
I
yeah.
don't I don't
sewn
want to look
onto
at those.
or embroidered is one suggestion from Carol.
That's a good suggestion. I like that.
I think the more specific, the better always.
As of right now, we just have paper bats.
Oh man.
Oh my
this
goodness.
is really tough.
I'm Batman.
Oh, there we go. We're getting there. We're kind of getting there.
That's
A little
fucking-
bit.
Yeah.
Oh, Penny says-
total. Oh my gosh, it did go Batman.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Well, we'll get there. It's
yeah.
pleather.
This. Are you sure it's
man.
not bladder?
I know.
Oh,
Well,
that's-
we are at time officially, but this was really fun.
This was a blast.
Exploring so much with Firefly. And again, I think the key there is to just, continuing to experiment with it. Shawn, thank you so much for joining us today. It was such a joy to have you here in Munich.
Thank you for having me. I had a blast. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, chat.
Thanks, everyone. And be sure to stay tuned. We will be up next live from our San Francisco studio. So we're signing off today, and we'll see you next. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Well, hello everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. My name is Jason Levine, and welcome to Adobe Live, where today I am joined by my dear friend and colleague, Shawn McDaniel. Hello, Shawn. And we've got a really awesome program today. We're going to be talking about some new stuff that just got released to Frame.io.
Yep.
V4 beta.
Yep.
And we're so excited to bring this to you today. First thing on Thursday morning, we've got a lot of stuff to talk about. So as always, we've got lots of you coming to us from lots of different locations. I see we've got Sarah and Lookout New and Alvin and Cody. Great to see you. Umacorn, Katerina, Robert, Michelle, Oliver, David, Rebecca, Stanley. So lovely to have you joining us all today. So what's on the program for today? What's kind of the rundown of what we're going to cover today, Shawn?
Well, there is a lot to actually cover because Frame.io version 4 Pro Beta is quite large update to Frame.io. So if there's not a lot of Frame.io users out there, if you're not aware of what Frame.io is, it's your collaborative layer for all your Adobe tools. So it's a great place for you to be able to collaborate and work with others, remote teams or even local teams, to where you can put all of your creative assets in one place and communicate and collaborate with each other in a much easier way. So we've been working off of a very similar platform for a long time, but now we've moved into version 4. And we are in beta right now, so we have a lot of really new features that we want to talk to you about. So I figured we would kind of go through kind of a sample workflow, kind of how to set up a project. Then we'll move into how your view is going to change to view all your assets and go through all of our new updates and changes.
I think that's awesome. And I think one of the things that we want to emphasize too here is that this is all a web-based workflow that you're going to showcase. You're going to show how to use this on the web, V4 beta. You can grab it today. I believe it's frame.io/V4.
Correct.
If you want to access that site, get access to or upgrade your V3 to V4 today. And of course, you've got a full day's worth of programming around video workflows. You've got Paco joining us just after. Ryan Selvey will be with us today. So you definitely want to stick around here on Adobe Live. So much to showcase. Oh, there's the schedule. Thank you, Paco. So so we've got create your own engaging how-tos at 10 Pacific. Let's create an IG reel together with Brittany and Ryan at 11. Maximizing content for social media, Ryan and Paco. And communicating with clients, Brittany and Ryan again at 1 Pacific today. So definitely stick around. We want to hear from you. Oh yeah, tons of content, tons of great stuff, tons of amazing people here on Adobe Live. And that's what it's all about. So without further ado, Shawn, as I'm going a mile a minute and have only had 1 cup of coffee today, let's...
I've had 0 cups, by the way.
Well,
I'm running on fumes right now.
It's fine. I'll via osmosis, I'll pass it on to you. Let's get into it and start talking about the Frame workflow. And I want to emphasize too, we talk a lot about collaboration with Frame.
Yep.
But this release in particular it's way more. I mean, it's sort of like it's project and asset organization.
Mm-hmm.
If you work with brands, there's like branding involved here. It does so many things, but it's also for the individual creator. So you don't have to be in an agency or part of working for Hulu to use Frame.io. This is something that everyone can use.
Absolutely.
And it is, and I say this with extreme honesty, the best way to share, review, comment on video content, period. Right?
Absolutely, and not even just video content anymore. Frame.io is expanding beyond video, so we're supporting all creative teams. So from PDF documents, we even accept Word documents now, where you can actually view them inside of Frame.io.
And then of course our native file formats like Illustrator, write files.
Absolutely.
PSD files. Yeah.
So whether you're sharing, whether you're collaborating, you got incredibly fast uploads. The ability to comment and annotate on assets, and really just expand that again beyond video. That's one big point we really want to make sure folks know about.
That's awesome. All right, well, let's get into it.
Yeah, let's do it. So right now we're looking at the new project page, and this is where you're going to see all the projects that you're going to upload assets to. So I've got 3 different examples here, and we can kind of punch around and take a look here. But this is going to be your space where you're going to see all of the available projects that you have on your account. And one thing you'll want to do probably first is actually add in people onto the account so they can actually work and collaborate with the assets that you've added onto. So over here on the top right, we've got the quick way to kind of add folks to your account. So we've got some other folks in here, and we named them appropriately for different people that may be accessing the content within Frame.io. And right now for Pro Beta, everything is full access. So once you add them in, they'll be able to manage all the resources within this workspace. So we're working in a projects workspace right now. So let's talk about kind of creating a new project. This might be for folks that haven't used Frame.io before, but we're going to simply just create a new project. And One thing people would like to do is actually just kind of start from scratch, kind of start with a blank project. We can simply name it my first project. And what's really cool is I can actually add in kind of a thumbnail to that project so I get a little idea of what it's about. And that's where I can see these assets in the background. They've got some images on there. So I can actually upload a custom image to this project. But something really new with creating a new project that we haven't had in Frame before is the ability to choose a template. So again, we're expanding beyond video. So you can see here, there's a lot of other use cases that you can choose from. So,
and what kind of templates are these exactly? Because again, if I'm thinking traditionally sharing and reviewing videos, why do I need a template?
Well, here's the thing, again, when you're not just working in a video space, there's so many people that are involved in creating a video project,
A lot of different assets that you're managing.
Absolutely. And even going from casting to prop inventory, casting agencies and, people that are putting together projects and finding folks for ads or, whatever, they can utilize Frame.io, put all their headshots in there with the metadata tags. You can tag certain folks' names, whether they're approved or not approved, and kind of involve that into the whole production process.
That's amazing.
So, let's create one. Let's see. What would be a good one? Maybe let's do prop inventory. That's something that's totally out of the bucket here.
I mean, it's been a while since I've done any prop inventory, but let's do that.
So we have an option to include the sample content. So if you want to include that in there, it doesn't go against your storage, don't worry. But it'll be in there so you can kind of get a look of what a project looks like. So I'm going to go and just create it.
And actually, while you just made that point, storage. So this came up yesterday. So I did a Reddit post for those of you on the Reddits. Thank you, Premier subreddits. And a couple people asking about the storage. How much storage do you get as a Creative Cloud individual? And I believe it's 100 gigs?
100 gigs
on the free plan, the non-paid additional plan?
Yeah, so with your included lightweight version of Frame that you get with your Creative Cloud subscription, that does come with 100 gigs of storage in there.
That's awesome.
And that's separate from your Creative Cloud storage.
Right, that's specific to Frame.io. So if you have Creative Cloud, all apps, you're using Premiere, using After Effects, Photoshop, whatever, you have 100 gigs available to you in Frame. So all of what you're showing here, everyone can do. They have access to it.
Absolutely.
If they choose to leverage it.
Totally.
That's amazing. Okay.
And you can always expand on that too. So we've got resources to do that. So if you want more than 100 gigs, you have that option.
Yeah, you have there's terabyte plans, right?
Totally.
Okay. That's amazing. Great.
So I'll jump into these other projects here shortly, but I'm going to show you what the template project looks like. So as I navigate into the project here, you can see we've already got some assets kind of put in there. Again, these are those sample assets that are in here. So as you go through each of these folders, you can kind of see that we've got a nice folder structure over here on the left. And if you kind of click on these, they'll just kind of pop up whatever's in those different folders. And we could see all the assets in here. We could see here, I don't want to go too much detail yet while I'm not jumping into metadata, but you can see we have all kinds of different metadata. And a lot of those are customized. So you can see we've got insured, what the original cost is. These are things that you can actually put in yourself if this is important information that you want to attach to a specific asset.
And just to be clear, I imagine this type of the metadata and some of the custom fields here, this is all, I say specific to, but this is all part of those. We're giving you those as part of that specific template. So you may not see this same metadata in the dailies template. Right, so these are sort of very thought out, common use cases that people would, if you're doing this kind of thing, you're going to see the metadata that's relevant to you.
Absolutely.
Is that also searchable inside of Frame?
Yes, so we do have a search feature over here on the left. And then if you are trying to look for particular fields, again, I'm not going to jump too far in the metadata right now because that's a whole nother world. But we can
it's
actually
also super nerdy for first thing in the morning, but that's okay.
It's all good. But you could search through different fields that are available right here at the top, and then you can even manage those fields. That's so if you hop into here, you could see all the available ones that are here. But if you have any custom ones, you could see the ones that were custom are already kind of put in there. So if you are working in props and you're putting together set decoration for a project and you use this template, these tags will be already available to you. So you can kind of be off and running right when you get going.
And this is really significant because I think particularly in video, I mean, we already know this in imagery. Metadata has had a long-standing relationship with images.
Oh yeah.
With raw images. Video, I mean, it's not really, it's a thing, but it's not really a thing, right? this seems to really solve a lot of that, especially in terms of, again, we're working with content that we're sharing with people who are outside of the editor space, of the production space.
Yep.
They're involved in other parts of the production. Leveraging metadata in a way that's searchable, easily accessible, and actually has some weight is pretty amazing. I'm not trying to sell everybody on Frame.io here, but as I'm looking at this, you can just see it's super well thought out. The UI and UX is just very, very clean. I mean, that's another thing too. I guess we haven't really talked about it. It is quite beautiful. Just the look of everything here is really beautifully designed.
Oh yeah, so that's again, we're going way ahead of ourselves here. But here's the thing. I mean, this was built completely from the ground up.
Yeah.
Like we've changed everything. We've made sure that every single button click and movement is exactly the way it needs to function and work and look beautiful at the same time. So shout out to all the engineers,
they did a great job,
and everyone that put this together. It's an incredible experience. But I don't want to go too far into where we were going. I want to kind of stay into this zone. And should we check chat? Is there any questions on anything?
I'm kind of feeding it as we go. People are just saying it's cool, looking cool.
Love it.
Thank you, Unlimited Lawn Care on Twitch. Thank you very much. All right.
All right. So let's maybe jump into kind of a real working campaign here, and we'll jump into one of these projects here. So we'll do more film and TV in this session here. So you can see here I've got, again, my folder structure, and I can divide things up in however format I want them to be in. So let's jump into some footage, and I want to show you a couple new things as far as how you can view your assets inside of V4. So let's jump over to maybe this dailies folder, and let's go to day 1. And this is some footage that actually our internal Frame.io team called the Prod Squad shot all of this with our brand team. And just all this footage was curated specifically for V4. So you can kind of get a glimpse of all this fun stuff in here. But the new thing in Frame is, before you used to have to actually click on the asset in order to open it up in the player.
Right.
But, taking a lot of customer feedback in creating this, they wanted to find a new way to engage with your assets. So what you could do now is you could simply just click on the asset, and over here on the top right-hand corner, you can actually choose these little panel systems here. So I'm going to go ahead and toggle on the viewer here.
Oh,
so now
nice.
as I activate an asset, it will show up in my viewer over here on the right-hand side, which is
sweet.
nice.
That's sweet.
Yeah, because before you had to just click into it and then view it, and if that's where you could see your comments. But we didn't forget about comments, Jason.
That's not insignificant either. And again, I think anyone watching here is kind of well aware of that too. But that extra click into the player and then back out to the folder structure, it's time consuming. And yes, having it sort of in context here. By the way, just this new sort of baseball card. Is there a name for the cards layout of this?
So it's panels.
Panels. Okay.
Yeah. So we've got your kind of your asset panel.
Love it.
Over here on the left, and then you've got your player, and then you've got your comments over here on the right. So you can see your folder tree, your assets, your viewer, and your comments all on one screen, and easily navigate around between those as you need to.
Now, can you see the markups in this view as well, or do you have to go to the player if you're doing like on-screen markups? Can you see those here too?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Let's actually let's create a comment.
Sure.
So let me play a quick little clip snippet of this. It's 2 seconds.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's find
something a little longer to comment on.
These are short little clips. I had one for 7 seconds, but I'm rolling the dice here and see if there's a longer one. Let's do the 7-second one. Give us a little buffer here. Where is it? Oh my goodness, there it is. Okay. All right, we're gonna hit play.
You can tell it's a 2024 production when every clip is 2 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right, so there's that. So if I want to just actually leave a comment, I could just click on there and go ahead and just start typing, and I'll actually pause and let me get my thought out here. So I'm gonna go ahead and say, I don't know, looks great. Boom, I've got that. If I want to leave my annotation, I could just click on the annotate button down there at the bottom if you all can see it.
Yep.
But let's do a contrasting color here and just go, I don't know, let's throw some lines in there. We can draw if we want to, so I'll choose a green color. I can point out different areas on my clip. I could even use an arrow if I want. So if I want to be like really passive aggressive, I could just kind of do a big arrow there.
Yes. Super passive aggressive, large pink arrow in this very bright, snowy scene.
So yeah, so the
That's
very
awesome.
similar
Yep.
to kind of how Frame worked before, but you can also create a range-based comment as well. That's another key feature. But there's something new we added, Jason, to the commenting, and you can actually pin your comments.
Pinning, yes.
So this
That's
is
awesome.
something kind of cool. So instead of maybe using an annotation, let's say you're working with a still asset and you want to actually pinpoint a comment to a specific area, I can actually go over here and just click on where I want to leave that comment. So I can go, this is a little bright. Just throwing something in there. I can include an annotation again if I want to. Again, I can draw on the screen. I can grab an arrow, again, more passive aggressiveness, and then we can go back and we can hit send. And another thing I wanted to point out though, before I hit send, is let's say we're working with an asset and we've got different images. Maybe we're superimposing a still image or a video somewhere, and somebody on your team's pointing out, hey, this is actually the wrong asset in that banner or in that video.
Right.
Well, you can actually add attachments. The little pop-up there showed you there. I can add attachments to the comment. So if, instead of me going, that's the wrong file, let me send it to you via email or upload it to Frame and put it in another project, I could just attach it to the comment.
Wow, that's awesome.
Which is pretty cool, I think.
Just to because I don't want I want it to linger. The pinned comment, this persists over the 7 seconds or wherever in time you placed it, you'll see it on screen for that duration.
It'll just attach itself to the comment.
That's
so
awesome.
if somebody says, hey, this needs to be replaced with this video, they can go in and access it right from there.
That's awesome.
So
that's cool.
Pretty nifty feature that we've got there. So you hit send, and all of it's nice and organized. So you can click on these assets, and boom, there you go.
Very cool.
But yeah, so moving forward, I know we talked a little bit about metadata, but another nifty thing here is over in the field section, the file information tab was kind of our original, fields or metadata area in the I don't want to say the older version of Frame.io, but the previous version.
Yes.
Very good. Yeah. It was, it was sort of limited. There wasn't a lot of options in there, but all of your metadata information is available on the right. So if you want to see all the metadata that's associated with this asset, it's easily accessible right here on the right-hand side in a whole new kind of holistic view of everything within this asset.
And presumably you can augment it here as well, and it sticks to the asset as well, or is that native inside the Frame viewer?
I believe that you can. That's actually a really good question. I'll manage fields. There we go. So I can turn on and off different ones. I can add my custom fields in there. That's actually a great question. I've never goofed around with that yet.
Yeah. That's really cool.
So yeah, that's a little bit on commenting, and as you add users and creative folks into your projects, they'll access all this and they can do all the same functions.
Nice.
Everything. So.
Now, I don't want to jump too far ahead.
Yeah.
So, but you just got me thinking, because again, we were sort of talking about sharing and reviewing. We can cover this later. So I wanted to see if you were going to talk about sort of when you share out to people. You have the sort of share for review, you have share as presentation, there's certain things.
Yeah.
What if it's someone who's not in your organization, they don't have a Frame account? How easy do we make it to the people? What's the best way for people to see that content without having to log in, which sometimes people don't want to do or can't do?
Yeah, so I mean, if you want to include folks that are on the account, because sometimes if you're working with a client, you don't want them to have a login.
Exactly.
That causes so much headache.
Right.
So yeah, in the previous version of Frame.io, we had two different kinds of links. It was a review and presentation. Review was specific to just leaving comments, and presentation was more like a presentation page.
Like a showcase.
Like a showcase page or a demo reel kind of page.
Yeah.
But we have actually a whole new share environment now that we've created. And it kind of combines the two together. And it's kind of in combination with collections. So when you can create a collection of assets. So we'll jump into shares and then we'll go into collections after that.
Yeah, that sounds great.
So down here on the bottom, I've got this little area called shares. And it's in front of my head there. There we go.
There you go.
And so I've got this little share area, and I've got one already made, but we can make one as well. We can kind of goof around here. But as I click on it, we get a little bit of a quick preview of what that share is going to look like. So I've already got a couple assets in there that I've added. But one of the new things that are available in Share is the ability to kind of customize it in a little bit more holistic way. You can actually add in a cover image instead of just adding a logo. You can actually change the appearance. So right now I've got this as the cover image.
I was going to say, that's a custom image that you uploaded there,
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah, that's awesome.
So I can reposition it.
Yeah, wow. That's
and
cool.
I could choose a different one if I want to remove it. And I can even change the size of the icons, small, medium, large. If I don't want that cover image on the top, I can turn it on or off.
Right.
I can leave a description. There's a lot of little toggle options to customize it. But another little button over here is appearance. So I can actually change it from dark to light.
Nice.
So
does anyone use the light UI anymore?
I am all about dark mode.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't. It feels weird.
I don't see too many video peeps going to the light. that was not a comment on the state of the world. No, the dark UI. It's so dramatic and cool.
Yeah.
I mean, the light one is nice too, but the dark one is just so dramatic and cool. By the way, you were talking about resizing the sort of banner image there. There's also resize options for the video thumbnails too, right? That's one of the new. Right?
Yeah, so I can go in here and I can, oops, sorry, wrong place. This one over here.
Yep.
I could change the card size, small, medium, large.
And the aspect ratio. That's awesome too.
That's a big one. And, you know, the actual player will mold to the different frame sizes as well, which is nice. You can even change the fill. If you don't want those lines in there, you can go ahead and have them fill up those empty lines.
And are these customizable by project or by collection, or is these are global settings? So everything you have in here now looks this way, or this is by like on a project basis?
No. You can create as many shares as you want. You can customize each one differently. You know, they're totally unique. And what's really cool is something we didn't have available before was the ability to just click and drag assets into your share if you want to. That wasn't available for you. You had to go to a different tab. So that's kind of nice. You're like, hey, can we get that other cut or can we get that other shot? And you can just click and drag it over there. But yeah, that's one part. You can also include or not include various metadata information, which we kind of talked about a little bit. I don't want to beat it in, but metadata is super important and.
Yeah, not everything's relevant to every audience, though. So yeah, for instance, we don't need to share the audio bit depth with the marketing person. They don't care. They don't care to see that field as they're reviewing the content for TikTok.
Exactly.
So, you know, I mean, maybe they do, Shawn. Who am I to say?
You know what? They could. Yeah. Who are we to judge?
Yes.
Anywho, and on the right-hand side, I have even more customization options. So if I don't want necessarily this kind of grid view, I could change it to a real view. So this was available in presentation links in the previous version. So one big player in the center, and then we've got these other assets down here at the bottom.
Really nice.
Really nice. And then if I don't want them to leave comments, I just want to make this like a deliverable asset.
Right.
I can go ahead and toggle this on or off if I want them to leave comments or if I want it downloadable or anything like that. And I can also feature any particular fields as well. So if I want to highlight a certain area, I can do that.
And as the viewer of this, there's also filtering capabilities, right? On the viewing side, you can filter to not see, I guess you're sort of doing it here, to not see comments or to not see certain elements.
Right.
Yeah.
So I can turn that stuff off if I don't want them to be able to see those items. And then I can just quickly share it out. So see what it looks like on the other side.
Yeah. And again, this link now, this would be something that anyone can view? Do they need to have particular access to do it?
No. You just send out the link.
You can password protect it, I assume. We had that in the previous version.
I think on these ones, though, yes, you can set a passphrase. I was making sure that was still on there.
Yeah.
Passphrase. And you can even set an expiration date, too.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's very cool. Which is really common. Again, we're experiencing this here. Doing revisions of things. Hey, this is V2. We need review. We're not keeping it up indefinitely. I love that you can actually have it auto expire.
Yeah.
That's pretty relevant in the world we're in.
Yeah, because sometimes you send out a link to something and it just kind of goes in the internet ethos and disappears or lives forever in some ways.
That's amazing. I mean, I gotta say too, just visually, and this is something that you guys have always had, it's really quite stunning. I mean, this feels like I've just launched Hulu or Apple TV or something, just looking at this. It's just darn slick.
Yeah.
right? It's
And
just really slick.
And it's very user friendly. You know, it's maybe you know, when I first saw it, I was like, holy cow, this is a vastly different Frame.io. But at its core, I mean, all of those same features and things that you love about Frame are all in there. And you know, I say this as a Frame user. I mean, I've been with Frame for a long time, and I really enjoy the platform. I use it every day. Our teams use it every day, and it's just something that was just in our tool house, and we just love it. And it's exciting to see, you know, where it's kind of molded to. This has been a lot of work in the background.
For sure. So I see we got a comment over here. How does this work with adding brands and logos to those presentations?
Yeah, let's show you.
Because we've got some new branding options too, right? That's part of the new V4 offering. Is there's more ways to incorporate
within a share?
Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, this experience is pretty much what you're able to do with that. So I'll show you the logo part here. That's kind of our placeholder, but if you don't have a logo or you don't want to include one, you can obviously choose one of these different emojis and different, you know, I guess these are all just emojis.
Yeah, they're all just emojis.
But you can also just add an image as well. So you can upload those and change your logo right there on the top. And again, being able to add in your own cover image in here is one of the big things.
But in the actual, so you send this out like we were just viewing this in just a regular player on the web. Can you control where the logo appears? Can you control colors around that?
Right now, this is kind of a set, you know, way it kind of lays right now.
Yeah.
But you know, that's amazing feedback.
Yeah.
You know, to have those customizations. I think you know, when you bring out something, you want to give it a you know, a core, like here's how
core fundamental how it needs to work. Yeah.
And then we can kind of finesse it and go along the way. You know, there's you know, there's always room for improvements and changes, and you know, we love that feedback.
Yeah.
We strive on it.
That's awesome. So I had a question. Again, I might be skipping ahead, but this came up yesterday online. Someone was asking about versioning. And if they're dragging and dropping versions of the same edit into Frame, how does it handle? I don't know if you have an asset where we could show that. Or
we can just create one.
Yeah.
It's super easy to do.
Because I think, again, you know, here we're talking sort of high-end production. But we have a lot of people we know who, you know, cut for YouTube, cut for TikTok, cut for Instagram, where they're doing lots of revisions.
Yeah.
Same timeline, same name, and you know, they want to be able to sort of compare and reversion and share the same link and not have to recreate a link every time they upload a new version. So how does that kind of work in V4?
So V4, it's just as easy as it was in V3. You simply just click and drag right on top of another asset, and boom, you've created a version stack. Move to the bottom there.
Wait a minute. Wait a second. That was a little too easy. What?
Yeah, I don't know if we can make it any easier, but the click and drag and boom, we've got different versions available. So if I click on the asset and open up in the player here, I'll be able to actually see that I've got different versions in here by just locating that little V button on the right.
Nice.
I think I can actually toggle between those. I know that I don't know if I can actually toggle between those just yet, but we can see that there's a version stack. Keep them all nice and organized,
right.
And keep it easy. You know, it gets tough when you have so many different versions and assets and revisions,
right.
And just kind of keep things organized.
And the question was, and I know the answer is that, right, so if you're, again, uploading versions and it's tracking and it knows based on, I imagine, the export metadata or whatever, the date that it was created, when you share that link with me, I'm automatically seeing the latest version. That's going to be the default, correct?
If you're doing a share, right now in V4, it's going to be a manual version stacking for right now.
Yes,
but in the previous version, through our Premiere panel, yes, it would do kind of it would read the timeline, it would upload it into
right.
Premiere, and it would do an automatic version stack. But inside of V4 right now, you're going to have to manually kind of do that right now.
But again, like if I wanted to say access, we have two versions here. If I share this with someone now, they're automatically going to see the V2 version, right? The latest one.
Yes, unless I have that option toggled on called Show All Versions.
Okay.
So let's go back.
That's cool.
So let me go back into day one. And where was that?
And I bring this up because, again, sometimes, you know, we just experience this. We're cutting some videos for social. we see the final, and I was thinking, oh, there was something in the previous one that I really liked that they took out.
Yeah.
I need to just really quickly go back to that. If I don't have show all versions enabled, I wouldn't be able to review that.
Yeah, because sometimes you don't want your client.
Right.
You don't want the person you're to see all those.
Totally.
They're like, yeah, I don't need to see the V1 of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a great way to do that, and you don't have to create a new link either. With that, you can.
That's
you
the
can
key.
dynamically.
It's the same link. You can add 10 more versions; it'll be the same link.
Yeah.
That's
and
awesome.
And you're not getting that link lost in the, when you email somebody the link or you send it out, and it's like, well, which one was it? Oh, it's the one that ended in ZI or something.
Right.
You're like, what?
The one with the 26 hexadecimal characters at the end? That one.
Yeah,
That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah. So now you can just go refresh your page or just re-access that link.
That's awesome.
And you're good to go.
That's really
And let's see if this updated, actually.
Okay, yeah.
Let's go into here. I'm going to hit refresh. And boom, there it is.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, didn't even have to do it.
The web is fast. No.
You're telling me, man. But in here, I can actually show you if you want to change the version. You just click right here on the top, and you can actually change the version that you're looking at right there. Pretty nifty.
Nice. Yeah, so that's very similar to V3. So that still persists. That's great. And I love that. And that's really key too. This is exactly what I was talking about. And do we still have the side-by-side option?
Right now that is not available.
That's a TBD.
That's
coming
TBD.
soon. Okay.
That's a TBD.
Okay.
But
Sorry, I'm lobbing you a softball.
No,
there.
it's all good. It's all good. But yeah, you could definitely toggle between the versions right
cool.
now. But
Okay.
compare versions was definitely a very well liked feature
Yeah.
in Frame. It's just we're
This is
still
the beginning.
finessing,
This is V4 beta.
This is beta, man.
Yeah. And just on that, so because that came up a couple times, it is V4 beta. So again, this is sort of the beginning of this new platform.
Yeah.
This is really the introduction of where Frame's going with this, stylistically, workflow-wise. Again, I got like a holistic approach to bringing all this content together.
Yeah.
It's just it is just the beginning.
We've only just begun.
We've only just begun.
Oh,
look at that.
Yeah, there we go.
We evenly did together.
I know. I was thinking, I was like, should I do it? I don't know.
Come on, man. You know
let's
me.
have some fun.
You know what I was gonna say? This is off topic, but I was gonna say we've worked together a bunch of times.
Yeah.
You've actually joined me on my live streams.
I have.
Remotely a bunch of times. We haven't actually sat side by side.
No.
And I was gonna in my head this morning, I was thinking of this old song, Side by Side. Was that the Osmonds?
I don't know. You know what I think of when I hear that side by side? It's really cheesy. And if there's any millennials in the group, you'll know. There's an old movie called Richie Rich.
Oh, of course.
With Macaulay Culkin. And their password into their treasure was that song.
Oh, get out.
They were
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah, it was the two parents, and they were going, I don't remember all the words.
Right, yes.
But it was side by side.
Wow.
That's where I remember that from.
That's funny. So I remember Richie Rich, and I remember Macaulay Culkin. I don't remember that being the song, but that's amazing.
Watch it.
Also, is there anybody in the chat who can confirm that it's the Osmonds? It's something from the 70s.
Somebody's got to know.
Early 80s. I don't know.
Richie Rich. There you go. See, somebody.
It was
did.
also a cartoon. I don't know. That may be a little before your era. There was a Richie Rich cartoon.
Was it before the movie or was it after the movie?
Yeah.
Way before the movie.
Definitely
I think I do remember that.
Yeah.
I think I do.
Yeah. Not the best of cartoons, but there was a short-lived cartoon. Yeah, classic movie, Paco was saying.
Yeah,
so
there
good.
we go.
Approve is saying, I'm being reminded of pennies from heaven. Nice. Very cool. Okay, so we have commenting, we have markups, we have all the kind of new UI elements here, metadata, adding brands, creating collections. What else?
Well, we actually haven't really gone into collections too
Yeah.
much. And collections and shares kind of, work very similarly, but
Right.
collections are more for, internal. And you can actually change a collection into a share.
Interesting.
So, let's give an example.
Okay.
So we've got this folder structure here on the left. How do I find stuff easily? How do I make a almost like a playlist of my assets? Well, that's kind of where collections comes in.
Okay.
Where I can create, if I'm working on, a film and TV project, and I want to have all the takes of a particular shots
Shot
or
or scene or something,
or
yeah.
a particular actor or ones that are approved or not approved.
Right.
I can create various collections based on the metadata and put it in its own little bucket and bin that my collective team can access and see.
Okay.
Instead of trying to go into all these folders, creating a folder, moving assets over, it kind of makes it a little bit easier. So happy to talk a little bit about collections.
Let's talk about it.
We've got a few in here already, and they're pretty, pretty basic right now because we're just looking at video content, and it's easy to kind of filter that out. But when you really think about it, you can pinpoint particular folders. So right now I'm pointing it at day 1, but if I want to change it to let's say season 2 on a different, it's going to be the same exact footage because we don't have 2 different days. But I think you'll get the idea. So maybe we'll do day 2, set source folder. And there's nothing in that folder. Love it. All right, so we'll set the source folder.
This is live, Shawn. Get used to it. Yeah.
It's my first day, everyone. So let's go back to this one. Dailies. I've got one in day 2. There we go. Set source folder, day 2. And what's cool is that live updates as you're going through it. You click on them, and it just kind of does it.
Yeah.
Again, you could change the appearance on these as well. So if you want to kind of brand it a little bit, let's say you do have your director or your producer or your creative heads kind of in the in the account.
Yeah.
You still want to have kind of a nice view for them to see.
And all of this is, again, you kind of mentioned the playlist idea, and I think to even like Lightroom collections, it's really about collating and aggregating like best takes, best stuff, or worst. Do not use.
Yeah, not approved.
Do not not approved. And is that based solely on like the status metadata, like we had in V3? Yes, no status, approved, in review.
Yeah,
that, or
our label system that we had before. Yeah, it's kind of based on that. Obviously, way more robust because there's so much more data that you can put in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's all kind of built off that. You can filter it by different filter types, and you can get super granular because you can add multiple filters to these.
Yeah.
So if you want to add in certain items, you can definitely do that. So let's I don't know, let's go around in here. I don't know if I have any other metadata on certain items, but maybe we can go. Frame rate. No, because I don't have any of those tagged.
Again, that's one of those things. Frame rate. We don't share that info too often.
Not all the time.
It's pretty consistent usually on a project. Actually, that's a random question. I mean, and this is something. Actually, this is why it's great that we have that. Sorry, I keep hitting the mic there, Paco. Where you can see things like frame rate. We're looking at sort of you see dailies and exports here. This is high-end production. Not that other productions aren't high-end. Yeah. But let's say that I'm not in the I don't have a gaffer, so I'm just shooting stuff, me and 1 or 2 and a little production crew. Are there still great benefits to me to using this sort of thing as just like an individual small SMB kind of shop? I mean, where do you see that usage?
I mean, look, there's a ton of content creators that are out there, and there's not a lot of affordable, MAM systems for them to be able to, organize all of this stuff. And I find this to be something that's useful for high-end, large-scale production usage, but also for the everyday content creator, whether you're an individual YouTube creator. I mean, being able to organize and have your footage in one place, and not even just your footage, but all of your assets in one place, to organize them easily, to include others in that conversation, but also just having incredibly fast uploads. I think we forget how hard it is to get video footage because it's so large. Video files are huge. From one place to another, easily. There's a lot of services out there, but honestly, they take a long time. I don't want to pinpoint any particulars, but I'm telling you, I've seen it, and I go, this is insanely large file, and Frame just kind of does it and uploads it super fast.
And that's one of the things too that we kind of glossed over a bit in terms of deliverables. So again, you're the editor. You're producing content for a client. You upload it into Frame. You share it with them. They see they see everything as you showed it momentarily ago. Hey, Shawn, I need this asset now. Now, previously, there would have been some email, chain, thread. Here's the link. Go download. Here, you have the option to download directly. It's really simple. We make it really simple to upload it, fast upload, really simple to download it. That's a point that we can't we have to emphasize that as much as possible, because
Absolutely.
that's one of those things. Just recently, someone was like, "Oh, let me send you a, what's it called? Not WeShare. What's that?
WeTransfer.
WeTransfer. Yeah. WeTransfer is great, but it's just one more place. I didn't view the content there.
Yeah.
They sent me some other thing. Like I think it was on YouTube. They're like, "Oh, I uploaded a private link on YouTube, so you see. Oh, okay, that's cool. That'll work. That's the one I want. Okay, let me send you a separate link." It's kind of
there's
like,
no comments.
Right, there's no comments, there's no nothing, it's out of context.
And you have to change the link every time.
Yes.
Especially with YouTube. I know Vimeo was very good about, replacing the
Yes,
asset
that was-
without affecting URL, but
That was one of their claims to fame back in the day, is that
Yeah.
right, you could just re-upload over the same video.
yeah.
I say this, I say this all the time. In the early days, Vimeo really had something with that. I don't know that continued. Sorry, I never had great success with your player. Not gonna lie, but but they really did, and that was a cool. And this kind of, in a lot of ways, kind of reimagines that concept in a way more accessible way. Also, a super great commentary to the engineers who made this. I think everybody pretty universally. I mean, you look online, look in the Reddits when you talk about, I send you a link. I just wanted to play.
Yeah.
This was a thing also years ago too. Like, why doesn't it just play? Comment in the chat if you're using this, if you've tried it before. It just plays. You can watch it on your phone. You can watch it anywhere. It just, like, the player is very robust and it just works. And it'll do like downscale, or you can have, you'll upload, you'll have various right
proxies
that you can play at different quality levels.
Yeah, the nice thing is Frame doesn't, because when you upload to YouTube or Vimeo or those other services, they'll transcode your footage and put it in a format that maybe you weren't really wanting it to be in. But Frame doesn't do that. Frame leaves your original file alone.
Right. And that's why that download is so essential. You're looking at the native media, you're downloading. And do you have sizing options for the download, or it's the master version? I don't
when you're sharing a link, it's going to be the full version.
The full version, the master version.
But if you're in the project, you'll be able to download the proxies as well.
Right.
Use those in projects, and we preserve the file name and time code and all that. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's universal on that.
I mean, like I said, if you're not using this already for collaboration review, but as Shawn has really kind of pointed out, creating these collections and just organizing everything. I mean, even now, I still find myself with, I have a lot of drives and and a NAS and all these things where stuff lives.
Yep.
It's a drag. It's a major pain to have to keep searching. And it's funny, after all these years, and I think I'm somewhat OCD. I like organization. I name my layers. Mostly.
Good for you.
Yeah.
I don't know a lot of people that do that.
I name my layers, mostly.
Yeah.
He's mostly dead, mostly. It's just such a necessity, but really, I think once you start doing it this way, and I think that's the key.
Yeah.
And I saw this in Reddit yesterday where some people were asking like, but can I really embrace all this kind of web interaction with the video content? Yes. Yes, that's where it should live. Especially if you work with others and you want them to be able to access, it's just easy.
Yeah.
The link doesn't have to change. Everything is centralized. Visually, it's fully customizable. It's beautiful. Can you change? Again, this is a V3 thing, so I'm putting you on the spot.
It's okay.
I knew you could change like the background color in the presentation view and things. Do you have any settings like that when you?
Inside of shares, again, right now, it's light and dark.
It's light and dark right now.
now.
Yeah.
But, we found that.
Was that a commonly used thing, like changing the back? I'm just, maybe not,
I honestly, I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
I know it's a great feature to be able to change the color of the background and kind of customize it a bit.
You could like change the link text color too.
You could change the link and the button color
yes,
as
the
well
button
on
color.
there.
Yes.
Right now that's not available, but I think a lot of folks utilize review links a lot more than they did presentation links.
Yeah.
And review links were a set color. It was just this kind of specific, darker tone.
Yeah.
So we've kind of kept that with the flow inside of V4, but giving you that kind of light option. But again, we really strive on user feedback. Our team is very adamant about logging it, making sure that we prioritize, feedback that's getting like a lot of traffic, and we definitely keep track of all that. So if there's things that you're like field test this, give it a shot. tell us what you want to change, what differences you want to make, and what works for you, because that's what it's in our benefit to make it work for you.
Absolutely.
So I highly recommend reaching out to our support team and letting them know, just saying, hey, we'd love to have this feature, and we're very good about logging it, and again, we want to make it work for you.
And just on that, I want to remind everybody that Frame version 4 beta is available right now. So go to frame.io/v4, learn about it. You can watch the keynote with Emery Wells, which is really awesome, beautifully produced. At that same link, you can learn more about it. I imagine there's already probably some tutorial content, probably you doing it.
Not quite yet. We're getting there.
You're getting there. Okay.
We do have some of our engineers that have some kind of some preliminary feature training videos that are out.
Nice.
But we do have some Frame.io Live sessions coming up that will help support folks that are jumping into V4, and that I will be hosting with Mary Poplin, who's one of our implementation specialists there. So she'll be able to run the demo and show you all how to do it in a way more in depth than we're kind of giving you here. We're giving you the kind of the top level view of how you can make this work for you. But yeah, we've got some great stuff coming up with that very soon.
Nice.
And we'll also be at NAB as well.
Yes, so anyone attending the National Association of Broadcasters Conference this weekend, this Sunday.
It's coming very quick.
Coming. We are in the South Hall, I believe.
South lower.
Yes,
There's
SL.
2 levels of the South Hall.
There are. Here, wait, hold on. I actually have the location of that. But yes, anybody going to the NAB conference, let us know here. Shawn will be there.
We'll be there. Our Frame team will be there, and we'll have plenty of stations to demo V4. And it's a great place to ask questions. We've got production folks there. We've also got engineering teams there. So if you have those questions and you want to kind of see it up close, check it out. Frame.io Live will be there recording as well. So we want to hear from folks that want to talk more about Frame and just kind of the industry as a whole. Will be at the booth as well.
Yeah.
So,
by the way, that's booth SL5047. So check out Adobe and Frame at NAB this weekend. And it's Sunday through Wednesday, right? Or is it 3 days now?
No, it's 4 days. Sunday
4
through
days.
Wednesday.
Sunday through Wednesday. Yes.
The last day's kind of a short.
Yeah.
Kind of a,
Yes, I always used to have the coveted 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. demo slots. So
that's pretty much what I'm doing.
That's right. Always great to be there on that. So Robert is saying it doesn't seem that he, who is retired, has any use for Frame.io if you're not a content creator.
Interesting. Well, first off, are you referring to video content or just content in general? Because we've definitely wanted to open up the door for all creative use cases.
And I think that's a point that you made earlier. And Robert, again, maybe tell us a little bit more about what kind of stuff are you doing? Photography? Because if you're doing photography, this is a great way to share photography, right? It's a great way to share things, get commentary from people.
Images in here.
Yeah, show some of the images. I mean, it's again, as Shawn pointed out, it's more than just video formats and moving pictures. It's a great way to create portfolios and showcase work and showcase things. And if you're a Creative Cloud member, of course, you've already got access to it, and you don't have to really do anything. Now, of course, you could also use amazing services like Behance, right? But there you're publishing a project. It's a bit more involvement there. It's a wonderful showcase and a great way to create. Or there's of course Adobe Portfolio, but this is again, this can be your repository for everything.
Yeah, and you see we've got an image right here, and I'm able to leave comments right on the screen, same as I can with video. And what's really nice, I'll be able to see all those annotations as they're available on my asset. If I even leave a comment here, I'll just go great shot, and I can leave an annotation. I don't know, let's choose green. Although his hair is green, I don't know. We'll just do a big. Well, I keep choosing the arrow. I'm trying to be passive aggressive. I'm trying not to.
Putting arrows on the poor dude's face.
Okay,
Easy.
so I'll do a big circle there. And yeah, that's a great shot.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I click on those. The different annotations that I want to see are available. And I can also zoom in and out if I want to. And I've even got, I think, the loop tools in there. No, we don't have the loop tool on that one. But yeah, so it's, a lot of the same, tools. Whoa, hey, how's it going?
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, we can
nice.
fit and fill really easily. So a lot of common tools that you use in photo applications, to navigate easier on an image are available. So, and again, we've opened up the door to Microsoft Office files as well.
Right, and you mentioned PDF as well.
PDFs for sure, multi-page PDFs.
Yeah,
It's
I
a
mean
big one.
that's huge in and of itself. Again, basically, and I imagine more to come. But at some point, you'll probably see every Adobe file format most likely supported in here for some kind of review.
We
and,
certainly hope so. I don't see why not.
Yeah.
But a timeline on that, I am not
right.
sure.
Don't have a
But,
timeline on it. Keys is saying, perhaps for pencil roughs, for animation, pre-visualization, and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, again, this is something where I would have in the past, again, back in the day, absolutely used Vimeo for that sort of stuff. Then eventually YouTube, but that was it. And then I'd read the list of comments that weren't time coded in any particular way. Or had any particular markups or anything that were specific to the time code. I mean, people may have jotted it in there, but it was a little different. This is just sort of, it's all in one place. It's super elegant. I love that you have the starring system as well. I mean, again, a lot
that
of
was
things.
a big feature.
Oh,
that people loved was the starring feature.
Star ratings are huge. I was just going to say, when especially when we added for Lightroom, the cloud version, it's a really big deal to have star ratings and approval, disapproval things. It's massive. Again, in the context of review and sharing, but also, yes, even as the person creating this stuff, some things if you're going through and organizing and creating those collections, here's your best, here's the ones that are blurry, here's the one that these are do not approve.
Yeah.
The star rating system is all, and you can filter by the star ratings, I imagine.
Absolutely.
As well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's one of the big deals there.
We're in a society that likes to rate things. So I was laughing the other day because we were taking a lift, and do you remember the early days of Uber when the rating was like everything, and you would I don't know if you remember this.
Oh, I do.
The very conscious 5 stars. Thank you very much. 5 stars. Like you tell the driver
the driver would tell you.
Yeah.
Make sure you put 5 stars, please.
But I mean, I can just recall, it became comical. It was sort of comical. We'd be getting out of the Lyft or the Uber and be like, all right, man, 5 stars. Thank you so much. 5 stars. Like you'd really emphasize that in some way to let them know your appreciation.
Well, they did a Black Mirror episode on that.
Yes.
It was quite terrifying because it's like, this could go a wrong way.
It can absolutely go the wrong way. But and just on that, we don't really say that anymore. We don't.
Yeah, there's no.
Now, of course, they even have the silent ride option. So it implies no talking.
Yeah. Crank up the AC, okay, and please don't talk.
I always want a cool ride, and yes, don't talk to me. No, I never check that because I feel like if a driver sees you don't want to talk, that might go against you. So.
Yeah, I don't like that. I feel like I don't want to,
It sets a weird precedent when you step into a stranger's vehicle. So yeah,
I think the universal language of I'm not into talking is headphones. So I think if we just have a pair of headphones on, that's the sign of I'm good.
Or you do the.
I'm talking.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, nice. All right, so we've got about 7.5 more minutes.
Yeah.
So what else would we like to showcase in the next 7.5 minutes? We've gone through quite a lot of things, and again, remind everybody again, frame.io/V4. Check out V4 Beta today. Learn more about it. Watch the keynote. And if you've got questions for us, we are here on Adobe Live. We are here on Twitch. We are here. We are here. We are here. We are here. We are here.
I'm trying to pull up the page here. Is that from something? Am I missing? There we go.
The We Are Here, We Are Here? Yes, that is from Horton Hears a Who with Jim Carrey.
Man, I have not seen that in a long time.
Yeah, I revisited it recently because we were doing talking about spring cleaning, we were doing like a DVD Blu-ray purge. Because we had a lot of duplicates and some we had Blu-ray that were previously DVD. And found Horton Hears a Who, and I have one Blu-ray player left. The only, I guess there's an Xbox, but one Blu-ray player proper. And we actually sat down and watched it, and it still holds up, and it's still funny.
That's great.
It's great, and it's old now. That movie's probably 14 years old or something.
Are you one of those folks that have rebought all your movies, even though you've bought a ton of them on DVD and then Blu-ray, and then now everything's streaming?
Not
iTunes.
Not all, but most. Probably more.
A shameful number.
A shameful number that I'm embarrassed to admit. But yes, I'd like to have even though we technically don't own it these days. Well, you never owned it, actually, technically.
Not really, because sometimes there's stuff on my library that will just disappear. And I'm like, where? I thought I bought that.
Yeah, I know, exactly. But yes, I do like to, if for no other reason than, I was just experiencing this on the plane, with Apple Music, and iTunes, not actually Apple Music, but downloaded files so I can be offline and watch and listen. So yes, I still do it. Still hand over the cash. Probably have 15 copies of the Beatles' Help, but whatever.
That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that. And we actually have 1.5 minutes. I was counting the full time.
Oh, holy guacamole!
Holy guacamole! So we're almost at our close. So final thoughts.
Final thoughts are head to the website frame.io/v4 and join the beta. Watch the keynote, test it, and give us your feedback. Use it and drive it to the ground, and make it your own. And we want to be here to help you along the entire way. So I really appreciate the time that we got to have to spend a little time with you, Jason. Talk about V4, and super stoked. And if you're coming to NAB, come say hi.
Come to NAB. Come check out Frame V4. Thank you everyone so much for watching. We will see you again on the next one. Take care, everybody, and stick around for more Adobe Live.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
My goal is to share some tips and tricks on story-driven videos. And so just to get started, I'm going to be working kind of off of a recent project that I did for Puma Cobra Golf. I think it's really important, even before you go into Premiere, you kind of have a roadmap for where you're going to go, because now you know exactly what you're looking for as you're going through interviews, as you're going through your B-roll. I'm going to go over and jump into Premiere. I'm going to go into B-roll, pulling selects for B-roll. That's the first place we'll kind of start off. Double click it to open as a bin, and then from here, I'll just go like this. And then now that I have everything open, I can Command A and use the comma. The comma is like just a good shortcut to put all the footage on the timeline for you already. Duplicate that sequence. And then so once I've pulled selects, and you have all your clips raised, use the method called pancake editing. It's nice to be able to see all your stuff, and you can easily drag and drop things to a new timeline. So I come in here, I'm gonna right click, add chapter marker, and then let's say I know that I have footage of the research team. Again, going back to that organization, I know all these files are him on the computer kind of working. So basically now I know exactly the footage that I want. It's set up. It's very organized, and now when I'm actually editing the footage, it's just gonna make my life 10 times easier. Cool, and so now I'm gonna get into editing the interviews, and this is my favorite part. What we're gonna do here is window. You can actually switch your workspace to be text-based editing, and I actually opened up a new project here. So I'm gonna come to the import tab. I'm just gonna take a somewhat short interview here. The nice thing about text-based editing is basically, just like it sounds, you're going to start editing based off of text rather than having to sift through different interviews. You can come here. If you click on it, you can click transcribe source. Premiere did its thing. And now, as you can see, we have the entire timeline here, which is what, an 18-minute. It's all done for us. It's all transcribed. It's just incredible because now I can sit here and read, and I can go through. I can hit the search button. I can search for exactly what I want. So project goals for the dark speed driver. I know that that's Steven speaking. So when I'm specifically on the source clip, I can come and edit the speaker name. And so now as you go through, you kind of know exactly who's speaking. The nice thing about it, so I know Steven speaking right here. None of this is valuable. You can just come and highlight like the line that you don't want and basically press delete, and it's gonna delete it for you. And then I'll move back into, let's say, our selects. Let's say I want to start building out a rough timeline. So let's say rough draft. I know one section of the video, we talk about 3 different drivers. What you can do is come over here and say I want to search when someone talks about different drivers. So we got one result. And then so yeah, I just highlighted the exact line that I wanted and just Command C, Command V right onto that timeline. And so now that we have the transcript, we're gonna just come over to captions, and I'm just gonna click the button, create captions from transcript. And I just click create captions and boom, voila. And so if I want to go in and highlight all of them, and then now I'm able over here to basically change the track style. I always click on my safe margins here, and I will just slide this up like right on this top line. Let's say you need an SRT file, you can come back to the text-based editing window, and I can click these 3 dots at the top. I can just click export. You can export a text, you can export a CSV, or you can like export that SRT file wherever you need it to go.
Awesome. Well, Taylor, thank you. It's always a pleasure hanging out with you. And with that being said, enjoy the rest of your week. Go out and create something awesome. And we'll see you next time. Take care, everyone.
Well, hello everyone. Once again, we are at Adobe Live. I am Shawn McDaniel, and right over here is my good friend
Paco. What's up, everybody? My name's Paco. I work on the Adobe Live team. I'm usually the one running behind the scenes, but I'm in the hot seat today. I'll be the guest, showing how to do some cool social edits. But we'll get that in a sec. I'll let you kind of finish the intro.
Yeah, no worries. So yeah, we're going to be talking, making content creation for Instagram, for TikTok, for social media, and yeah, Paco here is going to actually put together a project, do a little editing, do a little sound design, and or not sound design, but you know,
there's some of that in there. Yeah, there's a little bit of audio in there.
All right.
But yeah, so just kind of what Shawn said. High level, I'm going to show you guys how to make a how-to video. As we know these days, people's attention spans are non-existent. They don't exist.
What's attention span? What is that?
Wait, what? Are we doing something right now?
What's going on?
But yeah, I mean, it's so funny because it's so contrary to you know, how I grew up making videos. You know, I used to work in video production studios where they needed to be 16 by 9. You know, they needed to have different camera angles. They needed to have professional boom mics, and you know, it's almost this funny thing these days where content creation needs to look more organic and authentic, but like less produced, and that's engaging. So, you know, it's funny how those things have shifted, but that's kind of my goal, is to show you how to make those types of videos, and you just don't need much these days. And I think that's the beautiful thing about it. You don't need to buy a fancy camera. Like honestly, I filmed this this video that I'm going to show you guys with an iPhone, right? Like that, you have all the tools in your pocket these days. So we're going to show you how to make a how-to engaging video. We'll show you kind of the process and how to do it to Premiere. My goal is to show you that it's pretty easy to jump into Premiere and make something like this, and then we'll add a VO to make it engaging. So yeah, and again, we are live, looking at the chat. We have Twitch, YouTube, and Behance up. So if y'all have any questions, please feel free. This is a two-way engagement. Otherwise, we would just make a recorded video. So safe space. Any questions with Premiere? No dumb questions, no smart questions. We accept all questions. Feel free to engage with us. I see Jacob, I see Uma, I see Apruva, Carol, I see Lisa Carney, Cody Bear. Thank you all for joining us. Okay, without further ado, should we show the audience what we're gonna? What
yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Let's put in these headphones so we can hear it. I think you got a pair right there that you can put those on so you can hear it. And this is what I'm gonna demonstrate how to make. So I'm going to show you what the end product is, and then we'll go through the process in Premiere how to get something like this. And again, this is live, so we might not finish it, but we're going to get close to it. So here we go. Let's go ahead and watch this video. And it's portrait style. Again, we got to stay with what's trending.
Should I push the button?
Wait. Can you push the button, actually? Hold on. Let me get this back here.
All right.
All right, hold on. Push play.
Oh, there it is.
Push play. Here we go.
There's play.
Splitboard works. First, we need to unlatch and remove the splitboard bindings. Next, we need to undo the nose and tail clips and the split hooks. And voila! Our splitboard is split. Can't climb mountains without skins. Attach the skin to the nose and the tail of your ski. Make sure it's even on the ski and it doesn't go over any of the edges. Let's fasten that tail clip and set that binding into touring mode. Attach both of the bindings into the touring brackets. In touring mode, we have a ton of mobility to be able to climb mountains. Alright, let's fasten those straps to our snow boots so we can start touring. Whoa, not so fast though. Let's get those ski poles out so they can help us skin up that mountain. Hooah! Once we're at the top, let's take off those skins, fold them, and store them. We need to reassemble our splitboard. Line up those skis, and reclip those split hooks along with the tail and nose clips. Let's slide those bindings into the pucks, latch them down, flip our bindings into ride mode, and hot dog, we're ready to ride down that mountain with our furry friend. He's actually pretty fast.
All right, so there it is.
Okay,
So,
hot dog. First thing, I never knew that you skied. And two, I didn't know skis connected together to be a snowboard in that way.
Exactly.
I've never seen that before.
Yes, so that is the reason I made this video. So let's back up a little bit. What did you guys just watch? So that is something called splitboarding, right? And there's two ways to do it. You could either do it with skis or do it with a snowboard. And I'm a snowboarder, so I have to get something a splitboard. And what splitboarding is done for, so you can go into the backcountry outside of outside of the mountain. Like, you know, you go to the mountain on a chairlift. What you do is you go to places that aren't a mountain, so you can go to the backcountry and snowboard. And if you have a snowboard, then they make a special board where you can split it, you attach skins to it, you climb up the mountain, and then you ride down. So you spend all day climbing the mountain to get that one epic run with 0 crowds and untouched snow.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and it's called splitboarding, which I just started doing this about a year ago, and I didn't even know how that was possible. So the purpose in making this video is to show you all that how a splitboard works and how modular the system is. So it's kind of like a how-to video, but we want to make it engaging. So that's kind of how it is. And let me just kind of show you what's happening. So I have some reference pics. So let's talk a little bit about splitboarding.
Okay, I want to know more about this.
Okay, so this is a traditional snowboard, right? It's got the bindings attached. You strap on, take it to the mountain, and then you just snowboard, right? You don't have to go up the mountain because that's what the chairlifts are for. So if you want to go to the back country, then you need something called a split board. And that's what this is. So it's a board that splits. Okay, so right now it's attached by the split hooks, the back hooks, and these pucks. And this is kind of incomplete, but it's this modular board that goes apart so that you can put skins on it, and then you can climb a mountain so that you can ski back down or snowboard back down. So I know it sounds crazy, and when I first started living,
it sounds awesome.
Yeah,
I didn't even know you did this kind of stuff.
Exactly. Yeah, and when I started living in the mountains, I love the ski resorts. They're great to go, but they do get crowded, and sometimes you just kind of want to get away from the crowds, and that's why I started getting into this. I wanted to get into the backcountry, and I had no idea how it worked. So when I try and tell friends like what splitboarding is, they're like, how does that even work? So that's where the inspiration came for making a video like this. It's to show that there's these modular boards that you can split, attach skins to them so you can climb a mountain, then you can attach it together so you can ride back down.
Well, that sounds like fun. I don't know if I would ever do that. I'm actually not bad at skiing though, but this is a whole nother level of something.
Yeah, and I do want to give a disclaimer. If you do go to the backcountry, it is inherently dangerous. So I don't recommend anybody going to the backcountry unless you have the proper gear. So avalanches are very prone to it. So you got to have your avalanche kit, you got to have a beacon, so if something happens, you can be found. And then also you need to take an avalanche course. Yeah. So it's something that we've all done before we get into the backcountry. Again, it's how much you have a risk tolerance. I'm an adventure junkie, as you all may know or may start finding out.
That now.
Yeah, so it's stuff that, if you're gonna get into this, definitely do your due diligence and make sure you're doing it safely. So do want to shout that out. But yeah, let's get into how to make this in Premiere.
Let's do it. That's what I love about social media. You can learn so much stuff, not even realize. Like I just learned that now, and it's amazing. You can just put out this kind of content and show people all this cool, amazing
Sean,
thing.
I don't know if you scroll as much as I do, but like they're addicting, man. And again, if you make them engaging, you can scroll forever. And I've just learned so much about things that I haven't known. So if you're scrolling and you see something like this, like what's a split board? Then I hope that the purpose of this is you can kind of take, we are talking about something niche with the split boarding, but the idea is just how to make your own how-to video with something that you might want to teach somebody, okay?
Love it.
Okay, so without further ado, let's get into it. What we're gonna use is Premiere Pro Beta, which has some really cool audio features that we'll get into in a little bit, but just to demonstrate how you all get into Premiere Pro Beta is if you fire up the Creative Cloud app, and then over here you navigate to Apps, and then under Beta Apps, you can get the latest release of Premiere Pro Beta. And this has some really cool features like the new audio workflow, which is kind of showing right here, is the way that you can fade sound. We'll get into that in a little bit. I think it looks awesome. The clips are color-coded very nicely. It makes you look like a pro when you're looking at your timeline. When you bring things in, it's all one color, and then you want to give it different labels so you look professional. It does that automatically. I think it looks really awesome. And then there's also a great feature called Audio Enhance that we'll get into it. Okay, so download that because that's what we're going to be using if you want to try any of these new features. So here I have it up. All right. And then what we're going to do is we're going to start from scratch. So obviously I did the video already. This is live. We are going to kind of go through checkpoints because we only have an hour and I'm not going to be able to edit this. But we'll kind of fast forward just to kind of show the idea on how to make something like this. But for now, we're going to start from scratch, okay? So organization when making a video is key.
Absolutely.
Right, so you can put everything in a folder, have all these different assets. Sure, you can get it done. But when you really start pumping these types of videos out, it pays. Trust me, it pays to be organized.
Not even just inside of Premiere, but also on the back end. So your folder structure inside of your computer should be just as organized, if not even more organized.
I agree, and this is kind of what we have here. Is I've always kind of worked with a template. I make a lot of short form videos now for our team and just personal, so I use this folder structure, which is only 5 folders. Of course, if you're working in production, there might be more, but this is, just stay organized. It doesn't matter how you do it, just stay organized in one template or another. This is kind of what I do. I have one folder for media, one folder for audio, After Effects, Premiere, and then just my render. Already went ahead and just kind of got organized here. I have my media. I used my iPhone mainly. Again, you don't need a fancy camera to make content these days. What's in your pocket will work. I did shoot in 4K. But I kind of split into 2 things. So the splitboard how-to, the shred, which is the B-roll in the end, different B-roll, and then just kind of reference pics. So let's go ahead and start bringing this into Premiere. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and hit Command B to make a new bin. I'll kind of follow the same folder structure. I know you can drag and drop, but I'm not gonna use all of them because I don't need the render, After Effects, and all that. I just need 3 folders, so I'm just doing it manually. So I'm gonna double click on this and then hit Command I to import. I'm really big on shortcuts. I think someone coined the term that I heard the other day, mouse mileage. You ever heard that one?
No, but that makes that, you don't have to explain it. I know exactly what that means.
If you're always kind of dragging and clicking, it might seem like a couple seconds for one project, but if you do this for a living and you keep doing this mouse mileage, it adds up, honestly. It takes time. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and bring in all of these. So I'll just go ahead and hit import. Okay. All right, so there's my media. Scroll back up here. And then I'll make a new folder. We'll call it audio because we need VOs and music. So again, I'll hit Command I. I'll go over here where it says audio. And then let me just talk about this media real quick. It's different sound effects. So again, working in video production, a lot of what makes a video is honestly sound design.
Yeah.
So just having background stuff like birds chirping, ambient sound, it just makes your video more engaging and dynamic. So I have these different noises that I've recorded when I go backpacking of just like birds chirping. So if you put this on, you might be able to hear this, but actually, I don't know if you can hear that.
I heard a little birdie.
Yeah, anyways, it's just ambient sound. But, again, you don't really notice these things if you put it one, but if you kind of stack all these clips, it's really what makes a timeline and makes it engaging. Okay.
What's fun too, I just to jump in here, sometimes even adding little sound effects to your titles or to your animations can sometimes give your video a little bit more life. Some people don't, they kind of take that, they don't really think about that as they're putting something together. So just something to add a little color to your asset.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it is. Adding color to it, adding dynamic engagement to it. So yeah, all those little things is what make a video.
Yeah.
Okay, and then sequences. So I have different sequences that I work throughout the edit. So I'll do a version of having selects, and then we'll get to a rough cut, but we'll get into that in a little bit. We're gonna get this show on the road going. So first things I need to do is start a sequence. So if I kind of drag this over, I'm gonna hit this button right here, and I'm gonna hit new item and then go to sequence. And then it's very important to know what the destination is. So I know that this is gonna be portrait, it's gonna be 9:16, and it's gonna live on something like Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts, or TikTok, right? So you kind of need to have that in mind when you're shooting, just so you know how to shoot it. Now I will say this, if you shoot landscape in 4K, you can always go portrait, but you can't go from portrait to landscape. So it's always nice to kind of play it safe and shoot in landscape if it's high res enough, because you can always go to portrait. But for this one, I knew it was just gonna be portrait, so I just shot portrait. Okay, so if I go under social, there is a social media portrait that's 9:16, 30 FPS. I'll give it a sequence name just because I like to stay organized, and I'll just say selects, because I know I'm gonna pick selects from all my media. Okay, so I'll hit OK. All right, and then let me make sure I have all my media. Let's see, I think I actually didn't bring in the shred.
Keys, I love your comment. Mice own us, really. We just don't realize it, and it's so true.
Mice, is that from the mice one?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's great. I agree. Okay, cool. We have media, and here it is. Okay, so here is how I like to do a string out in video. So string out is just kind of getting, it's another word for like a rough cut. So what I like to do is I go through all my media, and then I bring it into the timeline, and then from there I start working off the timeline. But first we got to bring all our media, bring in the certain in and out points of that media that we want to use, and just kind of start organizing it in a timeline. So what I like to do is I like to work off the source monitor. And the way this workflow is going to work is we need to have a couple prerequisites. So I kind of wrote some notes here. First of all, we need to set shortcuts for our previous and next clips from the source monitor. So I'm going to go ahead and show you how to do that. If we go to Premiere Pro, we go to Settings, and then we go to Keyboard Shortcuts right here. Okay. Right here, if you type in the word next, and we're working off the source monitor. So there's a couple things that filter when you type in next, but what we want to do is we want to go to the one that's under select. No, where is it? Let's see. And I know this is kind of hard to see, so I can zoom in here. Whoop. Let me know if you guys if you find that useful. But it's under the. Let me type in next clip. We'll filter this a little bit more.
Select. Oh no, that's not it.
No, it's under the timeline. So I think it's under the source panel. So as you see, you have different shortcuts compared to the different panels. So this one's application, this one's edit. Let's see, where are you at? Audio options, remix. Somewhere here, y'all, I swear. Let's see. Let me try next clip again. Oh, there we go. Okay. So source monitor panel. That's what we're working with. So it's page down I'm on a Mac. So the shortcut for a Mac for page down is FN and then the arrow to the right. So that's what I did. Okay. So we set two shortcuts. We do one for source clip next, and then we want to do one for source clip previous. And then page down. So page up, page down. And the way that this works, this magic, is I'm going to grab all my clips right here. I'm going to highlight them. Okay, and then I'm going to hit the shortcut, which is Shift-O. And what that's going to do is going to bring all my clips to the source monitor. So when I hit Shift-O, here's my source monitor. So in case we don't know, there's two monitors, source monitor and program. Source is kind of what we're looking at, just kind of looking through B-roll, and then program is what actually lives on our timeline. Okay, so if I hit this little hamburger menu, those are all the clips that I selected.
I never knew this. This is cool.
Yeah, it's kind of I was doing a lot of string outs for clients back in the day, and I just needed a fast, efficient workflow. So I remember looking this up. Somebody shouted it out, and I kind of tweaked it to my own liking, but it's just kind of a way to work off the source monitor to just bring things into the timeline with in and out points. And I'm gonna explain that in just a second, okay? So by default, it's looking at the last clip, but I know I kind of shot this in chronological order when I did it. So we're gonna start at the very beginning and then just kind of make a string out based on how the day went, because I know I just went through like beginning to end based on how I shot it. Okay, so I'm gonna start from the top, so I'll go page down. Yep, There we go. Well, that's the end. There we go. So this is the start of it. Okay. Now, as I hit FN and the arrow down, which is page down, it's going to go through all these clips, right? So here are all my clips from chronological order in the source monitor. Okay. Now I'm actually going to shift to a selects workflow where my source monitor is bigger. Okay. Because we want to be looking at this over here.
Interesting.
Okay. So let me go back over here, and then we're just going to start from the start. Okay. So this was the other day that I shot with a buddy, so that's why it's here. But we want to start, let's see, let's go to the intro. Okay, here's the intro. So this is kind of a hero shot that I shot. So let's say we want to start taking all these clips from the source monitor and bringing them into the timeline. So I'm going to go ahead and hit play, and then just look at the part of the shot that I think works best. Okay, so there's a nice kind of zoom in, right? I like that. So we can set in and out points. So if you hit I, that's an in point. And then I kind of want this like zoom in feature. That's an out point. That's the clip of this shot that I like. So I'm going to hit the comma button, and it's going to add it to my timeline. Okay. Is this all kind of making sense?
Yeah. No, I'm in it.
Cool. So again, we're just going to go through all the clips, pick the in and out points, and then put them onto the timeline. And we're grabbing selects. That's what it's called. It's grabbing selects. Okay, so let's go to the next clip. Okay, so now remember that I shot this hero shot, but with a better backdrop. So we want all these clips, right? So I'm also going to take kind of like a nice zoom in and zoom out of this hero
that's
shot.
kind of the advantage of the backwoods skiing, is you get these really nice views in the background.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. So, I mean, any mountain you go to is going to be awesome and epic, but when you go into the backcountry, I mean, you're really going out to the wilderness. And again, you're out in the wilderness, so you got to know what you're doing. Can I drag my window down? Yes. Studio manager doing my job. I like it. Okay. Is that what you mean? Give me a thumbs up, Jacob. Yeah. Yeah? Okay, cool. Okay, so let's get back to it. Now, it's important when I'm building this string out that I want my playhead to be at the end of the clip. Because like, let's say I go to the next clip and I look at this shot and I'm like, okay, I like this in point and I like this out point. If I hit the comma, look at that. It just overwrote where the clip was because it's putting it on top of it. So we don't want that. So we want to make sure every time we're doing this, playhead's at the end because we're adding clips, we're not replacing clips, okay?
And that's just an up and down button, right?
It is, yes, thank you. Shortcuts. We love shortcuts here. Yeah. So again, I'm just hitting up goes to the beginning and goes to the end of a clip, okay? Okay, so let's look at this shot. So again, this is me just filming shots that I'm like, let's intro this split board. So I like to be goofy. You can't take yourself too seriously in social media. So there I am. I'm like, thumbs up, social media, or split board's cool. Do it. So again, I just kind of want a clip of this scene that I think is going to work. So let's go over here, demonstrating it, thumbs up. Sure, I like that. We'll hit the out point, and then we'll put in the comma. So again, I'm starting to build that string out on my timeline just by taking all the good bits of these clips and putting them all in the timeline. Okay, so let's go to the next one. So right here, I'm demonstrating how you take the bindings off when you want to turn it into touring mode. So touring mode is when you take the split board apart and then you put the skins on it so you can go up a mountain. If you don't have skins on a mountain, you're never going to be able to go up. You're just going to slide down. Okay. So I know that I want to demonstrate how I take the binding off for both of these pucks. So there's that shot where I grab it and then it slides off. Boom. Okay. I'll add this and then I'll go to the next clip and then here's the second one. So unlatch it. So you can see kind of there that I'm like, you're rolling, right? There's a bunch of pre-roll, there's a bunch of after-roll. So you want to make sure you grab the good bit of it. Okay, so right here, I unlatch it. That's where I want that in point. I'm trimming out the rest. So there's the in point. I want it to slide off. Boom, there's the shot, okay?
And then for those of you that are actually out shooting this stuff, give yourself some handles, give yourself some room when you're, because as you're editing it, Paco's got a lot of room to, pick his in and out points. But when you're rolling, really do that full action from beginning to end because, you could find yourself feeling like you got the shot, but you might cut yourself a little short and then your edit's not going to be the way you want it. So try to shoot the whole action if you can.
Yes, that is a very good point. So when you're shooting these things, you don't want to just roll when you get the action. I don't know about you, but I know sometimes when I'm shooting stuff, like I'll get the shot and I'll just cut immediately, but then I'll look at the footage again. I'm like, wait, it would have been great if I just held it for like a split second instead of it feeling like an abrupt cut. So
the video shooter Shawn has, or the editor Shawn has yelled at video shooter Shawn many times. So I've learned this the hard way, but definitely give yourself some wiggle room, little handles on each side.
Do you usually do more editing instead of video shooting?
I do a lot of both. You know, I shoot a lot of little videos and stuff, and you know, especially when you're trying to do like a panning shot or a zoom, and you cut it too short, and because you think you got it, and there's times where I'm yelling at myself.
You know, that actually brings up a good point. I think it's great to be an editor and a shooter, or just at least try, because when you're editing videos, you'll know what you wish you got from a shooter.
Oh yeah.
Right, and vice versa. When you're shooting videos, you're going to want to know what your editor has been because you've put that hat on before. So it works synonymously. So when you know what makes a good edit and you've messed around there and you're looking at footage and vice versa, then you know how to shoot because you know what's going to make a good edit, and you're going to edit because you know what makes good footage. So very good point.
The best videographers
Breathing room.
are editors. Exactly. Keys.
Yeah, keys. I think you said. And what did you said handles?
I call it handles because
Okay.
I think that's more of an editor's term. When you're like exporting, you leave handles on clips so that you know you can make some adjustments. But yes, handles, breathing room, absolutely.
Yeah, so that's a great point. Okay, so time is flying. We're almost at the half-minute mark. Wow, that's crazy. Okay, so I'm gonna fast forward because again, we're gonna do checkpoints here. So let's say I go through all of this footage, right? And as you can see, I have tons, right? And again, what I'm doing as I'm selecting selects is I'm looking for the best part of the video, putting in and out points, and then putting it on the timeline. And I do that through all the footage that I shot, okay? So you have all these clips. Again, we're editors. Post-production takes longer than shooting. That's where you make the money.
I think they say it takes an hour for every minute of editing.
That is probably a really good assumption.
I've heard before.
I get. Okay, so we're gonna fast forward here because again, if I sat here and did all this, the stream would be done. So we're gonna go to this timeline, which is selects. Okay, so here, hey, look at that emojis. What are you doing here?
Yeah, I was wondering why you had that up. I was like,
a little smiley face there. Okay, so here now is a sequence where I've picked all my selects from all the footage that I've shot. So let's go ahead and just kind of play it back here, and then I'm gonna switch to the one where the program monitor is nice and front and center. Okay, and then you can kind of get an idea of like all the clips that I have in a rough cut. All right, and if you look at the end of this timeline, you see that we have about 5 minutes worth of footage, okay? So let's talk about timing. So again, attention spans are no bueno.
Short.
Yeah, I mean, I think I saw a stat where the average person watches reels anyway between like 3 to 14 seconds. That doesn't give you a lot of time.
I find myself not even finishing reels sometimes because I'm like, move on.
It's too long. So full disclosure, this reel is a little bit on the longer end. I'd say it's about a minute, but it's a how-to reel, right? And I think one of the things as editors, when we have all this footage, we have 5 minutes worth of footage. And you know, when you put all this in a rough cut, you tell yourself, it's like, I need to show all this footage, right? Like all this footage, I need to in a how-to video, otherwise nobody's gonna know. And that's where I think you really gotta shift your mindset, because there's a lot of things you can cut out. There's so many things you can cut out. And even when I do a pass on a sequence, like let's say I'm at 5 minutes and I do a pass and I get it down to 3 minutes, I'm like, I can't cut anymore. False. You can cut a lot. We say a lot, like you can trim the fat in these things and really cut out things. And even some clips that you think you absolutely need, once you kind of watch your sequence over and over, you're like, I actually don't think I need that clip to get my point across.
Yeah.
All right. So again, we have 5 minutes, and that original video I showed you all is only about a minute. So how do we go from 5 minutes to 1 minute? So let's have a look at these selects. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and here, I'll mute it in case.
We could just highlight all the clips and just amp the speed up. No, that's not a good idea.
Never thought of that. You can. It's like, imagine the voiceover. It's like. So yeah, that's one way to do it. Yeah, 30-second video just by fast forwarding it. Okay, so we are actually going to fast forward because I'm not going to sit here and show you 5 minutes worth of rough selects, but you know, here's kind of all the clips that I showed. Okay. So again, this is kind of in chronological, what you do with a split board. You know, there's a ton of clips here that from the final cut, you didn't end up seeing. Because again, you think you need all these clips, but when you start to trim it down, you can actually see that you can get the point across by cutting a lot of these clips out. Okay, so, you know, as you can see here, we're about a minute and a half and we're still, you know, not even halfway through.
I would have swiped already.
I know, I would have swiped again.
I would've
There's too much, but this is the process, right? Is we got to put it all on a timeline, get the selects out, and then start cutting it down. So let's go through the process of actually cutting this down a little bit. And again, we're not going to do all of this because this will take the end of the video, but let's start by looking at it, and we'll talk about some shortcuts and some of the way some of these tools work, okay? So here's that hero shot. I really thought I wanted this, but again, it's, you know, what's that stat? You have like 2 seconds to grab somebody.
Yeah, I've never heard that stat.
Yeah, it's like
it makes sense in Instagram land.
Yeah, it's like when you're looking through reels, if you don't hook somebody in 2 or 3 seconds, chances are they're gonna swipe. So looking at this shot, and I'm like, yeah, there could be like, this is a cool backdrop. What do we want, right? I actually went the total opposite way. So I figured if we have a hook, let's get the crux of this video, which is actually the shred, you know? So that's why I made this first clip the hook of the videos. And you got a dog too. I mean, who doesn't like dogs, right?
I think, yeah, the dogs for sure. I mean, always include an animal in your video.
Yeah, always include an animal. That's how you hook them,
Yeah.
right? So I ended up just going with an actual shot of me skimboarding down, and that was the hook, right? And again, I have a VO, we'll get into this on how to do all this. It says, hey, ever wonder how splitboard works? Boom, ideally you're engaged. I've hooked you in, right? So we're gonna go back to the selects. That's what I wanted for my hero shot or for the beginning, but I have all these other shots. Now, when I'm going through editing down these selects, there are 2 shortcuts that I love to use that I think is one of, like, once you understand this shortcut in Premiere, you're like, how can I ever go without using this? It's the Q and W keys. Do you know what those are?
Yes, it is the, correct me if I'm wrong, because I probably will be, but the Q and W is a way to cut the clip prior to the playhead and then after the playhead.
Yes.
Based on the Q and the W.
That's exactly what it is. Nailed it, fist bump. Great. So that's what it is. So now that we have our selects, we've already had kind of the meat of what we want of that shot. We can actually trim them down further if it's in the ends. If it's in the middle, then we got to do something else that we'll talk about. But let's say right here, you know, I don't want the thumbs up, and I actually just want the single thumb up and pointing at it, right? So what I can do, wait, opposite way.
This way.
Yeah, so if I don't want the end to, so the Q and W on my keyboard, the Q's to the left, the W's to the right. And it kind of works like how it's working on the timeline. So if I want to ripple delete, what ripple delete means is you cut it and then everything scoots over to the left where that gap was, is I'll hit the W key. Now watch this. I hit the W key, boom, it got rid of all that and it brought my sequence over there.
Now, will this do all the tracks, all video and all audio tracks, or is it?
It will if they are synced. There is a way to do it so it doesn't drag audio, and you can either do that by locking the audio layer or actually toggling the sync locks off. And I do that once I start working with VOs. So I'll get to that in a second. But for now, we're gonna worry about getting a picture lock. So what a picture lock is just kind of, you know, again, removing all that fat that we may or may not need. And then once that's locked in, then we'll get into VO. Okay, so we did that, and then this is a good example of the shot. So here we are. I try and get it. You know, the splitboard bindings are very rough, and then I do it. So that shot is pretty long. We can do a couple things. So one, I want to do it right where I unlatch it. So about right here, and I'm gonna hit the Q key this time, and it's gonna get rid of everything to the left, and then bring everything in. So there's the Q key, and then I do it. And then there's no reason to show me not getting it in the first time. So we're gonna cut the middle of it, okay? So I'm gonna fast forward to the part where I actually grab it the second time. Well, I'm gonna make 2 cuts. I wanna keep this latch, so I'll do Command K. Again, we like these shortcuts. So we'll hit Command K, and then we'll fast forward all the way where I actually slide it off, okay? So right here, and then I'll hit Command K again. And what we wanna do is we want to get rid of this entire middle sections. Now there's a couple things we can do. We can just hit the delete key, and then if you hit the A key, it's got these 2 arrows, and when you click a timeline with an A key, it's going to grab everything to the right of it, okay? So now that I've clicked it, I can drag everything to the left. And when you see those little handlebars there, it kind of looks like the filter symbol. That means that it is snapped in place. And there we go. We've made that cut. Now, that was a lot of mouse mileage.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's got to be a quick way to do this.
There is. Okay, so I'm gonna hit Command Z, and then there's our original cut. This is on a Mac. I believe with Windows you hit Control instead of Option. Don't quote me on that, but they all work the same. With what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a ripple delete on Mac. So if I hit Option and Delete, it's going to delete the clip and then move everything over in one fell swoop. So here we go. Option Delete. Boom. There it is. Again,
Done.
As an editor, you want to be slanging these shortcuts. You want to make it as quickly as possible and reduce that mouse mileage. So let's look at this clip now. Okay, so boom, boom. Okay, so there it is. I unlatch it, I move it, it goes out. And again, we have this this section of the clip that we don't really need. All this little like half a second, it adds up. So I'm gonna hit the W key and cut everything to the right of this and slide over the next clip. There it is.
And okay. Oliver, thank you. It's Option on Mac and then Alt on Windows.
Oliver, thank you. So
Thank
not
you,
Control.
Oliver.
Thank you for saying that. So Option, Delete on Mac, Alt, Delete on Windows. We'll get it to the left. Okay. All right. So it's the same thing. So from here, what I would do is I would do the same thing. So that has the same thing. So I would make that cut. All right. Let's fast forward a little more. Okay, so there's that breathing room that we want to get the shot, right? But when we're making a string out, we want to edit the ends and the beginning of that. So there's kind of where I make the cut. And what I like too is kind of the sound effect that it makes. So you can see kind of on that wave monitor. So let me put this on. And there should be a sound when I kind of snap it, so. Boom. Did you hear that?
I
it's
did.
like,
Yeah.
And when you're watching these reels, kind of this like, the sound design that comes into it. You want to keep that, otherwise it's just music and a VO. So I do want to keep kind of those sound effects that come with something like this. So that's good. So I want to cut right after that. So I'm gonna hit the W key, right? There's that sound again. So I'm gonna delete everything. Here. There it is. So I'll delete everything to the left of that. I'll keep that. And then usually what I would do is I would just kind of cut the middle until I get to the next point of interest, which is going to be that sound. So I'll do Option Delete. Okay. So boom, boom. Same thing here. It takes me a while to get to there. I'm going to hit Q. And then get that. And then again, I would cut this middle right here. Go over here. Delete the meat of this. And as you can see, we're starting to make this edit snappy, right? That's where we want going, okay? And then again, we have about 5 different, or we have about 5 minutes of doing this.
2.5 hours more of work.
I know, so it's a lot, but that's how you make, you want to take the time to, you want to make the time to actually get all these things that you don't need to make it snappier. So usually what I would do is I would make one pass from this edit, and then I'll have a look at it, okay? So again, I'm gonna fast forward. So I see we have about, oh goodness, like 20 minutes left. So we're gonna fast forward. And now I've gotten to a section where it selects trimmed. Okay, so from all this footage, let me go over here, put it in order. From all this footage, what I've done is I've edited down and gotten rid of all of the things that I don't need, okay? And then we went from 5 minutes, and now I have about a minute worth of footage. Now let's watch kind of from where we went to where we are now, okay?
All right, let's see.
So there's that intro. It's that intro shot. Again, sliding out the pucks, cutting out all that meat, splitting it, skins, putting on the skins, making sure it's nice and tight, doing the tail clip, putting your bindings into touring mode, snapping them in, putting the bindings on. The ski poles. All right, let me talk about this ski pole one real quick. So when I was trimming this down, I had originally footage of me doing both ski poles, right? And I think you kind of get the idea with me doing it from one ski pole.
Yeah.
Right? So you can cut it out. And that's the thing with a lot of it. A lot of the stuff is doubled because you have 2 bindings, 2 skis. So as I was making this cut, there's no point in showing it twice when you're already getting the point across.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely, it does.
Okay.
Yeah, save that time, and it keeps the engagement higher because
Exactly.
you're not having redundant, information in there.
Right. So that's kind of so again, these are things that as an editor, when you're editing things down, you don't necessarily need to show the same thing twice because again, seconds are precious here, right? So as I was doing, I had 2 bindings, like, and I have it right here actually. So I put the first binding, then I do 1 binding. It's okay. You already know you need to strap into a ski. Here's the second one, right? You don't really need the second one. So a really important thing to do is once you made an initial pass on a sequence is to go again and then keep watching that over and over. And then as you keep editing over and over, you're like, wait, I can trim this, I can trim that. I don't need to show this second. And then you start to shave off those precious seconds.
If it feels too long, chances are it is too long.
Yeah.
You know, and if you're not constantly moving that cut, it's tough for people to stay engaged.
Yes. So again, we have the ski poles. We have me going up. I do try and make things fun. You know, again, can't take yourself too seriously. So here you are skinning up and then jump up. And I was like, okay, it's kind of far away. So what can we do to kind of make this like engaging and fun? It's like, oh, let's zoom in, right? And then I kind of did a VO kind of, you know, exemplifying like me zooming in. And we'll get into that in the VO. But again, you know, I have all these different cuts of putting the split board, putting it down, right? And we want to make it snappy. So as of right now, we just have different B-roll of the clip, right? Now we want to make it engaging. What can we do to make it engaging? What are some things you think of?
Well, and for this particular shot, Robert did have a very funny comment though, is that
Robert,
the dog
please.
is at the same speed as you going down the hill.
I know, he's
That's a fast dog.
It's a fast dog.
First off.
And full disclosure, we just got this dog about 9 months ago. His name is Ansel, so we named him after Ansel Adams because he's a mountain dog, right?
That's
we live in the
cool.
mountains, and he is we've come to realize he's an adventure dog, right? And this was actually the first time that he's actually chased me on a snowboard because when you just go snowboarding, you go to a mountain, but this is the first time we took him out to the backcountry. And then I realized, I'm like, wow, you were actually really fast and if not just as fast as me.
No, that dog is focused.
I know.
Also, people are asking where this is at exactly.
Yeah, so this is in Lake Tahoe. So are you familiar with Lake Tahoe?
I've never been, but I'm familiar with it for sure.
Cool, so it's, we live in the Bay, right now we're in the Bay Area in San Francisco. So if you just go east, you hit the Sierra Nevada, which is a huge mountain range in California that kind of separates itself from Nevada and then other parts down south. It is massive and amazing, and I love the Sierra Nevada. I grew up there, actually. I used to live and work in Yosemite, so play around there a lot. And yes, it does look like Colorado. I've lived in Colorado as well. But I've noticed with the Sierra that
actually.
Yeah, I would say the Sierras, it tends to have trees a little bit more spread out because of the species. So yeah, and actually there you can see the lake. So that's Lake Tahoe right there.
Oh, I didn't even pick up on that. That's
yeah,
amazing.
I know. It's like it's just, you know, blink and you'll miss it. So that's Fawn Leaf Lake, and in the back is Lake Tahoe, which is even the bigger lake. Cool. All right, so let's go back to this. So anyways, we've gone through the workflow. We've shown how to get source clips from our source monitor into our program to get a rough string out of all the clips that we want. Now, the important thing, one of the most important things is actually going through each clip and just cutting out stuff that you don't need, right? It's kind of like a video or like a photo shoot. You know, when you do a wedding photo, you want to cull photos. It's like you do a pass of all the photos that you don't need because you want to deliver it to a client. So you only want the best of the best. So you get the photos, you kind of take a pass out of them and delete them, and then you do another pass and you just kind of keep deleting stuff until you have a picture lock of kind of the length that you want. So I was aiming to keep it around a minute. You know, sometimes you want to keep it under 30 seconds, but I think all the stuff that I was covering, I couldn't really do it unless it was a minute, okay?
Yeah, there's a fine line, I think, between trying to cut it too tight, then also just like delivering the content you're trying to deliver. And
right.
I think with this, it's an instructional video. It's definitely something unique. I never heard of splitboarding before. So I think this would be something that would be easy that can go a minute. You know,
yes, and that's what I was thinking. It's because you're, you know, usually if you're hooked and engaged, it's because you want to learn.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of content out there where it's just kind of, it was supposed to make you laugh, make you shock, and that stuff only lands about 3 or 4 seconds.
Yeah.
Right? But when you're making an instructional how-to video, chances are you're going to want to tune in longer than 14 seconds or 5 seconds, and you want more time just so you can learn. So that's why I was like, I'll keep it about a minute. So that was my goal, to keep it for a minute.
And you should get to know your audience too. You know, once you start posting more videos, you get an idea of how they respond to them, if they like them, if they share them. And then you can kind of gauge it from there. But I think tutorial and how-to content is pretty forgiving.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, so now that we've had our rough cut, our picture lock, so I got this to be about a minute. Again, it's just kind of just B-roll and sounds, which is great, but this is a how-to video, so we want to make it engaging, and we want to add a voiceover. Okay, so I went ahead and did that, but I made a duplicate of this, and I'm going to show you how I got to do this voiceover, and then we'll talk about how to do captions, because I don't know if you've noticed this trend, but when you're watching Instagram Reels, there's captions almost everywhere, so you can read along. You know, it's like another trick to make you like stare at the screen. It's like, man, these screen people, they keep us hooked.
Well, I think it's a way for you to like, you know, be able to not have the volume on, that you could still watch the content and get an idea of what it is.
Yeah, definitely. It satisfies
it helps
like
with the
both of them.
algorithm, or not algorithm, but it helps with your views.
Yeah, with your views, which then does the algorithm. We always kind of like joke the almighty algo. We're always trying to crack it. Do so many things for the algo.
The
it's the
almighty
world,
algo.
It's the world that we live in. We just got to appease the algo. You know, you got to play the game.
Yeah.
Okay, so here again is kind of the picture lock that I have. I made it about a minute. And I'm kind of showing all the things. There's the skins, how to put them on. Talk about making it nice and even, putting your brackets into touring mode. I shaved off, again, duplicate stuff, so I put in the binding once. Don't need to see it again. Same thing with the ski poles. You don't need to see it again. There's something
cut,
fun.
Though. We had the two like in there.
Yeah.
See, like, I like that.
Let's see. Let's go with that cut. I did want to talk about how I made that, but you know, this is something called a match cut. And again, you want to make it fun and engaging. So what you pretty much do is you do a shot of you without the skins. And the trick here is putting the camera as still as possible. So I actually had my partner help me film this. Jamie, thank you for helping me film this. I told her, I'm like, you got to stay as steady as possible, right? So she did that while I did 2 takes. One without the skins, and then the other one with the skins. And you do that motion, and then you just kind of do a match cut. You know, you look really closely, you can kind of see where the cut is, but you know, watching it on one, boom, there it is. And again, those are skins. So the way that these things work is you put them on the skis, and they allow you to go up a mountain without sliding down. And it's kind of like the shark skin. Like, you know, if you caress it one way, it doesn't hurt. But if you go the opposite way, all the fibers dig into your skin.
Oh.
You know. Yeah, so that's how these things work. When you're going up them, the fibers are being combed down. But when you start to slide back, then the snow is actually getting caught in the fibers.
Interesting.
And that's how you stay on a mountain without sliding down, and you're able to climb it.
That's pretty cool. I was going to ask you about the skins, but I was like, oh, I don't want to ruin time. But yeah, I was curious on what those were and why they were called that.
Yeah, so that's what they're. And yeah, I mean, great comments in the chat. Most people on social don't even watch videos with sound. So that's why you want captions. Again, it's satisfying for people that do watch it with sound. And again, for most people, they actually don't. So that keeps things going. So
yeah,
anyways, we have about 10 minutes. Oh my goodness, Paco, what have you done? Okay, let's talk about how to do a VO real quick. So I have a picture lock, and then I'm just gonna try and do a VO real quick on how to do things, right? And you know, if I actually had a camera on how many times it took me to do the VO, it'd be comical. That's why we like to do these things behind closed doors. But I'll kind of show you like how the process I did of doing a VO. So what I like to do is I hit X, that hits in and out points on clips, right? And then let's say this one is, I want to say first we need to unlatch the binding, okay? Premiere has a really cool feature where you can actually record a VO inside the timeline, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and click voiceover record. And Jacob, let me know if the sound is twice while I'm doing this or it won't, but I'm gonna go ahead and do it, okay? So I'm gonna hit that record button. It's gonna give me a countdown timer. All right, first we need to unlatch the bindings. Boom, I hit spacebar, okay? Here is that clip. As you can see, there's a little bit of a gap. Here, let's put on our headphones and hear it. First we need to, okay, so all that clip isn't fitting on this in and out points that I did. Because first of all, I need to, if we want to hear it, I'm gonna hit Option X to remove the voiceover, and let me extend it, just so we can hear the whole voiceover. So first we need to unlatch the binding. Cool, so there's the whole thing. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this cool tool called the Ripple Edit tool, and I believe it's B, and you can see now it's gone yellow. Okay, so when it's yellow, anytime you slide and do a cut, it's gonna be a ripple edit, so it's gonna scoot everything to the right or left based on how it goes. All right, so We talked about ripple editing and it affecting the video tracks. I don't want it to affect the video tracks because this is a picture lock. So I can do one of two things. I can either lock my tracks and the audio tracks and then do the ripple edit and boom. You saw that? It moved everything over.
Yeah, that's cool. We need to unlatch the binding.
There we go. So that fits. Another thing I can do is instead of locking it, is that I can just toggle the sync lock off. Okay, so I'll do that for the tracks that I don't want them to be affected. So I'll be the top one and the bottom one, and then I'll slide this over. And then, as you can see, it moved only the audio clip and it didn't touch my video and audio clip. Let's have a look if I didn't have these things on, okay? It won't let me do it. See, Premiere is not letting me do it because it knows that it's gonna affect my video track and it's saying, you probably don't wanna do that, okay? So let's go ahead and show this how to do this one more time. So we'll undo the toggle sync lock off. We'll do this and boom. So.
First, we need to unlatch the binding.
Okay, first we need to unlatch the binding. That's where it is. And then I'll just kind of cut it right here, okay?
It's so funny to hear all the work we're putting into the voiceover, and then everyone in the comments, it's like, I don't have my sound on, and they have all the reasons why they don't have sound on. It's really quite funny. They're like, well, I don't have my sound on even when I'm working at home by myself, or if I'm standing in line and in public and I won't be rude. Hey, these are valid things. I just find it hilarious.
Yeah, and you know, speaking about not having sound on, so let's pretend we do the voiceover for the rest of it. All right, I'll do one more over here just to give you another idea. So let me hit X because that's the section that I want the voiceover to concentrate on. And when you hit X, then the timeline knows where to give me some breathing room before I start the VO. So if I hit this button, it's gonna tell me get ready. And boom, you can now split your board. Excellent. So there it is again. I actually think I nailed the timing there. So let's go ahead and play it. And boom, you can now split your board. Excellent.
So the in and out point, so the countdown will affect where the in and out point is?
Yes. So as you can see,
really cool.
Yeah. So before I hit that voiceover, let's see right here, or we'll do this one. So when I hit record, it's going to give me some breathing room before, and then the timing's right. And look, check out the skins, right? Pretty cool.
I had no idea. That's so freaking cool. I had no idea. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries. I think, I chatted too much about stuff. And now we're not going to have a lot of time. Classic. Anyways, that's how you do a voiceover. Let's pretend we do that for the rest of the clips. Let's talk about text-based editing. So we want those captions, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch to Paco text editing because what's cool about Premiere is you can just kind of reorganize all your windows. This is kind of the work that I like, and I saved it as a new workspace, okay? So what I'm gonna do is, let's actually bring up the other sequence since I already have all the voiceover done there. So it'll be rough cut with VO. Let me go ahead and delete this subtitle track. Okay, and then here's the voiceover.
Hey, ever wonder how Splitboard works? First, we need to unlatch and remove the Splitboard bindings. Next, we need to undo the...
Okay, so there's the VO. I want captions out of it. This is pretty simple, folks. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go to text editing, and then we're gonna go to captions, and from here you wanna create captions from transcript, okay? So it's gonna ask me subtitle default, what do you want? What I like to do is actually just decrease the maximum length in characters. That way it's like 2 or 3 words per line.
Mm-hmm.
And then the duration, again, people's attention span sucks, so we wanna make it short, okay? So that looks good to me. I'll hit create captions and check it out. It made all the captions in what you saw like 3 or 4 seconds, okay? And then, you know, obviously Premiere doesn't know what a splitboard is because it's pretty niche, so it's calling it a flipboard.
Hey, ever wonder how Splitboard works? First, we need to unlatch and
check out those captions right there.
binding.
Right, so it's
I'm trying to move
saves
my
you
head
a ton of
over.
work. Oh yeah, maybe we can move to that side or the other side. Cool.
Okay.
All right, so that's how you make captions. Now, I do like to customize the captions. So what we can do is we can go to the Essential Graphics window. So if we go to Window, let's see, Essential Graphics, they're right here. Oh, right here, it's at the bottom. Okay, and then you can actually customize these. So if you have a brand or you have some colors that you want them to look, you can actually do this all from here. So let's say I want the captions in the middle. So I'll put them in the middle. I am in snow, so maybe I want a little bit of contrast. So I'll go ahead and maybe, no, I don't want it black. Maybe I want the stroke to be black. All right, so I'll add a stroke, and then I'll kind of give it a black stroke. And there we go. So that's what I want my model for captions to be. And then I want this to affect the rest of the captions. Okay. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here and then, oh, I don't have a, you have to make a style first. So let's create a style. We do need to tell Premiere that this is kind of the style that I want in my captions. So I'm going to create a style and I'll just call it black and white text. Okay. And now we have a style. And as you can see, the changes that I made are now all, it's done that change to all of the captions for the rest of it. Okay.
Crazy. I actually used to highlight all of them and change it that way.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you could just.
So you can do it that way. And if the changes didn't register, I think it already knows that style. You can always click this button. And then I haven't made any changes, but when you do, this will be an option that's enabled. And then you can click style in project. So you can redefine the style to the style in project, and then it'll make the changes all of them without having to highlight all of them.
That's really cool.
Okay. Cool. All right. And then we have 1 more minute left. I do want to show this cool feature in Premiere. So these handles is what's available in the Premiere Pro beta. What this does is it actually is a great intuitive and awesome way on how to fade audio. Okay. So let's single this track and let's say I have this VO. Let's see. We can't hear it.
Skins.
There we go. Okay.
That's skins.
So as you can see, it's kind of a hard cut.
That's skins. A touch.
So it's like you can't climb mountains without skins.
Can't climb mountains without skins. A touch.
So there's kind of like a tss, right? Because it's we need to do a fade. So what you can do now is you can grab this icon right here, and then if I drag to the right or to the left, it gives me these intuitive fades that fades audio in and out. And this kind of Bezier line here, let me make this a little bit bigger. Where it's gray is where the audio is going to cut off, and where it's light is where the audio is going to stay. So right now what I've done is I have faded the audio down. Okay, so let's see how this plays now.
Can't climb mountains without skins. A touch.
Boom. See, it got rid of the tss. Now there's still a little bit of a tss at the beginning, so I can do the same thing for here, right? And it's going to cut out that tss at the beginning and then fade it back in. So the gray fades it out. Where it's light, it starts to fade the audio in. So let's hear this real quick.
Climb mountains without skins. A touch the skin.
And there it is. It got rid of most of it. I would still have to fine tune a little bit. I heard it a little bit, but that's a cool new feature about Premiere.
Climb mountains without skins. A touch the skin too.
Cool.
Yeah,
So-
it's nice to have that visual.
Yeah.
We didn't have that before.
It's super visual. Okay, anyways, I know we're at time. Wow, that flew by. Paco, you should know better to get more editing done. But I think you all figured out how to be able to make a rough cut and how to make source selects. Again, a lot of this is tedious, but I do want you to know that when you feel like you have a rough cut, keep going over the pass over and over, because I can guarantee you can cut out a lot more to get that point across and make these as short as possible. So cool. I think that wraps us up for the day.
I think it does. Paco, thank you so much for that demo and teaching us not only stuff in Premiere, but also splitboarding as well, or flipboarding as Premiere calls it.
Yeah.
But thank you everyone for tuning in. And my name's Shawn, and we have Paco over here. And thanks a lot. Thanks for
Thanks everybody. Stick around. We have a lot more coming up. Don't go anywhere. See you later.
360 definitely is a camera that's a tool in our bag that is really interesting. You have this entire world of vision, I guess, and it's up to you to kind of pick and choose where you want, versus the traditional 2D camera where that lens has to be pointed at a specific target for it to obviously be filming. So this is actually the file that comes out of GoPro's cameras. A new item, start a sequence. Let's say we're just going to start with the YouTube. So I have presets already made. I'm going to go a 4K image, 3840 by 2160. So essentially there's our sequence. Let's grab that file now. We're going to toss that in here. Say keep existing settings. And you're going to see that it has black bars right now. So it's here in effects. And I'm going to look up GoPro FX reframe. There it is. So this is the plugin that GoPro's created, and this is what's going to allow us to basically rotate this image freely, do everything we want with it. So once it's tossed on, you're going to see it's unrendered. Going to go up here to effects controls, and this is where we're going to start. Here is on the source image. So your end goal is going to be a 16:9 3840 by 2160. Let's go ahead and choose that. So these are all sliders that are going to dictate where you look. If I slide them, you're going to see as the camera moves up and down. Rotate, obviously you have rotate, and then your zoom feature here. I adjust the zoom to 50. We're going to start with basically reframing the position back to his face. And what I do is I actually go through here and just start with clicking these all on. At point A, I want it to be here. At point B, I want it to be there. And then Adobe does whatever magic, voodoo they do to make sure everything in between is matched up to those, and it does the camera movements for you. But basically there is this fancy little feature, and it's only when you click the actual plugin title. So there's boxes that exist on the outside here, and they all have to do with something, whether it's, I think this is rotate on the sides. The top one is actually going to be zoom. And then everything in the middle is really where you want it. And you can see it's actively dropping keyframes in here. So I think at that point, I'm gonna switch him around, and maybe I wanna zoom out at this point. So we're gonna add a little bit of fun to this. You see it, maybe some more handlebars. As we're going through this, if you watch it pretty closely, the turns and the keyframes are pretty sharp at this point. And these are because these are linear keyframes. The tighter the keyframes are together, the more you'll notice these like jitters in a way. The next steps here after this would be totally keyframed out is we're gonna highlight everything. You're gonna right click on it, go to continuous Bezier. So basically I go through each of these and I'm basically just trying to smooth these out. I go through each of these little, what do you call them, handles, and you're gonna drag these out essentially. So this is a 9/16 sequence. As you can see, it's a little too close and I wanna readjust it. All I would do is go back to the plugin here. So I'd make sure that clip is clicked. I'd go back to projection, and then I would choose that 9/16. And what you'll actually see it do there, when we undo so you can see, it's gonna actually adjust it properly to have the projection to match the 9/16. Like let's say we do go in here and we want him to flip insanely fast into this shot. What you'd actually have to do is set all your keyframes properly. And then you'd wanna go here and actually nest this clip. And that kind of like bakes the 360 in. Now let's say we wanna speed ramp him from here to the jump maybe. So I'm gonna go right click on this little FX square, you get a time remap and go to speed. So if you double click into this like little gray area here, it's gonna make the box bigger. That's gonna show me my like speed line basically. So you're gonna go to the pen tool, you're gonna drop a keyframe here, and maybe let's say I want it to like end right here, so I'm gonna drop it there. And then from there, you really drag this up, however many percent you want it to speed ramp. And then if you want to ease that out, I drag these little handles out. Boom. The lens curve, all that's going to do is actually take that bubble effect away. So if you did want to take this and make it look like a traditional 2D image, you absolutely could do that. You'd zoom in, you'd probably pull this lens curve out, and what you can see it doing is it's affecting the sides there. And that's essentially just bringing that like bubble fisheye aspect back to the 2D world. That's where the benefit comes in, is it's full stabilization because you have the full world where it's stabilizing. That's why this footage looks so smooth.
Thank you so much. It's absolutely a huge pleasure, and hopefully we get you back on here. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you guys.
Hello and welcome back to Adobe Live. We've got a lot planned for you today, but we are here with Brittany Megan. My name's Ryan Selvey, and we are here for the next hour for some great Instagram and social media editing, all in Premiere. Hello to everyone that's in the chat, and hello to Brittany. How's it going?
Hi, I'm so excited to be here again and to be with my Adobe family. I feel like we're going to have a great time today, guys.
Yeah, and what are we working on?
Today we're going to be editing an Instagram reel in Premiere Pro, and then we're going to make a Reels cover in Express. So.
Ooh, calm down. All right. Do you want to tell everyone a little bit about yourself for people who are seeing you for the first time?
Yeah, so my name is Brittany Megan. I am the CEO and head socialista of Socials and Stilettos. We are a marketing agency based in Toronto, and I like to call myself a social media guru because I feel like I've been in this space a little while and really love creating iconic content for socials.
Oh, very cool. I also love Social and Stilettos. That's a great name.
Thank you.
But yeah, cool. Do you want to hop right on into it?
Yeah, for sure. So like I was saying before, we're in Premiere Pro. We're going to edit this reel today. Yes, I'm wearing the same thing. I actually filmed this morning. So, and I will also say that nobody is perfect. Let's start there. And if you're feeling like you're afraid to be on camera because you're scared of messing up, or, you think that, you haven't done this before, you're a little afraid, just know that no matter how long you've been doing this, your reels are never going to be super smooth. And I feel like you can totally relate to this.
Yeah. No, what's that supposed to mean?
Nothing.
No, I definitely agree. It's all part of the process, and the amount of times that I stumble over my own words and need to hop back in and edit it down is countless. So
For sure. So let's go ahead, and this is a reel that we're filming. It's just an educational based reel. And we're gonna go ahead and first try out this new audio enhance feature that is, I think, everything that you need and more in your workflow if you are using Premiere Pro. This is something for me that I feel like, you know, it's just such a game changer because the way that it crispens up your audio, I think, is like no other. And this reel was actually filmed in a hotel room. So you'll hear a lot of echo, and we'll kind of see how it just completely elevates the audio. So I'm going to go ahead and put these headphones on so we can first give it a little bit of a listen so that you guys can hear what it is that I'm talking about. Let me actually
we'll first listen to your mixtape first, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Exactly.
Oh, I can hear your voice through these.
Is there any 90s babies in the
90s
chat?
babies right here,
Let us know. Okay, so let's go ahead and start playing this reel so we see what we're working with. One question that I'm always asked is, Brittany, how do I optimize my Instagram profile? And in today's video, I'm going to share with you 3 easy ways that you can do that right now. So let's jump in. So you guys can hear that echo, right? You can totally hear it. It's not fun. And I feel like, again, when you're kind of creating content on the go, I feel like you don't always have the time to set up your equipment. You're trying to do things quickly. Sometimes you don't even have external mics that you're bringing with you. So this is why I love this feature so much. So we're going to go ahead and go into the window option and then click Essential Sound. And once we're here, there's going to be this pop-up come up. And I want to also say that I lay my screen out a little differently than everyone else. So you can really customize the way that you want, I guess, your workspace to be set up, right? Perfect. So let's go ahead and we're going to click the audio and press auto tag.
Yeah, so auto tag is the newer feature which now uses system learning to be able to identify what is what. So you can still go in and tag it manually, but the auto tag just makes it nice and easy.
We're all about being like a one-click Catherine, as I like to say.
Click. Well, I can't even say it.
One-click Catherine. The way to just simplify this and keep things like one click or less, I feel like, is what I always try to do. Again, if you're somebody who's busy, like, we don't have time to like try to find all these different buttons or play around with things. So I really love the simplicity of this feature. And we're going to go ahead and click this little button here that says Enhance. And it's going to take a second, and while it's working its magic, we'll just...
It always feels like I'm on like a crime show.
I know.
Enhance.
The suspense.
I can't hear it. Enhance it. While we're waiting for that, just a quick hello to a bunch of people in chat. We have Cody Bear and Wade and Jack, all moderators. Then we also have Alina and Erica, or Elena, I guess I should say, Stu and Sarah, Trisha. It's good to see you guys here. Also Keys. Hi, Keys. Apurva, Umarkorn. Thank you guys for being here. And if you guys have any questions for Brittany while we are going through stuff, by all means, please throw them in the chat and we will address them as they go. We are filming out from San Francisco, sunny San Francisco, and we're both here in person. See, we can have contact. So yeah, what do you normally make reels about?
I mean, honestly, I think for me, it really depends. Like, if we're creating reels for our agency, a lot of the topics that we cover is social media, business, marketing, PR, all of those fun things. But when we work with our clients, like, it really is based on their niche. A lot of the times it could be educating on something like 3 reasons why microneedling is amazing treatment. Or last night, actually, if you guys are not following the Adobe Live Instagram, what are you doing? Go do that. Not right now, because don't leave us, but definitely do that at some point today, because you'll see Megan and I, we just posted a reel last night, that trend that's, you know, the one that's like kickboxing almost. And it's so much fun. So I feel like, again, like the reels, you can really do whatever you want with them. I love doing everything.
Yeah, no, it's a changing medium constantly. It's hard to keep up with. But.
Exactly. And I feel like you definitely just need to like be somebody who is willing to keep up with the trends and try new things and not be afraid to like experiment is the biggest thing for sure. Okay, so we got this enhanced speech good to go. So I'm going to go ahead and play this audio so that you can hear just what it did to that echo. One question that I'm always asked is, Brittany, how do I feel like I need to like turn it off and then show you guys again, right? So I think I can just
uncheck it and then you can hop it back in.
Perfect. So let's try it again just to show you guys the difference. One question that I'm always asked is, Brittany, right?
And turn that back on. Please turn that back on.
Optimize my Instagram profile.
Yeah.
And in today's video, what a big difference. Like, I feel like, again, this is something that it's like, where have you been all my life?
No,
Like,
oh my gosh. If I could go back 10 years and give this to little Ryan, like with bad feedback from the client, being like, it sounds tinny, and be like, oh, I can just press the enhance button.
I know.
It'd be a lot nicer.
and like, again, like you're not clicking around a bunch of things. So it really helps simplify your workflow, I feel like, which is so nice.
Now, tell me, are you predominantly on Instagram, or are you also on TikTok?
Both.
On
So
both.
for us, like we really focus on posting on Instagram for our own account, but we manage a lot of our clients' TikTok accounts too.
Yeah, I'm just seeing this chat from Humphrey in the YouTube chat and saying that it's crazy how Instagram Reels is the next big thing. Because, for a while it seemed like Instagram Reels was going to be dead in the water, but now it seems like Instagram Reels is the favorite child.
Yep, and it's funny too because there was a recent study done, don't quote me on this, it was somewhere I saw it, but apparently TikTok is no longer like Gen Z's chosen choice of platform. It's actually Instagram. Wow.
I would never have guessed
mind
that.
blowing.
Would never predict that.
Yeah, and I just feel like, again, like I feel like when you're in this creative industry, you really love the aesthetics of, you know, creating content and photo or video and how that all comes together. So I think it's really cool that Instagram, even though we are on this video-based platform now, it's becoming, there's still that aesthetic piece to it, which is exactly why we're actually going to create a Reels cover in Adobe Express after to show you how to elevate your feed with Reels covers too.
Heck yeah, I love that. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. So what do we do next with this reel?
Okay, so there was also this little button down here that we were playing with before, Vocal Enhancer, and I want to turn this on because I feel like it definitely made a big difference. And I'm going to, again, play that audio for you for just a second so that you can hear what it sounds like again. One question that I'm always asked. And then let's go ahead and turn on Vocal Enhancer.
Enhance.
One question that I'm always asked. You hear the
Love
pitch
that.
change? It just sounds more crisp, and I think that's what we're looking for. So I love it.
And it's also cool because you can add this in bulk to a bunch of different audio if you guys like are editing before you edit the audio, or you can just do it at the beginning and then all the changes will follow through to everything where you cut. So it'll continue to reanalyze and enhance the speech in between all of your edits. Now, I saw that you just did a little quick keyboard action there. What did you do to make sure that it moved directly back to the spot where it was?
So what I'm actually doing is I'm pressing the C command on my, if anybody's using a Mac, that will make sense. You press the C command, the key, and then I'm cutting where I can see there's dead space in my clip. And this is something I feel like if you don't like listening to yourself talk, it's like the text-based editing is great, but also I love doing it this way because I can go through and just cut where I see those spaces are, and then choosing the V key and highlighting over what I want to get rid of, and then clicking that dead space there, that little gap. And there is a button that says close gap, but if you want to be kind of quick with what you're doing, I just click it and press delete.
That's a one-click Karen moment.
Yeah, one-click Catherine.
Catherine, not Karen, not Karen. No, we like Catherine.
I love that.
We have also in the chat Darlene saying, what a difference with the enhancer. And thank you, Jack, for the special effects for enhance. And Keys is saying Super Troopers enhance.gif. .gif.
Is it GIF or GIF?
I don't know.
That's like
I
a full,
know.
I feel like that's
Tomato.
a debate. Yeah.
So right now, just going through some different spots where you stop. Now, I know you said that when you're working on a reel, you tend to do a bunch of different takes. Is there anything that you give yourself visual cues, or do you normally just go through and kind of review to see where you want to make the edits?
Yeah, in this case, I know it was actually the end that I really got stuck on. I couldn't figure out, like, how am I going to, like, end this reel and make it sound normal and, like, not so staged? So I can actually tell, you can see the spaces get a little bit more frequent here. And that's because I was like, oh my gosh, Brittany, get it together, girlfriend. Like, what's going on? So in this case, I know I was pretty happy with everything else, which is why I took those gaps out. And I'm going to go ahead and just give these a listen. I know that it was the last one I loved best. It typically tends to be that way, but you can just kind
Did you
of
love
see.
these tips? Let me know in the comments below. And thank you so
It was
much.
like, why did I stand
for
up
another
though?
little video.
You just wanted to elevate.
Yeah, I was like excited, right? So I know this is something that I'm going to get rid of. So I'm just going to cut this here, and I just kind of go through and see again, like you can see where the spaces are kind of, I'm not sure.
Did you
if
love these tips? Did you learn something new? Oh.
See, I'm like, oh, fix your
Nope.
blazer.
Nope, didn't learn anything new today.
So like, this is why I wanted to normalize the fact that nobody is filming a perfect reel. Everybody needs to edit these. And I think that if you get stuck on trying to make everything perfect, you are never going to get your content out there. And that's like the reality of the situation. So done is always better than perfect.
Thank you.
Yes. And don't be afraid to film a few takes. Like if you didn't love the way that something sounded and you're like, okay, let me just do it again, but don't hold yourself back because you can't get it perfect.
Right.
You know what I mean?
No, I need to get like a design poster or something that says done is better than perfect. Because
I love that.
I saw someone at a friend's office that had it written like on Sharpie on the wall, and I was like, you know what? I honestly need that myself because
it's a reminder.
It's also an endurance thing because at
Yeah.
the very beginning when you're just doing perfection over and over and over again, and then you're like halfway through the project and you're so tired of the project and you're like, oh,
Yeah.
I can't deliver this because the second half is not done because the first part is perfect.
Exactly. And you know what's funny is I feel like we're always also our own worst critics. So I think that a lot of people, like, we're so much harder on ourselves. And yet if somebody else was to look at your content, they'd be like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
This is like the best thing ever.
Right?
You know what I mean?
Were you a theater kid growing up?
I did drama classes.
You did drama classes, okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm just wondering how like that transition from being someone who is focusing like on kind of the design experience and then having then transition to also like put yourself in the forefront in the spotlight.
It was hard at first.
Yeah, it's weird at first, right? Talking to a camera.
I also hated the sound of my own voice when I first
don't
started.
we all, right?
Yeah, and I think that that's normal.
Not your voice, of our own voices.
I literally can't with you today.
Sorry.
No, it's so great. But it just goes to show, again, like we're so much harder on ourselves. And I feel like that's the thing that a lot of people, they hold themselves back from filming content. Like how many different times we've even talked with our clients and they say, I've always wanted to create this one style content, but I don't feel like the way that I look, or I don't like the way that I show up on camera, or the way that I sound, and I don't want to listen to myself talk. But the thing is that, you know, the more that you do something, the better you're going to get at it. So at first it's going to be awkward. You're going to feel like, you know, something like, maybe no. But when you do it a few times and you kind of get into a rhythm of things and you learn the way that you love to, you know, be on camera angle wise, or you get more comfortable with talking. I think, you know, if you want to start somewhere, I used to use the voice notes app on my phone and just talk about different topics that I wanted to, and just listen to myself and find ways that I can like correct myself while I'm talking, if that makes sense. So practice makes perfect, guys.
No, it's very public speaking-esque as well.
Exactly.
Wade is saying also a lot of times too perfect can lead to too boring, which is a good point. And also, I think this is really a good comment here from Humphrey over on YouTube. Says, what makes content creation beautiful, is you get to share your authentic self and get to show vulnerability in a much more creative way. Ha-ha!
I love that. I love that so much. And we're in this stage of like de-influencing too. So
It's
like
weird, man.
Yeah. It's like
the pendulum's like constantly like make everything look
moving.
like a Hollywood film to like make it look like you shot it on the worst possible camera in the entire world to like now this happy medium.
Yeah, and everyone who's like me and went and like invested in all of this camera equipment to now it's like use your phone because people want to see like raw, relatable, authentic content, like not look so staged. And I'm like, it's the constant struggle, right? The struggle's real.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Okay, so let's go ahead and give this a listen through, and I'm going to be able to pick up different spaces where I want to remove some of my, I guess, verbatim or some things that I've recorded, and I feel like then we'll be good to bring it into Express, which is so fun.
One question that I'm always asked is, Brittany, how do I optimize my Instagram profile? And in today's video, I'm going to share with you 3 easy ways that you can do that right now. So let's jump in. Starting off with...
So see, that was a little bit of a harsh cut because of the way that it kind of flowed in together. So I just like to kind of shorten the clip a little bit to kind of see where I can bring it that it kind of will pick up really nicely. So again, removing that gap.
Starting off with number 1, your nameplate. And this is
so it's
where
still enhancing the speech there too. It's going through a little processing for it. But that's also what's nice about it is even if it's enhancing in the background, you can still continue to work on the content itself, and then it's not going to affect the enhancing in the background.
Which is so nice.
Yeah, you gotta keep going. Things move fast.
Multitasking.
People default to using their business.
So see right here, there's also like a breath, right? And I think that sometimes we don't realize that like people don't like listening.
Breathing.
Yeah, breathing. Like some people actually have a phobia of that. Like, yeah, it's a thing. So, you know, whenever we can, I always try to like remove the extended like in my content. And I think it's, again, it's a normal thing, but it also just crispens up your content.
That said, I'm sure that you're also losing some ASMR fans though.
That's true.
Welcome back. Oh wow, these are actually really good.
We're filming iconic reels today, guys.
The rest of Instagram reels will be through ASMR.
Oh, you have the nails for it too. See, I don't. I just like, boom, boom, boom.
I can't.
These are
That
nice
is
microphones
hilarious.
though.
I know.
What are these? These are not my Shure SM7Bs.
Do you think they'll notice if I take one home?
Yeah, I mean, well, that's like in a non-identifiable hotel that we were talking about. They have robots, and we were talking before, and Brittany was like, "Do you think they'll notice if I just take
the robot,
fit it in my luggage?"
Yeah.
Using their business name, their brand name.
See, that transition was so much better, even just like, and I feel like I'm using transition in the wrong way. So I hope you guys understand what I'm saying. But like, I guess the smoothness between me talking, it just sounds so much better when that breath is gone.
To using their business name, their brand.
And it also keeps it super engaging for your audience because there's not that space in between where they're losing their attention in what you're talking about.
Name, their personal name, or their username, and you're missing out on prime real estate, my friends. So why don't you go ahead?
Prime real estate.
So
again, another little breath. And I don't remove all of them because I feel like I'd be here for forever. And like we breathe, we're human beings.
Yeah, exactly.
But any of the extended breaths is really where I try to just remove.
Darlene's in the chat saying, "Great points, Brittany," with 3 exclamation points. So she's really excited about it.
I love that. Thank you so much.
We love support. We love to see it.
We love when you guys are in the chats. I feel like it's so great and makes us feel like we're doing something right over here. So thank you for commenting. We love you.
So why don't you go ahead and list some keywords for your Instagram. Here's an example of ours at Socials and Stilettos. Think of words that...
So see where I said, here's an example of ours. Ideally in Express, you can do this in Express or Premiere. What I would have done was taken a screenshot of my bio and like added it as an overlay in the video.
Oh, yeah. No, that's smart.
Yeah, it's so smart. So that's something that you can do. And again, like you can just drag it in and kind of put it over top of your video. And depending on what you're doing, like if you want to make it a little spicier and kind of have a different aesthetic to it and make it maybe a little bit more elevated than just a regular screenshot, you can totally take that into Adobe Express, put a border around it, like put little arrows and then export it and bring it into Premiere.
Fantastic. You're a big Express fan.
I love it. I feel like I'm like ride or die. Like I should have married Express is what I should have done.
Stilettos.
Also, Wade says, "Please breathe. It's healthy for you." Not for social media. We gotta hold our breath the entire time. Hey, welcome back.
So think of words that people are going to be searching for when they're on Instagram if they're looking for somebody that does what you do, and list those words there. What that's going to do is if somebody goes in that search.
Those little brands.
So what kind of brands do you tend to gravitate towards when you are looking for clients for your agency?
I feel like, you know, by nature, I think I love the beauty, fashion, and lifestyle space a lot. I think I used to be a hairdresser before I was in marketing. So I think that's just my knowledge is there and it makes it easy to create content. But I mean, a lot of them are really like female founders that are building a business. And I think that any industry I really love learning about. Like we had one client who was an interior designer, and what was so cool is I literally felt like I could design a whole house.
Yeah.
Because you learn so much, and it's like if you're a sponge in life, I think that you really do like take away so much from just the content that you're creating.
Goes in that search bar and searches for graphic designer, Toronto, or esthetician.
Esthetician.
See?
You went from graphic designer to esthetician. Like what a
See
range.
what I mean? It's my default. It's my default.
But yeah, so stilettos. What did it say? What is it again?
Socials and stilettos.
Socials and stilettos. That's what I thought, and I double guessed myself. It's woman-owned, woman-run.
Exactly.
And you said you worked with a lot of woman founders as well.
Exactly.
And that's just really cool to be able to have that direct connection with your clients in order to be like, we understand what you're going through and what you're going for.
I think that and this is like the feminist in me coming out, but I really think that it's cool to see other women creating things. And especially I would love to know if there's any female videographers in the chat, because that's something that I feel like I never really come across.
Yeah.
And over the past couple of years, we've seen so many women coming into the creative space, and it's so inspiring, I think.
Yeah, especially through social media. We were talking a little bit about that as well. It's like just learning things through social media is giving people access to things that they wouldn't necessarily explore otherwise.
Exactly.
Or esthetician, San Francisco, your business, your profile.
Anybody
is
else
going to
talk with their
populate in the
hands, by
search
the way?
engine results.
Oh, I know, right?
And that is what I love to call Instagram SEO, my friends.
Instagram SEO.
So see that pause there, right? You can totally see I was moving in between clips.
I love it. I'm so here for it. Also, if I were to have those nails as well, I'd want to show them off as much as possible.
They're fun.
Although I would get irritated. I get irritated when they're just barely too
Used
long.
to them.
Yeah,
I think,
I get it. I'm not even used to wearing jewelry.
I know. It's, you know what it is? I think you just get used to it. A lot of the times when people actually see me working, they're like, how do you type on a computer? I'm like, the same way you do.
Yeah, do you use your finger or do you use the nail?
The finger. The pads of your fingers.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess because I'm very vertical.
Do you guys type like this or like this?
Yeah, I don't like this. Anyway.
Maybe I type weird.
Sorry.
Number 2 is your profile picture. And this is where I'm going to be cheesy. And I'm going to tell you, use a photo of yourself and show those pearly whites. And, this is really that people love knowing who they're connecting with and who they're talking to on these platforms.
Ooh,
so
that
you can
sounded really nice all of a sudden. That was good.
It was good, right? That audio enhance.
Audio enhance.
A photo of yourself. It's just going to humanize your brand even more on socials. And
now, also, is there a period or duration that you like to shoot for how long you like to make your reels?
In terms of editing, at the end of the reel, I mean, it's funny because if we're working with trending audios or things like that, you want it to be under 7 seconds. Your reel.
So crazy.
So last time when we were on live and I was here, I did I took 3 hours of behind the scenes photo shoot content and made it into a 7-second reel.
That hurts my soul.
I know, and it's really sad, but I'm so excited to tell you, in case you didn't know, we're moving into longer form content on socials.
Love it.
So anything that's over a minute, that's going to be this year. That's what you're going to start seeing picking up.
That's what I'd like to. I mean, I find myself watching longer stuff now. Both on YouTube and on Instagram. Especially on YouTube. I watch things a lot longer in the background than I used to not.
It's so true. And I think that it really provides a space where you can educate and get to know your audience on a deeper level, and they can get to know you on a deeper level because you're just talking about so much more and you have that space to do so.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love it.
Even more on socials, and people will just feel like they know you. And again, it builds that know, like, and trust, which really helps when it comes to engagement and loyal, building that loyal
See, this
customer
part I knew
base.
I messed up a little bit. See?
Now, I'm also interested in the way that you have yourself framed here. Obviously, your face is towards the middle.
Yeah.
Would you normally keep it at this crop and this kind of like this size, or
Yes.
would you move the composition around at all?
I love that you asked this. Like, my soul's so happy right now because this is something that people often do incorrectly, is that they try to bring more of themselves into the top half of the video.
Mhm.
But if you think about the way that things are cropped in an Instagram feed specifically, you want your face to be shown in that square crop as
Yeah,
well.
where it brings it down.
Or like portrait crop. So I think it's super important that you leave kind of some dead space, that's where your text on screen can go, either up there so that people are seeing you, or you have that space to kind of work with.
Oh, great. Okay, good to know.
Yeah, even like you think if you share it to if you want to post content in your stories, like you have your username and stuff right at the top, or yeah, just the way that Instagram is formatted, same thing. Like I would never put text towards the bottom because it's going to be covered by the caption.
Yeah.
And yeah.
No, smart. way to think about it.
Yeah.
Which really helps when it comes to engage.
So this part I'm going to cut right over here, I think.
They know you, and again, it builds that know.
Let's see.
Feel like they,
I think it's right over here.
and people will just feel like they.
People feel like they know you.
People will feel like they know you guys.
People will just.
Okay.
To even more on socials.
I'm gonna cut right
It's also
here.
interesting that you didn't cut it all. You just cut recording. You just keep it all in one.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that is more efficient, or do you prefer to have one big video file, or on other times do you tend to record and stop recording?
No, I don't like the stopping while you're going, because sometimes I'll take pieces that maybe I would have missed if I was trying to stop and go in between.
Oh, that's smart.
Yeah. For me, I think it just makes that. And again, like everyone is different. And that's the beauty of this industry is there's no real right or wrong way to do something. It's about finding what works for you. But when you have one video clip that you can kind of stop and correct yourself in between, it is easy to cut things. And I think you're going to cut things anyways. So it also like works as a learning curve because you get to see yourself and give yourself feedback.
For better and for worse.
Yeah.
Talking about like seeing yourself, you know?
Exactly.
You
Hey,
can show
Penny Doodles is here. Hey, Penny Doodles.
Twitter of yourself. It's just going to humanize your brand even more on socials. People want to know who they're connecting
Perfect
with,
cut.
and
That
if
was
they
so
see a photo
perfect.
of you, it really helps build that know, like, and trust. And also, you'll start to build a loyal audience base, which is what you want, right?
Perfect. So we're almost done editing this reel, and then we can move right into Adobe Express to create the Reels cover, which I'm so excited about.
That's something that I tend to sleep on, is the Reels covers, because then I put all the time into this editing, and then I'm like, I don't want to deal with it, and I just end up scrubbing through it on Instagram, and so a bunch of my covers are like,
I know, and it's hard because I also think that you want, especially if you're like me, I feel like I love aesthetic Instagram feeds. And in this case, I'm filming real, relatable content in everyday life. I'm not in a studio. I don't have a cute background, really. It's just the hotel room. So in this case, I wouldn't want to see that on my feed.
Right.
So Reels covers is so great for that because it helps you keep things really clean and elevate just the way that people are seeing your content on first glance.
Yeah, although I will say sometimes it's like some people do a little bait and switch with you with the Reels, and
It's
click
hard.
it and I'm waiting for it, and I'm like, what? This
It's
never shows
not.
up.
It's not even the same. Or like one of my worst, like my least favorite things is people who use their brand photos as a Reels cover, but their reel looks totally different than the brand photo. That I don't like because I feel like it's misleading and people will click something and they feel like, oh, that's not really what I thought that was going to be. So for me, that's where I feel like, again, graphics as Reels covers are like golden.
Because you want to have that trust within expectation and
Yeah.
then what is also delivered.
Exactly. And why would they want to click your content if they feel like they don't know what they're going to expect from it, right?
Last but not least, use a call to action right above whichever link that you're posting on your profile. And this is really going to help drive and direct your traffic to the right place. So a lot of the times people will put work with me and a little arrow. Be really specific when you're listing out your call to action above your link in your bio, because the more specific that you are, the more that people are going to understand exactly what they need to do to take that next step with whatever it is that you are currently promoting or marketing on this platform.
Now, I have a social media question for you.
Yes.
How do you feel about link in bio?
Okay, for me, link in bio is a great place when people are on your feed and they want to kind of know more about what you do.
Mm-hmm.
But you shouldn't be directing your traffic to the link in your bio.
Okay.
And that is because they're not going to listen. So if your call to actions are go to the link in my bio to look at this, people are not going to take that action step.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of lived its time and people are really over it. And I'm sure everyone here can probably like second this is when you're in a scroll hole on Instagram. Scroll hole. You don't want to stop what you're doing to go somewhere else. So, doing things like comment this keyword for something. So let's just say you're promoting a new product or service that you have and you say, comment April to know more about our special this month, right? Then people comment that and it gets sent to them in a DM. That's so much more beneficial to them because they're not stopping their scroll.
Are you manually going through and responding to everything with April, or is there an automatic system where you can
There's
set up?
automated systems you can totally use.
Yeah. Sorry, not to detract us too much,
No.
but guys, check it out.
Did you learn something new? Let us know in the comments below and make sure you follow Socials and Stilettos for more juicy tips just like this.
Perfect.
Great. Oh, and Annika's here. Hi, Annika.
Hi, Annika. Okay, so now we're good and we have our reel. And again, this one here is actually a little longer than a typical reel. I talked a lot, but you guys are getting kind of the point of what we're doing here. And, on TikTok, I think you can post up to 3-minute videos. So this would live perfectly on TikTok. Maybe on Instagram, this is something that I would break into a 3-part series because to keep it a little bit shorter. Yeah. But other than that, we have the base of our content here. Now that we're good to go, we're going to go ahead and export this and we're going to move into Adobe Express.
Now, I see you're using the quick export menu. Is that just normally kind of your approach to just getting things out and so you can hop it right into Adobe Express?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Is there a better way that you would suggest?
I just have been using it since before quick export, so I've always just go to the export page and then I'm always slowing myself down for no reason.
I know. And what's funny is I feel like, again, I say this every time I'm live with you guys, is I am not an experienced video editor or videographer.
But clearly you are in the sense that you have it now,
Yeah, but I use this as a small business owner. Again, I'm really just a regular person that's just trying to create content.
Right.
So this is a program that I think has been so game-changing for me when it comes to any type of video content, really. But I kind of use the quick export because I don't really know much about all the other settings.
Oh, we'll have to hop in at some point.
Yeah.
I'm using this time for my free consultation for social media strategy. So at some point we'll have to switch it and I'll have to teach you some other stuff about Premiere.
I love that. And also take you up on that offer.
So now we're in Adobe Express, which is available to everyone who has a Creative Cloud subscription. And this is for nice quick actions and adding motion and stuff. You tend to have this as the second part of your process?
Yes. And sometimes it's the only part of my process, if I'm being honest. Depending on, again, what type of content or what type of reel or video that we're working with, sometimes I don't need to do all of those different cuts. So it really is just shortening the beginning and the end.
Right.
And I can do that all within Adobe Express. And I feel like if you guys are still sleeping on this, you are doing it wrong because it's so game changing and it has everything that you need. And again, if you're looking for things that are quick and easy, if you want to be a one-click Catherine, this is the platform.
One-click Catherine, not a one-click Karen. Well, you're on your click hole.
Yes.
No, not click hole. Your scroll hole. I'm butchering it all.
That's okay.
And I have a glossary of terms by the end of this.
A for effort, though. Or E for effort. A for effort. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and click the plus button here and go down to Instagram Reels. So you can either search for it or you can just type in Reel. And what I love about this is it's already optimized for the right reel sizing. You don't have to do anything too crazy. It's pretty simple that way. So I'm going to go ahead and pull. Let me see. Is my video done exporting? I think so. Let me just re-export it.
I saw a little blue thing pop up.
Let me see, just in case. I'm gonna re-export it. Better to be safe than sorry.
I'm getting hate in the chat. I'm Got a bunch of Ryan knows and sobs and OMG Ryans. Well, it was great while it lasted, you guys.
Like actual haters?
What?
Actual
No,
haters?
no, 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 no.
I was like, I don't see it. I don't have my glasses
No,
on. I
no.
can't read
All these
that
people
far.
are wonderful people. They're just giving me a hard time.
Don't be mean to him, guys. He's my best friend. So
Wade says, at least you missed the ASMR portion. We can always bring it back. It's nice to have a little threat.
I feel like that needs to be an Adobe Live series on its own. So if anybody wants that, just let us know.
ASMR in design. I
think
get real
this is
weird
the one
real
here.
quick.
Perfect. Look at this beauty. Okay, so with editing our reel in Adobe Express, there's a couple of different things that you can do here. Number one is there was certain areas of the reel where I was indicating that there would be a pop-up. So I'm actually just going to go over to my Instagram right now to grab a little screenshot.
Oh my gosh, even your Google's pink.
Wait, what did I do wrong? Oh, social.
When I was meeting up with Brittany earlier today, we met in the lobby, and she walked in, and I was like, oh, you must be Brittany because you're wearing pink.
And I feel like that is like the biggest and best compliment that I have ever received in my life. So thank you.
The Instagram page looks great.
Thank you. And this is what I mean, everyone, when I said like I really love aesthetics of Instagram. And I feel like, again, like paying attention to those things, because the stat is that when somebody comes to your page for the first time, you have like 3 to 5 seconds whether they're choosing to stick around and follow or they're going to leave. So that first impression really counts. And I think that that's why keeping a clean, cohesive feed is so important. So I'm going to go ahead and bring that screenshot in here. Hold on a second. That's not what I wanted to do. Hold on. There we go.
I also noticed you didn't have any pinned posts.
On Instagram? Yeah.
Yeah, you just
Oh,
full
no, I
on in.
don't.
You just like, you get the most up-to-date stuff.
Yeah.
Which I respect. I don't have anything pinned either, but
I
I'm just
used
always
to have
interested.
something pinned.
Okay.
But you know what I noticed from a user experience that I'm like, okay, I wonder if I do this, if anybody else does. Sometimes when I'm going through and filtering who I'm following and deciding, you know, do I want to continue following this person? Am I finding value on this page? Am I feeling inspired? Or does it kind of like just not do anything for me in that sense? I always look at when was the last time they posted.
Yes.
Is this an active account or not? And
Yes.
the pinned posts, if you're not paying attention to that little pin,
Yeah.
can make it look like if you're not updating it all the time that
You haven't
this
posted
person
in 6 months. Like, what's going on here?
Exactly. And I've accidentally like unfollowed people and then been like, oh wait, that was a pin post.
Pinned post, yeah.
So then I stopped.
Because you can
using
even do
pinned
more than
posts.
one pin now. You can do the 3 top pins. And sometimes
Yeah.
I'm like, when do you, what? How?
Yeah, exactly. Isn't it funny, right? Like, I think that I feel like, again, it really comes down to like the way that you use the app. Think about the way that you're using the app, and chances are other people are doing the same thing.
No,
Yeah.
Human behavior is so funny.
Exactly.
Now, okay, so you just went in and you just pasted that in there, right?
Exactly. I dragged and dropped it. And I was looking for the part of my video where I did this, because I know that that is the section. Yeah, right here. So I'm going to drag that little screenshot right over there. And again, this is so perfect because you can actually resize things, and it's a little like...
It's so nice that it just
overlay on the
lets you
video.
drag it around.
Yeah.
And then, speaking of the ribbon on the bottom, that's just the timeline from left to right in the same way that it kind of would be Premiere, but then you can stack the different elements that you want on top, right?
Exactly. And layers are everything and more, because you can have so many different moving pieces to your content in Express. And what's cool about it is that they don't crowd one another, and you can separate them so that you're not trying to like look through 50 things to see what piece you're moving around.
No, that's always helpful. I also noticed natively within Instagram Stories now, you can hold down and move layers up and down. Did you realize that?
Yeah.
I just figured out this week, and I was blown away.
It's so cool. Like all the different updates, I think it just makes things so much better. Yeah, I love that.
Brand name, their personal name, or their username, and you're missing out on prime real estate, my friends. So why don't you go ahead and list some keywords for your
Perfect. So that's exactly what I wanted. I'm going to I want to say extend it a little
You go
bit.
ahead.
How do you come up with your keywords?
With which one?
Your keywords.
My keywords. I always think for your bio, you mean like for that name spot. For me, I always suggest thinking about things that people would be searching for in your industry.
Okay.
So like you have to think about, okay, if somebody was looking for somebody to help them create a video for a wedding, do they even know the word videographer, or would they be searching for wedding videos?
Wedding videos,
right?
yeah.
So
wedding video people.
Yeah, like, do you know what I mean? So simplifying it, because I think a lot of the times you can get carried away with using these big words for your industry that nobody but people in your industry are using.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so then the only people that are searching you are the people that are your competition.
Exactly. Exactly. I'm also going to go ahead and add a little text on screen to show you how to do that before we create a Reels cover. Because again, I want you to kind of take away from this that you can really elevate your content in Adobe Express with all of these cool different features. So I'm going to go ahead and add some text here, and we're just going to put, we're going to keep it simple, Instagram bio or Instagram profile optimization, and just keep it simple because we're just going to keep it simple right now so that you guys can really get the point of what I'm doing here. Okay, so we're going to go ahead down to this section here, and you have all of these different options for editing your text. So I love choosing this one here, Shape.
Shape,
Do you play around with this?
No, I have not.
It's so great. So you can choose, obviously, like your standard kind of like just box background, I want to say.
Okay.
Or get a little fun with the conversation boxes and all sorts of different shapes in here. And I feel like the sky is really the limit. I always tend to choose things that remind me a lot of my brand elements. So I know that we use a lot of like squarey boxes in our branding. So I always tend to use this one, and we can go ahead and change the fill.
Now, do you always use the same hex code for your social and stilettos pink? Or are you kind of just like, pink is a fluid thing?
No, we have a whole brand board and brand elements that it's like, there is no like picking random colors over here. You're always getting the same thing with us.
That's good. That's the way to do it.
These are our brand colors here. And like the orange is actually something we only use for like call to action buttons.
Oh, nice. So subconsciously kind of being like, this is always the same thing.
Exactly. So having fun with that, I think is important when it comes to, I guess, like the way you utilize your brand colors and content too.
Yeah, I was just reading this article about Coca-Cola's new campaign with the botched versions of their logos.
Yes.
Like all around the world.
Yeah.
And I had so much empathy for the guy that was like being interviewed for it, because he was very clear. He was like, just to confirm, like, we are not getting rid of brand guidelines. We still love our brand guidelines. So the brand guidelines are so important. Do not mess up our brand guidelines. But this is a fun little exercise. I'm like, don't worry, dude. We still know Coca-Cola Red is still Coca-Cola Red.
It's so funny, but I think that that's such a trend now, is like seeing different brands like doing different things to like show the different creative ways that they can have their logo or whatever the case is. It's definitely a trend. What I'm going to show you now is Reels covers. So now that we have our Reel, I would obviously spend a little bit more time finessing this, but hopefully everyone's getting kind of like the Coles notes of what's going on here. We're going to go ahead and move into adding another, I guess you could call this page directly in.
What view are we in?
So I'm going to go back to my video for a second. The way that I got here was I clicked this little view all pages button here and opened that up. And what's so cool about this is that you can add different, honestly, sometimes if I'm batch filming Reels, I'll edit like 6 or 7 different Reels in the same document so that I'm not like bouncing back and forth between things. But yeah, so we're going to go ahead and do the Reels cover. So we're going to go ahead and start with the background color. I'm going to do something pink, and then maybe add something with my brand fonts. Let's see.
My brand.
I have a lot of fun brand fonts. Like this one is so cool and unique and very like feminine-y, which I love.
I like the various weights that it has.
Yes.
From the thin to thick stroke.
Yes. So I'm going to go ahead and just...
Ayer Poster, by the way, everybody, if you're wondering what that is. And Ayer Poster is on Adobe Fonts, right?
No.
No, okay.
I don't think so, no. I know it was a font that we had actually purchased to kind of be a little bit unique in our space as well. But that is something that is really cool about Adobe Express, is that you can upload your own custom and unique brand fonts. So don't feel like you're only stuck to the ones that Adobe has, because even though they're amazing, sometimes whether it's your work or your client's work, there's different brand fonts that you want to use. And
Very
having
important.
that option, and even like having your brand board uploaded there, is so amazing, because I think that it keeps things quick and easy, and again lets you be a one-click Catherine.
Instagram-oni.
And even playing around with your fonts too. Like, don't be afraid in your covers to play around with some of your different brand fonts.
Okay.
So I like to bounce between that one and this one.
And this is Commuter Sans.
Okay, so we'll do profile optimization.
Profile optimization.
Sounds very official.
We need to optimize after we enhance the audio.
Yes.
And same sort of thing, you put this towards the center so that it gets cropped well.
You're thinking about where Instagram would crop that on your feed. So thinking about like if this was cut into a square, keeping everything kind of towards that part of the screen or the page, because again, if it's important information, you don't want it to be cut off.
You want to be a one crop Charlie. No, that's not a
This
good
is
one.
going to be a thing.
I'm just
This
going
is
to work
going to be
for
a
everything.
thing today.
Just going to have a whole gallery. It's going to be like a Guess Who.
I love this. I'm going to go ahead and pull some of my logos and icons to have fun with those.
Oh, I like a little purse. What's a little purse?
It is, and I don't know if you can actually see, but my logo is in the bottom. This was
cute.
This was hand illustrated by our designer, and like anybody who knows the Jacquemus handbags, they're trending right now. Sorry if I'm giving you a high fashion
Yeah, no, I'm here
tutorial
for it.
too.
See, this is
But
my
that's
eye.
kind of the vibe is that bag, and same with our little stiletto one. Oh, I don't have it in here, but we do have a little stiletto as well, which is here. It is. There we go.
Nice.
It's so cute.
It even has the stiletto is the S's.
Yes. So
That's
having fun with that.
Looks painful.
It's not that bad. You get used to it.
Yeah.
So maybe what I'll do is add this up here. So again, it kind of helps with that like brand, I can never say this, recognizability, recognition. Recognizability. But it really lets people like know. And again, this is why using the same brand colors in your content is so important, because you don't even have to know it's socials and stilettos. You'll know by the shades of pink that we're using.
Yes.
You'll know by those combinations. And
Even
I love
if you don't
that.
have your glasses on.
Exactly.
Which I normally don't. But here we are today. I need to get new ones. They're all scratched up.
Okay, so I'm going to leave my icon popping out of here.
So how come you have that orange icon? Is that for when you're doing callouts as well?
I mean, sometimes I love using it against this pink as well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think like any of our icons, we have them in our brand colors just because when we're playing around with things, like it's nice to have the option.
Yeah.
Yeah, but text-wise, I rarely ever use the orange as text. It's always kind of like the background for a call to action button.
And so we got about 5 minutes left. Time flies when you're having fun.
Yes.
And so this is going to be the cover for the reel that we were creating a little bit earlier. We were in Premiere. We were looking at audio enhancement and cutting down a reel to fit into Instagram Reels, potentially even TikTok. And now we're working on the wonderful cover page for it that you can switch out so that when people click on it, it then brings them to the reel.
I'm curious to know in the chat, do you prefer the orange or the pink icon?
I kind of like the white icon.
I know.
Oh, I like the white and the pink together. That's
So maybe we do something like this. See, I always feel like balance is a really big thing for me. And I always feel like, okay, if this white is here, maybe we need to make the other one white as well. Because like one is just so bold and the other one is not.
Yeah, I get that.
And again, like this is not going to, you're barely going to see those icons actually, unless you're viewing from the real screen, right? Unless you're viewing from here, then you get to see the full Reels cover. So you can actually see some of the Reels covers that we've done before. Like this one here, you can see there's some brand photos in there, but it's not misleading because if you click that, it's not misleading, right?
Great camera.
See, this is why I love high
That's the one that you got. That was the nice one?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so nice.
Thank you. But
Oh,
yeah,
that's a fun one. A little close up.
this one here, that's a brand photo.
That's a brand photo.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, but like even this one here, see? So again, like using your different brand elements, if you have a developed brand board, I think is really fun.
And having variety. It's not all the same. Like it's hard when I'm overcome with just like everything has the same like treatment for every single one. I'm like, I don't know what to click on. They all look the same.
Exactly.
So
This
nice
is
to have
actually
variety.
before our rebrand. So you can see our old brand.
Oh, so the pink is relatively new.
You know what? We've always had pink, but before it was a light pink, right? And, you know, this is actually something, since we have the time to quickly chat about this, I feel like a lot of people try to fit into a bubble of what's normal on social media or what everyone else is doing.
Yeah.
And I was so afraid to use bold colors in our branding because it wasn't common in my industry.
Yeah, everything was like pale.
Yeah.
Pale.
Yeah, so I'm going to tell you firsthand, the second that we made that switch, like we were attracting the most aligned community members and clients because they were just vibing with our vibe, right?
Right.
So, yeah.
Penny Doodle says the rebrand is super strong.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll add that icon.
Got penny
in,
points.
And then I feel like we're pretty good to go. So should we watch the reel?
Yes,
back?
let's take a look at it because we haven't watched it all the way through, have we? We mostly just.
But I mean, mind you, remember there's still some finessing here, but you'll get to see the editing, the new auto enhance feature we used. Gorgeous, I love it. So go ahead and play this.
One question that I'm always asked is, Brittany, how do I optimize my Instagram profile? And in today's video, I'm going to share with you 3 easy ways that you can do that right now. So let's jump in. Starting off with number 1, your nameplate. And this is where I think a lot of people default to using their business name, their brand name, their personal name, or their username. And you're missing out on prime real estate, my friends. So why don't you go ahead and list some keywords for your Instagram. Here's an example of ours at Socials and Stilettos. Think of words that people are going to be searching for when they're on Instagram if they're looking for somebody that does what you do. And list those words there. What that's going to do is if somebody goes in that search bar and searches for graphic designer, Toronto, or esthetician, San Francisco, your business, your profile is going to populate in the search engine results. And that is what I like to call Instagram SEO, my friend. Number 2 is your
The
profile
cuts are so
picture.
smooth
And
too,
this is
I
where
feel
I'm going to be
like.
cheesy, and I'm going to tell you, use a photo of yourself and show those pearly whites. And, you know, this is really that people love knowing who they're connecting with and who they're talking to on these platforms. So if you can show a photo of yourself, it's just going to humanize your brand even more on socials. People want to know who they're connecting with. And if they see a photo of you, it really helps build that know, like, and trust. And also, you'll start to build a loyal audience base, which is what you want, right? Last but not least, use a call to action right above whichever link that you're posting on your profile. And this is really going to help drive and direct your traffic to the right place. So a lot of the times people will put work with me and a little arrow. Be really specific when you're listing out your call to action above your link in your bio, because the more specific that you are, the more that people are going to understand exactly what they need to do to take that next step with whatever it is that you are currently promoting or marketing on this platform. Did you learn something new? Let us know in the comments below, and make sure you follow Socials and Stilettos for more juicy tips just like this.
All right, perfect. And we are at time, so that was perfect. Thank you so much to Brittany for coming on and showing us how to work through this. And make sure you guys stay tuned for more Adobe Live coming up with me and Paco.
I love it. Thank you so much for having me. And here's to the next one.
We're going to be working a lot in After Effects today. This is kind of the final form of the thing that we're getting into, swerving in and out of various 3D accoutrements. If we make a new composition here, I'm going to bring in one of those Italian plumber blocks .glb. This is a GLB file. But this is a real 3D object. It has depth. I'm going to open up Adobe Illustrator here. This is just a circle. It's got a stroke on it. And then I've gone to Effect, 3D and Materials, Extrude and Bevel. Come over to Materials. I've given it some roughness. I've made it very metallic, which is going to make it reflective. Just come on down to the bottom and say Export 3D Object. And then you can send out that GLTF or the USDA. The other day together, here's basically where we finished off. The person cut out, we had their board cut out. We did a big day of rotobrush here to get this chopped out for us. I'm gonna duplicate one of those, and then I'm just gonna remove the rotobrush from it, and that's gonna give us our clean plate. We need to extract some data from this, so we are going to 3D camera tracker effect and apply that. It's placed these little track points all over. They are appearing on points of contrast that are consistent throughout the image. If you twirl into the advanced, you're going to see the average error, which is, how erroneous this might be. We generally want a number under 1. You want to clean it up. So this person is moving around. They are not a suitable candidate to get points on them. So you probably want to select any points that appear on that moving person and get rid of them. I'm going to select all of the points over here that are hanging out. And you can see that this big circle feels correct in terms of being on the ground. So I'm going to right click and I'm going to say set ground plane and origin. That means that 0, 0, the middle center of our world, is over there where that target was at. I'm going to right click. I'm going to say create a null and a camera. And if I put the word stuff, a 2-dimensional layer, between the board, the guy, and the clean plate, you see stuff is neatly contained behind this person. But if I want stuff to live in the world, I simply must make that a 3-dimensional layer. I'm going to call up the position of that null. I'm going to copy that position and I'm going to just paste it over here. It's behaving as if it is stuck to the ground, and it helps because we put a null that we know was tracked to the surface. So we could try to rotate it to be in line with the street. We might kind of bring it down. So you see this wonderful widget here, this gizmo. If you hover over and you just grab, say, the Z here, then you can start to tilt that away. We're going to switch into world axis mode, meaning this gizmo is now aligned to the world that we're living in, not the object. Or let's switch into view mode. All of the axes are aligned to where we're looking. Make sure that you are in advanced mode here. A couple of taps on the A will bring you the ability to give this an extrusion depth. What do you think about this? Let's do some true 3D things. Let's just drag our globe out here. So we are going to pick somewhere for a globe to live. So I'll just right click on that. Let's create a null. I'm going to find the position of that. I'm going to find the position of Italian plumber block parent using the pick whip, holding down shift, point it to that. Here, make sure we're in object mode. We'll just raise it up a little bit and maybe I will shrink it down. You can see, whoop, we got it. Twirl down into the transform attributes. And I'm just going to hold down option, click on the orientation. I'm going to type in wiggle. I'm adding an expression here instead of using keyframes. I want this to wiggle, say 0.5 times a second, 90 degrees. And if we just kind of scrub through, you can see that the block is having a tumble. The board and the guy are in front of the blocks, therefore they are going to appear to be in front of the blocks. Now, if I wanted something, say, in front of the skateboarder here, then let's bring some rings out into the mix. Selecting the 3D camera tracker, let's say we start around here. So I'm going to go ahead, create a null there. So we've got another track null in the world. Then we are going to take our ring, parent that to the track null, and we need to make sure that this is going to be in front of the guy. We're going to move it up off the ground. We're going to scale it down quite a lot. This is feeling a little bit more like it's in the middle of the road. Stay creative, be kind to each other, and I'll see you all around the internet. Okay, bye for now.
What's up, everybody? There's a hand. We are back on Adobe Live. I'm here with our good friend Ryan Selvey. And we're going to be working on more social cut down from long form content, right? Did I nail that? Is that kind of what we're doing?
That's what we're going for.
Excellent. So we'll jump into that very, very soon here. Do want to shout out, we are live. So all our friends in the chat, please say hi. Let us know where you're coming from. If you have any questions, do interrupt us. Again, we're live. That's why we do these things. We want to engage with you all. So if you have any questions, comments, concerns, I'm looking at the chats. So feel free to ping us in there. But without further ado, Ryan, what's going on?
Yeah, well, thank you for having me. I'm
Yes.
excited to be here in San Francisco from the studio, which is always fun. And so as you guys might have known, we have a weekly show called File News Show, which
That's
goes
right.
over the artist, creator, and tech news of said weeks.
If you don't watch it, watch it.
Yeah, if you don't watch it,
If you don't watch it,
schedule it,
watch it.
into your workday.
Yes.
But I've been trying to get better about posting to social. Social is always feels a little cringe to me. Not when other people do it, but when I do it. So it's always that constant battle of taking stuff and cutting it down.
Yes.
It's also available as a podcast, which I also like to edit down and make a little bit cleaner than the live stream itself, so that when it then gets uploaded, it then has a little bit less of my ums and stuttering and other.
That's the thing, yeah. They actually made a premiere feature about that to get rid of the ums and little gaps. And
Yeah,
you don't
yeah.
notice how much you do it until you actually edit it out, and you're like, dang, I thought I was good at this.
You're like,
Right? You're like, there's a lot of ums. And you kind of notice little things too. Like I notice I say boom.
Yeah,
like,
do you really?
When I'm live, I'm like, you need to tone down on the booms.
Oh, I'm gonna start incorporating more booms into my.
Boom. Well, speaking of that, why don't we jump right in?
Yeah, let's
see
hop
what
right
we're
on
doing
in.
today. Yeah.
So I have a folder over here of all the stuff from each episode, which has things like the headers and stuff for all the different segments of the show. I have downloaded right here the rip from YouTube because I forgot to hit record in OBS, which, you know, rookie move. But I'm going to go in here and I'm just going to say Social Cut Down episode 52. And what's really cool is you can go to this project template up here. And there are both broadcast templates, standard templates, and social media templates. And since I know we're going to be working within social media, I'm going to make sure to go to social media. And then on our side here, we have a few different stuff where you can create a new sequence. I'm actually not going to do that because we're going to be making one with the product template. But I do want to make sure automatic transcription is there because I, to Paco's point, love to use the text-based editor, and I want it to be able to identify me. Since I'm the only one in this, aside from Ally segment, I'm not going to separate speakers because for the most part, for the majority, it's just going to be me. So I'm going to make sure that says no, but I do want to make sure it does automatic transcription and it's in English, just so that I have everything here.
Now, for those who may not know, by clicking that, is that automatically going to transcribe any audio into captions on Premiere?
Yes, it can once you want to, once you can then translate the transcriptions into captions. So when we'll go into our text-based editor towards the end, we'll actually add captions to what we work on. And since it's transcribing it, you can just literally click a button and it will take everything that you worked on and turn it into a caption, which is cool.
Excellent.
So let's go ahead and hit create.
I like it.
And once we go into here, you'll see that it has a bunch of sequences for us already.
Where'd those come from?
Yeah, Adobe stays on top of it because they're not even called Twitter. They're called X now.
Oh, you mean X formerly known as Twitter?
X formerly known as Twitter. Yesterday, actually, or 2 days ago, they just switched. Anytime you say twitter.com on X, it now switches all of your tweets to say X.
That's crazy.
Even if it's in the middle of a URL, which is nuts.
Wow.
So, like, if you were to say, like, I don't know, PacoTwitter.com, like it would then change to PacoX.com.
They really want the X name.
They want the X to happen.
They want the X name.
So I'm going to go here, and since we're going to go into Instagram Reel, I'm just going to go ahead and click into it, and you'll see that in our preview panel here, we already have all this really valuable information, and it is reflected as well in our timeline down
Now,
here.
these are sequences that you've already worked on, right?
No, these are
or what happened here? Did you import media and it automatically turned it into a sequence?
So when we went to this import part and we changed to the project start and I went to social media,
That's
it
what it was.
automatically makes all these bad boys for you.
Those bad boys.
And they update it.
There it is.
And so, like I said, so the last time I had really messed with this, they said Twitter, and now they already say X, which is cool. And so they'll keep it updated. It also gives you information within the area, the monitor where you do it, it'll tell you about how videos will be posted in 30-second segments and replace this layer with your content. It gives you the different dimensions. It also shows you the areas that will be cut off, because even if you do 1920 by 1080, and I used to run into this problem all the time.
I still do.
It's still like,
This is very helpful, that overlay. Before this, I used to think, I'm like, man, I wish there was an overlay that would tell me the true like safe area in a video.
Yeah.
And there it is.
And it's cool because then they also have kind of this instructions in here for you as well, that you can also hide and replace things for it. So this is replace this layer with your content. What I'm going to do here is I'm actually just going to duplicate this because I don't know, it's just how I work. And then I'll go and I'll rename this and I'll just say social cut down for the piece of work. So then we'll hop into there. It's the same exact thing. I just will probably just delete that, honestly, and I like to like move this up onto its own new like layer video. They also have captions here. I don't need the captions, but the captions, if you wanted it to, they can show you where they would show up kind of similar with a, they have subtle captions and bold captions. Like I said, we're gonna be going into captions later where you can have a little bit more control over it, and we'll adjust it from there. But for now, I'll actually just go ahead and get rid of all of these guys because we don't need them. So
we don't need ya.
So I guess the first thing that we should do is get our content in there, right? So
yeah, content's cool.
Content is cool.
I like content.
You were live earlier with some content about splitboarding, right?
That's right. Yes.
So,
yes.
What,
it was.
What's the title of that? How can we? I mean, because it's still in the same thing, right? It's in the same live stream.
Yes.
So it's all linked.
It's
You would
all
just go
linked.
back in
Yes,
time.
we are part of one. Yeah, but don't do it yet because we're
Don't do it
watching
yet.
Ryan.
Yeah,
do
don't
it
go
later.
there.
Figure
Don't
out
do
how to split board.
Okay, so when we go in here, you can see automatically that there is my mug with a bunch of stuff around it. It doesn't really fit. There are some great tools in Premiere where you can auto readjust the horizontal to vertical, and it will do the cuts for you. But since we are going to be focusing on both my face and also on the headline images, we're going to actually not use that feature. But that feature is great. You should check it out. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to not even put it into here because we're going to make our lives a little bit easier. We're going to nest this whole situation by going into this, and we're just saying, I like to call it like pacing video, something like this. And under pacing video, I then have a little bit more freedom to cut it just the way that I want it to be cut. And like I said earlier, we're going to go into text-based editing. So it is transcribing it.
It's transcribing. Look
and
how
gives a
fast
little
this
bit of-
is. It's nice. And what it so, just so people know, is this the whole? This is the you're live for an hour, right?
Yeah, this is a whole hour.
So this is a whole hour that it's transcribing,
And-
right before our eyes.
And also you'll see in just a little minute, but when we cut it up, it will also do well at retranscribing and making sure that it's up to date with whatever clip you have highlighted. So if you want it to be a smaller period of time, you can also cut it and then it can also move faster. But for the sake of this edit, I know that we're just gonna be working in the same thing, so I just have it kind of transcribing all of it. Oh, I'm
Nice.
sorry, you guys can hear when I scrub, so I will mute that for now. Oh, but if I mute it, it's gonna stop it, so sorry.
Well, there's actually. What was that? Oh,
okay,
nice.
cool.
Well, there is a setting you can turn off audio scrubbing. Did you know that?
But I kind of like it.
Do you like it? Well, I
Yeah,
know
but wait,
people.
so
People
I
do
go into-
like it.
I just feel bad when I'm streaming if it
It's
pops up.
I think it's under general.
General
Yeah.
settings.
So.
Audio. maybe?
Yeah, and then it's like mute while scrubbing. Oh God.
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
YOLO.
yes.
Here, Adobe, have all my access.
There it goes. It says play audio while scrubbing. So just so you all know, if you didn't want the
Oh.
scrubbing while you're playing, it's as easy as in a check mark. But as editors, you do want that on. So obviously, it's got different use cases.
All right. So where'd you go? Oh, where'd my dialogue went away? It got mad at me.
Your dial, what dial?
Oh, because wait, I didn't mute it. Is it because we turned off scrubbing?
What are you looking for?
My editing for my text. I don't know why that went away. That was so weird. There's
Oh,
definitely
no.
audio. Oh, there it is. There's okay. I was like, I promise it works, you guys.
A hot little minute. No, it's a.
So I guess while we're waiting for this to go, actually, what I like to do is I have in this area where we're going to cut down and put the pacing, I have the background, which is a main asset that I always use whenever we're streaming. So out on here, I'm just going to go back to main assets. And under here, we have file new background. I like to just go ahead and drag that into my project so that I can put it behind it and it feels a little bit more cohesive across the entire vertical space.
I do have to say, Clever's asking, it's a hot little minute. What about a New York minute?
A New York minute? Oh, man.
What is it? Is a New York minute faster or longer? I think it's faster, right?
It's faster.
It's faster. You live in New York.
I don't know.
Tell me.
We're streaming from San Francisco. I don't even remember New York right now.
San Francisco minute.
San Francisco minute. Who knows what that looks like? I'm sure it's flashy, though. I would love to see it.
Very flashy.
So we're going to go, I'm in different mode right now. Right now, I believe we're, don't yell at me. What? We're in assembly, and I'm going to go into editing because we already have everything assembled. But I'm going to go here, and I can bring down the scale. I have it gigantic for whatever reason, but I like to then rotate it 90 degrees so that it's a vertical situation. And if you want, you can even drag it down or rotate it from there, but I tend to just use the numbers because I'm a numbers guy, even though I'm bad at
numbers
math.
Guy.
And you guys can still see that in our preview, we still have everything showing up of like how it's going to look. So if we go back to our pacing video, our text should be updated now, and it's cool because now it's fully transcribed and we can begin to edit the video itself. It has lots of ums and ahs, as we were saying. And what I can do is, if I wanted to, I can go to the filter, and there's filler words, and it will highlight all the filler words. And even more so, if you go into your search settings, you can actually go in and you can change the minimum pause length if you wanted to highlight different times of pauses. So if you know that you have a tendency to put a lot of space in between your words, you could maybe make it a little bit longer to be like, okay, I'm just a slow talker. But if you're also someone who doesn't want to have any cuts, you could also decrease the length from 0.5 seconds all the way down to like 0.1, which would be insane. And you can bring it all up to 2.5 seconds. So we're just going to keep it at 7.5. You can also turn it off if you want to. There's also low confidence words, and it can make it really helpful. I know that we have Welcome Back to Finally, the best source of creator, artist, tech news. I probably want to keep that, but what's really nice is I can start highlighting stuff and just deleting it if I want to cut it down.
Text-based editing.
Text-based editing.
That's right. We can edit from text.
And this has completely changed my workflow. It's been out for like a year, a few months, something like that.
San Francisco minute.
It's like one of those things that, like, now that it's there, it's so it's so part of my process that I don't even remember. I mean, I remember working without it, but I use it every single time.
It's a game changer. It's fun. Using these apps for over 10 years. Like when you used to do a workflow, you're like, yeah, this is a standard. And then you don't think about these new things that these apps are constantly doing to develop, where you're like, oh yeah, this is the new standard.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because we never knew this was possible, but now that you can edit from text, I mean, it honestly changes the way that we do workflows.
Yeah.
So it's a good one.
So I went ahead and I just highlighted it, and then once I got to the area that I wanted to get rid of, I just hit backspace, and you can see that it was reflected in my ribbon down on the bottom here.
Mm-hmm.
Ribbon? Is it ribbon?
Are you talking about the little
timeline?
Where?
Well, it's obviously my timeline down here.
Yeah. What about it?
Would you just could you call it a ribbon?
Or I call it a timeline.
Just a timeline.
I've never heard of ribbon.
Ribbon.
You're on your own there. Brad.
I'm in my like Microsoft Office.
That is why I'm like, I've heard ribbon before. I'm pretty sure that's like the tool menu from like the OG Microsoft Outlook.
Yeah.
Can you make your Premiere full screen for me, please?
Oh, it's not.
Yeah.
Ooh, wow.
There it is.
I just want to give you guys a little hint of the rest of my computer.
There it is.
Okay, so what I like to do here is I tend to actually work on two monitors, and so I'll normally pull out text, and oh, that's why I was doing it. I'll go flip you again in a second.
Tell me.
But
prove me wrong.
That way I can pull this out and then kind of have it hover, and then we go back in here. That way I just have a little bit more visibility into the different stuff. I mean, you can also change the font size down here if you want to. But
that's a smart workflow. You're working outside the bounds of Premiere Pro now and using it to your advantage. Man, Ryan showing us all
break
these.
the system. So I'm going to go here, and what I want to do for this social one is just do a quick rapid fire of just the headlines. So I know that I have a lot of this information in between here, but this makes it really easy to just go through and be like, TikTok's Instagram app is rumored to be named TikTok Notes. All this other stuff, no one cares about. So we're just going to continue to go forward. Take out the part that I talk about IGTV. And then we want to move it down. You can also search for words, which is really nice. If I knew better, I could search for the things that had the next news story. But we could switch here and say, also on TikTok news, TikTok is struggling to get its user base in Europe. They're actually paying people, which is wild to me. Could you imagine being paid to watch TikTok?
Wait, to watch it or to make content?
To watch it. In
Why
Europe,
are
they're
we in
paying
Europe?
people. Yeah, right? Like, I would be a millionaire.
Why'd you move to Europe? To watch TikTok? Why else?
That's
funny.
They're paying users to watch news activities in the app. All right. So then that's all we need.
Oh,
for
Kendall actually does a +1 on your workflow of making panels outside the bounds of Premiere.
that. Ooh.
Look at that.
See, that's how it goes.
That's how it goes. That's how you do it. We got Alessandra joining. Hey everyone, break from work, so I'm here for the moment. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. We're live with Ryan Selvey. He's showing us how to take long-form content into short-form content, and we're doing text-based editing right now to speed up that workflow.
And speaking of speeding things up, slowing things down, we're talking about the slowing down of sales for the Apple Vision Pro, which is interesting.
Whoa.
Do you have one?
No. With Apple products, I usually jump into the game like 6 years after they're out.
Yeah, I get that.
And I'm like, let me wait for the hype to go down, maybe the price to go down a little bit.
So you have an iPod Touch right now?
Yes. I still have an iPad mini that I use. You remember that? There was the iPod mini, and then they came out with the color version. When the color version came out, you're like, oh my goodness, this is the future. How can you ever top this? So that's what I still use, obviously.
Let's see. Trusting saying that Vision Pro demand in the US. Which, by the way, we're doing all of this, and something I do want to point out is this will give choppy cuts. Do you mind if we turn up the audio just a little bit again? I don't know.
Yeah, here. You play it, and if not, then I could turn it up.
We'll see if it works. Do you
No,
mind if we turn up
TikTok is struggling to.
I don't know.
Yeah, here. You play it, and if not,
Wait, I hear it.
Yeah, there's
Does
a
that
little
mean?
bit
Oh
delay.
my! Do you have the?
TikTok is struggling to.
I think that's me.
That's you.
That's me. Oh my goodness! What have I become?
So
Look what I've become.
TikTok is struggling.
So you guys see that there's a little bit of a jump cut here, which obviously like people have gotten used to,
TikTok struggling.
but it does sometimes get distracting.
Notes. TikTok is struggling.
You can do a bunch of different stuff here. What I actually have is I have, what is it, Control-Shift-G or Control-Shift-D? Yeah, Control-Shift-D. It will add this constant power between your clips, and basically that's a really good effect to just make sure that everything is blending a little bit better. Control-Shift-D. You can actually go into your settings and you can adjust the default duration between these two, but I tend to edit a lot and then go back and then just apply it to my entire audio area. That way it just has no more pops in between all of the cuts.
TikTok's Instagram app is rumored to be named TikTok Notes.
That is
TikTok
a lot of
is
hard
struggling
cuts.
to.
Yeah, why was that so cutting?
April 9th, TikTok's Instagram-like app is rumored to be named TikTok Notes. TikTok is struggling.
That was super weird. Why is that so?
Oh, and Keys is saying, so they currently have it wrong about TikTok. He says
TikTok
that
is-
brands are getting extra revenue from views in some countries.
Oh, okay.
Huh. What's your source?
Brands are getting extra revenue from views, and oh, interesting. Well, they also, it's like that mixed with the new, what should I call it? The new coins feature or whatever you have. All right, we'll go into here, slowing significantly. We got filler word here, which then if you just highlight and click it, it'll be.
Demand for.
So it has my
demand.
and you can go and you can just delete it if you wanted to. And then you can go into here and
Slowing significantly. Demand for the Vision Pro declined.
I'll just get rid of it entirely. We'll go and we'll continue to get rid of some stuff. We'll say, actually, also it's helpful sometimes if I just, as you go through your ribbon, we'll actually also update where it is in your text. So I know for a fact that this is where the transition happens because of the visual indicator that it's there. You can say, we can get rid of all this. And this will actually probably be a faster way to do it just because we have the visual close. And I don't want to make you guys just watch me edit this the entire time. So we'll go through and we'll edit, and then I'm going to continue. We're going to zoom out. I'm using the minus and plus button, by the way. That's how I'm navigating around there. Got our Frame.io. You guys talked about Frame.io a little bit earlier, right?
Yeah, a little bit. Shawn and Jason mainly did the big show about what's going on with Frame.io V4, which is very cool, making it very easy to collab.
I need to put it in my workflow. I've half learned how to do it, and it's like every single time I learn about it, I am way more intrigued in the idea. I'm like, oh, I am doing it the hard way by not doing this. But anyway, they came out with a new update, and you can now like click on stuff and highlight where the areas you want. It's a big UI update, which is nice.
It is. Big UI update.
Let's see. Frame.io is the world's leading video review and collaboration platform, acquired by Adobe, Architect Revisions. NAB is also this weekend. You know that, right?
It is, yes. We'll actually be doing some content to support on Monday, I believe.
Yes, including me.
That's right. You got two shows.
Got 2 shows, which should be fun. But I'm excited to see a bunch of the new equipment that I can't afford be showcased, which would be nice.
I used to be like that. There'd be a new camera, and I'm like, I need that. And then I realized that I was getting a new camera, and then I'm like, you're not even shooting.
Yeah, right. Like, what are you shooting at?
Yeah, it's like, what's the point?
What we were also just talking about with Brittany in the last segment was the fact that like so much of new social content is focused on like it not being super high quality.
Yeah. Yes.
And now it's like, well, now I bought all the expensive cameras, and you're telling me the better stuff is not.
I touched up on that on my segment where it just, you don't need fancy camera gear and audio to make content. Like it's so backwards on how I learned things, where everything needed to be polished and super well produced, where it's almost like the less is produced, the more organic it is, and the better it'll perform.
Yeah.
And then again, it was such a crime when I was doing video like 10 years ago to like shoot portrait 9x16, and now you have to shoot it.
Now you have to, otherwise it's like, what are you doing?
Otherwise, what are you doing? You got to appease the almighty algo, right? Like
Algo.
9x16 for mobile.
Let's see here. All right, some of this thing. This is a weird thing. Did you see this? This is like an AI device that you can just follow blindly, and it'll take you on hikes.
Partner and Panda to develop a non-traditional tech device.
All right, design studio modem, and they worked with. We'll go here. We'll delete. And we actually want. If you guys don't want to watch me do this whole thing, I can also switch it so we don't go through every single news thing.
That's good. I'd say let's work on this to show how you're actually doing text-based editing, and then maybe we can fast forward, and then
you guys will see the magical stuff later.
Yeah. Kendall saying all my friends are going to NAB, and I'm at home with the FOMO. Have you been to NAB before?
I have never been to NAB.
I've never been either.
I've only been to Vegas once.
Shawn's going. Shawn and Jason are both going, who are for the first segment. But yeah, I usually get all the cool announcements that come out of it. Like Blackmagic came out with a 35K camera.
35K? Is that legal?
I'm joking.
I was like, what? That's like, how is that
impossible?
It's like
they apparently have like an 8K, 12K camera. Who knows? I'm just gonna wait till the cameras get to 39K, and then that's when I'll buy one.
I mean, what is that?
Not 38K.
Your eye can't even see that. You know what I mean? And by the way, just in case it wasn't entirely clear, which I'm sure it probably is, but this is non-destructive. So if you're going through and you're cutting things, you can still extend the clip back to get stuff that you lost. And it's
nice. Oh, I like it.
I'm gonna get rid of that. All right. So that's already 2 minutes. What are we doing? Oh no, it's 1 minute. Okay, cool. So let's just see. I'm also gonna cut out this beginning. We don't need the little do. All right, I'm gonna hold C, hold Shift, and that gets both of them. V, click, and then backspace. There's actually another way that you can do that where it all.
Wait, hold on. Were you trying to ripple delete?
Yeah. How do you ripple delete?
All right. Control Z that.
Yeah.
So I believe it's Alt and then delete.
Alt delete. Alt backspace. Alt backspace.
Yeah,
that's what
there
it is.
it
All right,
is.
cool.
And we were talking about oh my goodness, mouse mileage.
Mouse mileage.
Where you want to, you know, these shortcuts, they really add up to shaving off seconds. And the more you do this, I mean, you could save.
Oh yeah, no, the amount of times that I highlight and then go back and then press the backspace, it's like, it's a little silly. So let's see.
Welcome back to File News, best source of creator, artist, and tech news. Today is Tuesday, April 9th. TikTok's Instagram-like app is rumored to be named TikTok Notes. TikTok is struggling to get its user base in Europe. And basically, they're paying users to watch and use activities.
I was gonna ask, what's
Where did
Unca?
all the Apple Vision Pros go? Trusted analyst Ming-Chi Kuo saying that Vision Pro demand in the US was slowing significantly. Apple Vision Pro users can now use 8BitDo controllers. Frame.io is the world's leading video review.
So we have all that, and we're, like I said, we have the whole thing. So we're about halfway through. So I'm actually just going to go through, and we'll go back to our social cut down. Now we have this, and I know what I want to do here. I want to get rid of here. I want to adjust kind of where this lives. So, oh wait, the composition actually is the wrong sequence because it was nested rather than how it is. We're going to go back here and we're going to say 1920 by 1080. Yes, it will change everything. And now if we go back in, we can go back to social cut down. And when we move this, it won't be cropped off. So what I like to do is, Brittany was telling me we need to go center here. So like,
I saw that. She actually brought up a good point where, again, in traditional video, you want headroom. Right, but she was saying if you do too much headroom, then you start to get into that, you know, and you have the overlay to show it. You start to get to areas where you're actually cutting off important UI elements. This template is so useful.
Yeah, it's great.
I remember when I found out about it, I'm like, where has this been? And you know, I mean, I would argue people might not know about it. I mean, I didn't know about it for a while. So yeah, this is so helpful when you're trying to optimize for Instagram, TikTok, whatnot.
So
tools are at your disposal.
How big do I make my head though? That's the real question. Because also at the very beginning, it's like I have that bottom half.
I don't know, what do you think, chat? Let's ask the chat. Should he be more centered, more down? What's the current scale at right now? You're at 256?
Scale is at 256 because it was like 1080.
Okay. Can you try, let's try 400.
400. Welcome back to File New. Here's my face. We could do 800.
Yeah, do 800. Just do your mouth.
Just my mouth. Gosh. My dentist would be so disappointed.
No, I think your dentist would be proud. Look at those pearly whites.
Would you click on that? Would you guys like this? Would you post this to your story?
This is, yes, this is the short form content we need right here.
I know, right? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
This is good. No,
all right. Also, how do you guys feel about like when you see like very clearly not intended cropping stuff? Like I always wonder about that. Like, is it better in these instances to start off with it being fully scaled down so that you see everything together and then zoom in? Or should I like blur this bottom?
So what do you have in the bottom? Is it social handles?
It's social handles and my name and stuff, but it's going to get cut off and weird with all of the information that's on the overlay anyway that has like
I would say it's kind of conflicting with important UI elements. So I would either say crop it or just scale to get rid of it.
You could also do what? You could do like a
well, you could do a crop.
blur.
Yeah, but do we still want it though? Because it's still kind of like, it's like, why are you blurring that? What's there? It could be a little distracting, you know.
What is he hiding?
What do we think, chat?
But then I'm getting real close, you know.
Yeah.
It's not too bad.
No, it's all right.
Okay.
It works.
And then it goes away after a second, so it's just the beginning of it. So it's. Oh, I muted it. I was like, why am I silent?
Ooh, keys. That is very witty, my friend. So is it Ryan Selvey or Ryan Selfie?
Yeah, I lived that. I lived that fun like 2 years with selfie sticks.
Selfie sticks.
It's a selfie.
Let me take a selfie.
Yeah.
TikTok.
All right. So this is where the transition is. We're probably gonna have to make it a little bit more.
Yeah, Kendall brings up a good point. Are you gonna burn captions too? Because that also make a difference on centering.
Oh yeah. Kendall.
Wade brings another good point. He says blur would look like we're censoring stuff.
Yeah, which like that might be good for views.
It's like controversy. We want controversy.
What Instagram doesn't want you to see.
TikTok's Instagram.
Yeah, Twitter instead of X.
Yeah, right. Gosh. All right. So if you go into the transcribe here, the text-based editor again, which is now hiding. it will have everything here. And what you can actually do. Oh, wait a second. Hold up. I forgot a whole part of this, you guys.
Uh-oh.
I forgot a whole part of this. When it comes to our thing, there's 2 different ways that I've been playing with this, and I would love to hear what you guys think. Part of it is, you see how over here when I talk, I have these little headers? Part of what I have done once is I went back into here, and I went to all the headers that I already had. Also, guys, look how organized I am. I even have them numbered.
That's good. Organization is good.
And what I've been doing for one time that I did it is I have to put it in my project. Where's my project? I put it into the project, and then I've like overlaid it.
Okay.
Oh, because it's a caption. How do I get rid of the caption thing? This isn't normally here. Go away.
But you can delete the track if you want to get rid of it.
Just delete? No.
No, right click on the track. There you go.
There it is.
Delete track.
Bye.
Bye.
Right. And then where did my thing go? Did I get rid of it when I Control Z'd? I did. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring it into my project. This would be better in assembly mode, but I feel like I'm always in editing mode. Like, Adobe would be so disappointed in me. They'd be like, all that hard work we did. So one of the things that I have done in the past is I've like tried to give some sort of visual fodder here. Because have you guys ever seen those like ridiculous cut downs with like there's like a slime tutorial on top, and there's
Slime
like Family
tutorial.
Guy playing, and then someone's also doing a trick on their mountain bike. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
That's what the kids are watching these days.
What are you watching? So it's slime tutorial, mountain bike, and Family Guy all in one screen?
Yeah, all in one screen, all in one reel.
What's the point?
To just grab your attention. It's like, if you like any of these things, you're going to be interested.
So it's like a numbers game. It's like, let me just put all types of content in this little screen and see.
That's what it is.
There's something there
That's
for
what
you.
it is. Next time I see one, I will send it to you.
It's called a slime tutorial?
No, slime tutorial is just like one of the things that there's a lot of people making slime, and it does do well on social platforms.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Social media algo slime.
So there's this where like this would pop up, and then also when we put on captions, what I've been doing is I've been kind of putting it in the middle. Do you think that's overstimulating? Do you think that's too much?
Sorry, say that again. I was reading the chat.
So I have my face.
Okay.
I have this thing that I'm gonna put on top of my head, which is the header thing, and then I'm also gonna sneak in some captions in here. So that is one option. The other option that I also have done is I have gone back to like cutting like this instead, but then whenever I bring it up,
yes,
I'm getting rid of my face.
That's what I'm thinking. This seems like just a little too much for me. So you're gonna have captions, you're gonna have you, and then you're gonna have that B-roll asset.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's just too busy. I don't know. Let us know, chat. What do you think? I think what could happen is you're talking, and then that asset comes up. It takes the whole screen. You know, it's kind of like a B-roll thing that takes over, and you have it up for 2-3 seconds, and then it goes back to you cutting.
But I just wasn't sure if that was also too like you're like, I just want some stability in what I'm looking at, you know? So it's like that balance. But I've also done it in the past where I've brought the article and I've put the article like full screen. But there's also, let's look at this real quick. In this case, also we can hide the overlay just so that, I mean, the overlay gives us context is like where it's going to be, busy wise, but we can go in and we'll say, like, here we go.
TikTok's Instagram app is rumored to be named TikTok Notes.
So then I feel like also it kind of feels, I don't know how to add motion to it, you know?
I mean, you could do the classic no, you could do the classic scale up on the asset.
Like do like a zoom in.
Yeah, just like, you know.
So.
I learned a super cool hack about keyframing in Premiere with Josh Quillen, who was on Monday. So you know when you keyframe in Premiere and then it goes to the next clip and then the keyframes go away?
Yes.
So, okay, right click on, here, go back to Premiere. Oh my goodness, let's see if I remember how to do this. I think you right click on effect controls.
Okay.
Up here.
Okay.
And then, pin to clip. So uncheck pin to clip. And then now you can zoom out. So with those handlebars right here.
Okay.
Yeah, and then those are no longer locked into the duration of the clip. So you see where your header is? Your header is no longer on that clip. You still see the keyframes.
Okay. But then how do I, if I'm jumping around, it still switches though, right? But at least, now it's not like annoyingly gone.
Yes.
Oh,
isn't that cool? So they don't have to
game
go away every time the header goes away.
Yeah.
They're there.
Because my workflow in After Effects has completely ruined a big part of.
TikTok
Oh, the zoom in's nice.
See, yeah. So usually, I think keyframing in After Effects is just more intuitive because it lacked this feature. But now that I know it's in there, I'm like, oh, it doesn't actually go away when the slider goes past the clip.
Right.
So yeah, thanks, Josh.
Thanks,
I had a content
Josh.
call with him, and he's like, I want to teach things that people might not know in Premiere, and he was right.
And you were like, you can't teach me
try
anything.
Me, man.
I know it
I work
all.
for Adobe.
All right, so
is rumored to be named TikTok.
That's a weird ease, isn't it?
Keys, another good suggestion. Perhaps you can J or L cut and keep them separate. You know about the J and L cuts?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Which I mean, it kind of is into a point, right? Like, this would technically be. Well, I mean, J cut would be.
I think it's the audio that leads into the cut, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is rumored to be named
because it's how you draw it on the timeline or the ribbon. Watch. Watch it next to Adobe Max. Adobe Max, they're gonna be up there and gonna be like, yeah. And
Jason Levine's gonna be like, we made complete changes to our ribbon module.
Can anyone give me better tips on using the mask in Premiere? I go After Effects and mask things. Oh yes, actually, do you know anything about that?
No.
Because the
Kendall,
mask.
What do you mean masking? What
Okay,
are
so like if you're in here and you're masking, like this is my personal nightmare. Let's mask me out. Which like this is a horrible mask, but we're gonna do what we can. That's another thing. So once I go down here, my pen is gone. I'm like, okay, cool. You can complete it, but especially once you get into.
I think you can zoom out. So right now it's set to fit.
Yeah.
So if you go to like 75%, oh my no.
Oh goodness.
No, well, the opposite. I guess negative 75%.
Oh, you want to zoom out?
Yeah, so that way you can see the mask, like outside the canvas. You see?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it went away because it was like zoomed in, but now you can mask outside the canvas because we're zoomed out now.
Yeah, but so that just happened. So that just here. When I'm in here and I'm trying to just move these guys, I often accidentally grab the Bezier curve.
Yeah, you turn into a Bezier curve.
Do you know if there's a way to not do that?
Oh, so if you click on the square, then I think it goes hollow. Yeah, there you go. And
Oh,
I think
like,
you just got to be precise on clicking on the square.
I'm not a precise guy.
Yeah.
You know I'm not good. Oh, you can always alt-click it to turn it into.
Alt-click will change the handles on it.
To it, but it's definitely like I just love After Effects so much, and it's just like I feel like there's Team Premiere and Team After Effects, and it doesn't make sense to edit a lot of things in After Effects because of the way that it renders.
Right.
And so I'll hop over to Premiere, and it's just like. It's like going to the rival school.
What I like to say is there's with these Adobe apps, there's a ton of way to do things. There's not necessarily right or wrong ways. I'd say there's just more efficient ways to do that.
There's the right ways, which is the way I do it, and there's
the
wrong
and then
way,
everybody else is
everyone
wrong.
does it.
But I mean, I agree. Like doing masking in After Effects, to me personally, is a little bit more efficient and intuitive. Some people might agree. Some people don't want to get out of Premiere, so they do it in After Effects. Hey, more power to you.
I guess.
Penny Doodle is saying we all agree on using ribbon in our vernacular and solidarity.
Thank you.
I think we started something here.
This is today. We
think
can point back to this
ribbon.
stream.
Yeah.
So something else that I don't know if everyone knows this, and this is a huge game changer for me personally, is if you are editing something and you know that you're going to continuously kind of do the same thing over and over again, especially with things like this zoom in feature. And I know for a fact that I have made a point to make all of these headers be the same exact dimensions. They all have like the similar space around it. When I'm going in and I come and I drag in my Europe header right here, if I'm holding down Alt and I have this selected and I go and I just drag it on top, it's going to replace it and keep all the keyframes. So that way
It's
I
like
don't
replace
have
media.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have to go into like a weird way where you could always technically go in and like duplicate it and then go and and you could do replace media through replace footage, but then
it's
it would
that
also
mouse
change
mileage
that.
we were
It's that
talking
mouse
about. We want to
mileage.
lessen those miles. We only have so much gas in the tank.
So much Premiere gas. I don't know
What's
if that's
the price of Premiere gas these days?
So we could also navigate this through text-based editing as well if we wanted to, but I'm just going to do the visuals of it. I'm holding down Alt and I'm duplicating them to then switch between there. Alt is your friend. I think if you're on Mac, it might be a command situation or option.
I think it's option.
Option, command.
Option.
It's like when you're playing PlayStation and then you switch to Xbox and the X is not in the same spot.
I know. They do that purposely.
They do that purposely.
You can't have it all make sense.
Come on. There it is. All right, cool.
All right, just a quick time check. We do have a little bit under 15 minutes.
A little under 15 minutes. All right,
time
guys.
flies. It's, man.
Another thing that I like to also do is I like to end it with the same, and this is where I probably could be a lot better, honestly. I like to end it with the same ending with the little call out, and it should be in here somewhere. Look at all these old different articles. And I have poorly done it in a way that I've just been pulling the reel, which is so funny. Creators Report reel. Here we go. And I just pull it in, and I've just been adding to it. Also, you'll see that since we edited it, the other one here, it's giving us little diagonals. That's fine. It's no big deal. We're going to drag this bad boy in here. Oh, is this not the right thing? Oh, no, it is. But I did not import it with the audio, so we want to make sure that we add it with the audio. Like this. And then go, and we just like to cut this so that when the music pops up, shift, click, boom, delete. Then we also have an ending for it. So
Do you know the keyboard shortcut to make a cut?
Control K?
Yeah, I think for Windows it's Control K, right? Yeah.
Let's see.
And Oliver Andrews.
Control K. Ha! See, I know it, I just don't use it because I'm stupid.
Oliver Andrews being the true gentleman and letting us know Windows, Mac, Alt equals Option, Control equals Command.
My favorite thing about Oliver is a lot of times I'll talk about services and updates, like we were talking about Paramount and like HBO Max and Peacock and stuff. And he's always like, none of those are available in my country. And I'm like, oh, wow, this is a uniquely like American story randomly. And so he's always good at not only translating between Mac and Windows, but also between countries.
Between countries,
so
yes.
Holler out to that. All right, so we'll just do these real quick. We'll do. Oh, I muted it. I keep muting myself and forgetting I'm muting myself.
TikTok Notes. TikTok
I'm
is
also impressed
struggling to
how
get its
small
user
your
base
program on it.
in
Okay.
Europe.
I was like, is that really how
Well, I
you
get
work
the
it?
idea for it.
To watch and use it.
I need to fix that pacing. The problem is, and reading a teleprompter is hard.
And basically,
Are you using that
users
Elgato teleprompter we talked about?
Freaking
How
love
are you
it.
liking it?
It's amazing.
Man, we gotta get one in this camera.
Yeah.
Where did
next
all
time.
the Apple Vision Pros go?
Wait, we missed it because I was being silly. All right, it's right here.
User base in Europe, and basically they are paying users to watch and use activity.
Wait, was that live?
It was live. It was all live. That's the problem.
Watch and
That's it.
That's the story of my life.
That's how you know it's live.
That's how you know it's live.
Oh, you remember, it's organic, man. It's authentic.
Yeah.
The algorithm likes that.
Is wait for what? What do they like?
Authenticity and organic.
Oh,
we're talking
yeah,
about content just being less produced.
Then I'm the master at that.
Yeah, think about it. The worse you do, the better you do.
The problem is now that I adjust this pacing, it's going to adjust all the rest over here, but we're just going to YOLO it. So here we go.
YOLO.
Where did all the Apple Vision Pros go?
I hate that you can hear me all right now. Like, that's so weird. Aaron will come in all the time, and he's like, "You are so strong. You're so brave. You're editing yourself." And I'm like, "I know. It's just kind of, it becomes its own thing."
Where did all the Apple Vision Pros go? Trusted analyst Ming Chi Kuo saying that Vision Pro demand in the U.S. was slowing significantly.
All right, so we're just gonna have that be the last headline. There were a bunch of other headlines. You should go check it out. Check out that replay, you guys. But for the sake of this cut down, we're just going to delete here. I'm going to find where is my, there it is. And we're going to go ahead, and since he's on a different track, he doesn't have his little selector. I'm pressing backspace so that it pops up.
Wait, where did that hot track come from?
That's from Artlist, baby.
Aye, that's good.
Which should have been Adobe stock, but I just didn't at the time, but I should update it. Plug.
Plug Adobe stock. Don't sleep on it.
So I'm going to go back to text real quick since we have just 9 minutes left.
We have 9 minutes.
And the nice thing about here is it has my whole transcript, and we're just going to look at it real quick from a high-level thing. If you go in and you actually edit it, it will then update it. I just like to have it edited here so it's easier. Go back to File New. I don't say your, but we're going to pretend I did. Your best source of creator, artist, and tech news. Today is Tuesday, April 9th. TikTok's Instagram. We'll add a little hyphen here. You just double click into it is how you do it, and you'll see that it says down here that it's saved to the source clip, which is nice.
Nice.
Oh, you gotta also change it because sometimes it likes to say that it's like TikTok, like a cute little nursery rhyme. Also, which is fun about the TikTok Notes thing is they published it on their website and then they took it down. And then all the news reports were like, check out the Internet Archive because they are hiding it again, which is like, why? Someone had to press the publish button. It's so weird.
Oh, they like prematurely pressed the publish button?
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm like, you know, people are constantly looking at your website.
We got Kendall saying it's very hard to edit yourself. I get it. I hate seeing myself on camera. Don't we all?
But Kendall's doing a great job. She's making a point to just like record herself every day to just get used to it.
Good.
Nice. And if you guys don't follow her on Instagram, make sure you check her stuff out.
Give her a follow. Then Penny Doodle says, I am cringe, but I am free. That's some words to live by.
That is some words to live by.
I like that. I like that a lot.
We want to go over to make sure that all of these are here. All right. So now that we have this, what I tend to do is I will go and I'll hit captions. And all you have to do is you hit create captions from transcript. You can then go into here into your preferences. And if you're smart and you have them style saved, these are the two ones that are already available with the thing that we had imported with the social scales at the very beginning. But I actually like to keep it way more short because I think that helps increase engagement and reading it. So rather than having a bunch of sentences, I will go and I'll say single line, and I bring down the minimum duration like all the way down.
I do that too.
Yeah.
No, I agree. It's instead of having sentences on screen, you're doing like words.
Yes.
It's we gotta play the engagement game.
How
do we keep them engaged?
I'll do like 15 for like characters, give or take. Sometimes I increase it or decrease it depending on how it goes. But all you do is you hit create captions. It will take just a few seconds, and then we have everything. You'll see that it pops up here.
Was that a New York minute or a San Francisco minute?
That was like an LA minute.
Oh, nice.
Don't even know what that means.
That makes sense. I don't know how, but it does.
We're gonna have so many people like yelling at us later.
That was not an LA minute.
Not an LA minute.
It was an Ohio minute.
Yeah. So once again, this is not the best way to do it. It's just the way that I've learned to do it. Is I'll highlight all of them. I will click the zone that I want. And you'll see that it updates in the program monitor here. I normally put it off to the side. I can adjust it a little bit, but what I tend to do is I switch this to Adobe Clean, which I'm not sure if I'm allowed to do, but I do. And then I will add a little background, get rid of the shadow. I will turn up the background all the way. I like to have it have corners a bit. And you also need to increase the amount of stroke that is around so that it creates, I guess this would be helpful if I did this, right? But then we lost our thing. So I'll blow it up like this. Like I said, I'm normally on 2 monitors, so I'm sorry, you guys. And then all you can even really do here is you can, I'll say that I'll change it to like this yellow that I have. For the background, which is super intense, I know, but then you can go in and you can change the fill to be this purple. and we'll say that I increase the size of it. It's way too big, but we'll go into bold. I like to have it left aligned. And then now when we play it.
Welcome back to File New, best source of creator, artist, and tech news. Today is Tuesday, April 9th. TikTok's Instagram-like app is...
So it's already there. It's covering my face like a jabroni, but we can go down here and we can then adjust it more to make more sense. We still always have this preview that we still have that we can show, and you can see that the dynamic island would probably be closer, but we can continue to add it and bring it down, and then maybe now when we play it, it will update it to everything. And
welcome back to File New.
Well, let's make it bigger.
Best source of creator, artist, and tech news. Today is Tuesday, April 9th. TikTok's Instagram-like app is rumored to be named TikTok Notes. TikTok is struggling to get its user base in Europe, and basically they are paying users.
Yeah,
to
that
watch.
works. I like it. Yeah, the scaling. What is that called? The Ken Burns effect? Or
is that Ken Burns?
Yeah,
and no,
it's
it's definitely
like-
Ken Burns is definitely like what they called it on like Windows Movie Maker.
Well, someone mentioned
Rest in
that
peace,
when
man.
I was editing it, and they're like, "Oh, that's a Ken Burns effect." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" It's just a simple zoom, but it's got that moniker for whatever reason.
And same thing here. We're gonna go back in. It was giving me a hard time, and I got embarrassed, and so I hopped out of it. But I'm gonna do the Control-Shift-D thing again and see if this fixes
Yeah,
it.
Ken Burns effect is a pan or zoom added in post-production across a still image.
Okay,
We
thanks,
did the Ken
Kens.
Burns thing.
Which like it's crazy to think someone invented that. It's just one of those things that's like you
Yes.
always knew existed, you know.
But it's got a name
But
to
it's
it.
got a name
It's like the Wilhelm scream. You know
Oh,
about the
yeah.
Wilhelm? Oh man.
Clip that.
Yeah, okay. I was like, I regret it the second we did that. I'm like, there we go. That's gonna be clipped.
And so we're just gonna have a fun time here. We can also go back into our audio section since we have like 2 minutes left.
Yes, 2 minutes.
And we can hit the enhance button if we want to.
Enhance.
Enhance, behance. My laptop is like, why are we working so tiny? What is wrong with you, Ryan? Dialogue. I tend to actually a lot of times just first see what the balance low tone voice is, and then if I need to hit enhance after it, I will. Enhance has saved me a lot of times in other stuff, but since I'm already using a nice mic, a lot of times I don't need to.
Welcome back to File New, best source of creator, artist, and tech news. Today is...
Which sounds pretty good. I mean, just to see what it seems like, we can also hit enhance if we want to. And then I can show it on and off, and then we can close out.
All right.
It's also so nice. This used to have to be something you had to upload to an Adobe website and then come back in. But now
I
it's
remember
just
that
fully
was
baked in.
what was it?
Podcast.
Yeah,
whatever.
no, Adobe Podcast. I think that's what it was. Yeah.
All right, so let's hear it without it.
Welcome back to File New, best source of creator, artist, and tech news. Today is Tuesday.
So that's actually pretty good. I might
That's
actually.
good. And you can
just
change
keep
the
it,
mix
but-
amount too.
Yeah, you can say it's
where you can
aggressive
make
or
it
not.
sound more polished or less polished. But you know, again, the more polished it sounds.
Source creator, artist, and tech news. Today
Maybe
is
a little too
Also,
much
ignore my
polish.
clipping. It's so weird. It's just my laptop takes a second to catch up sometimes. But when you export it, it sounds so nice.
Welcome back to File New, best source of creator, artist, and tech news. Today is Tuesday.
I'm into that, guys. So then normally, you know, I'd either go to export. Brittany just was showing me to do the quick export, which I like never think about.
What is that? Oh, there we go. It's like in
And
one
you can just do
quick
it.
dialogue.
You just click it.
Yeah.
And just as an H.264.
1920 by 1080. Yeah.
The thing is, but we're in the wrong pre-comp, aren't we? Because we are no longer in the editing, which is was. But oh god, why do I look so angry? Social cut down. Oh, you would want to hide your thing. Oh, the one thing though about that quick export,
We're gonna have to make this quick because we got to wrap up pretty soon.
we
here.
got to wrap up.
Yeah.
Is the fact that I wouldn't be able to hit in under export. One really important thing is to do is if you incorporate those, you want to make sure you have captions included in the video, because a lot of times by default it's turned off and then it exports and it doesn't have your captions. You want to have it. So.
Smart. Cool. All right. Well, that flew by. That was fun. Good stuff. Don't go anywhere, everybody. We got more Adobe Live coming up. Let's throw up the schedule super quickly just to show you how many more shows we got. We got one more.
Hey, look, I'm sticking around. I'm
You're
still
sticking around
here.
with Brittany Megan. So we got one more show coming up at 1 p.m. with Ryan and Brittany. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 4 or 5 minutes. Bye.
Today we are going to be talking how to edit product videos or just make some cool stuff in Premiere Pro.
We're basically going to be creating a kind of collage. So to do this, we need to isolate the subject. And one of the easiest classic ways of isolating subjects is using chroma key, right? A little bit of green screening. So this is kind of the raw stuff that we're working with. We're looking at it kind of flat on, and we're tilting it back and forth. I don't run into the edge of the frame. I count this as a good take. I've picked the start and end. I'm using my start and end clippers here. And then I just grab video only, and I drag that onto the make new. It's important to remember that this is still 60 frames per second, and it's still quite large. It's still 4K in its size. You're going to right click. We're going to come on down to the sequence settings, and we can modify it in here. Maybe we take it down to, say, the 30 frames per second. What I want to do is really hone in on what the kind of loop is. And I think just tilting from one side to the other is probably fine. You can see that I'm kind of not really clear where the rotational axis is of this thing. So what I want to do is get that under control. And we can do that by just keyframing the position of this thing. I'm going to call up our guides. You can just mouse over the rulers, drag a fresh one out. If you've already got some out here and you want to get rid of them, drag them away. I am interested in trying to keep the little button at the top of the hat nice and centered. So I'm going to just kind of bump this beanie here to be kind of in the middle center of that kind of object, right? And then we click the position up here, which is going to set a keyframe. And what we want to do is to try to get this roughly around the middle, right? And now we're putting one at the start and we're putting one at the end. So we're kind of locking down those points. Now we're going to kind of scrub through, and I want to look for points of what I would call maximum deviation. Oh, but here's a place where it's kind of moved away the most, and we'll set one there. We got this thing where we want it. Let's remove the rest of this green. These days we use a little thing called the Ultra key, which is the key's color. So I've got my eyedropper. I'm going to click out here. I want to click close to the hat, so I kind of want a middle value. There's an amount of stuff that still needs to be cleaned up. Pretty good so far. We've got our setting here, and the setting is currently at default. What if I just say, hey, give me a relax attempt. Give me an aggressive attempt. Oh, it looks like aggressive is doing pretty well. And it's hard to tell, is that see-through or not, right? What's going on? So if we come into output and we say, show me the alpha channel, this is going to tell you what tis and tisn't being chopped out. And you see this zone over here, right? That's definitely not hat. So in this case, what we're doing is we're saying, let's remove the shadowed elements from here. And we're just like chipping away. Matte generation is creating the black and white values. What's here, what's not here. The matte cleanup, we're going to refine that a little bit. The choke is like, you see that line that's kind of moving forward and backward there? There is our contrast, and contrast is doing a pretty good job of bringing some of the levels back up. And then our midpoint, we can shift that midpoint, and hey, the hat is back. We probably want to retime it in some way. So if we want to alter the speed, those keyframes are relative to the timing of this clip, right? If I start messing around with the timing of it, those keyframes no longer have relevance. You can take your clip, you can cram it into a nest. You could take your element here, so EX hat centered, and then drag it onto the new sequence. The result is going to be similar. So this is now EX hat retimed. You can jump into the retiming. We would scrub around. We're going to find a point at which we are happy with the speed. We're going to find another point sort of over here where we're kind of happy with the speed, set something in there. And then we are going to be messing with this line, for example, like that. We can right click on this and we can show clip keyframes time remapping speed. And now this interface is being displayed down here. We're speeding up that middle part. You see these the gates, I can make them larger. I can make the keyframes. So now we're kind of easing from one to the other. And then I am going to duplicate this. So I'm going to option drag it over like this. And I'm going to right click on this one, speed and duration, and we are going to reverse the speed. So we've got our retimed, plop that into a new thing. I'm going to grab this layer and drag it up again, producing new video tracks every time. I'm going to grab this, hold down option, drag below, and I've created a second one. Now I'm going to come into its motion I'm going to scale it up a little bit like this. We are going to bring out here a Gauss in the house blur, and we're going to maybe give it 10, 15. Then I'm going to grab a brightness and contrast. There we go. So it's darker, it's further back, it's receding into the shadows, and then we do it again. So duplicate. Oh, hello. You got the blurriness already going on here. And then we'll keep doing the same thing. So we're just going to take these and we're going to give them a little bump in time. I'm holding down Command and tapping on my keyboard to bump them by a few frames. That's what we get. We get this lovely, lovely looping situation.
Perfect. Well, thanks so much, everyone. Take it easy.
Hello, how's it going? Welcome to Adobe Live. Welcome back. My name is Ryan Selvey. We're with Brittany Megan. And we are going to be going over some fun Adobe Express stuff. Hello to everyone that's in the chat. Make sure you guys say hello. Let us know where you're tuning in from. Yeah, let's start off with that. Everyone just tell us where you are comfortable sharing. If you want to just do a hemisphere, that's fine. If you want to do a town, that's also welcome as well. But let us know where you're tuning in from, and let us know if you're working on anything today. But don't go that far because that gives us more stuff to talk about later. But for real quick, if anyone is seeing you for the first time, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yes, my name is Brittany Megan. I'm so excited to be back for the second stream today. And I run a marketing agency that's based in Toronto called Socials and Stilettos. And it is like all of the pink vibes you need in your life. We saw this in the last stream. And I'm super excited because today we're going to be talking about how to create a client proposal in Adobe Express.
Very useful, very helpful. And yeah, Social and Stiletto is very cool. We were looking a little bit at the Instagram on 2 episodes ago, and you guys should definitely check it out. But we are now in Adobe Express, which is mobile and website based, and there is now a mobile app as well. But today we are working in the desktop version. And what will we be working on? You said a proposal, right?
Yeah, a client proposal guide. So I'm curious to know how many of you, whether you're freelance, you own an agency like me, or whatever you're kind of sitting at in terms of your industry, how many of you actually send off proposals to clients for anything really. I'm curious to know, so let us know in the chat. Something that I have always done since starting Socials and Stilettos is elevated the way that we go about our client experience, and that starts right from the beginning. So for us, that includes a personalized proposal guide, which essentially outlines all of the prospective services that we're going to do, the scope of work that we want to do with our clients. So in this case, I actually have all of my copy ready for you guys here.
You love to see it.
And this is kind of where I start is, I don't know if anybody's like this, but for me, I feel like it's so much easier to design if you know what's going into your design and you're not kind of sitting there trying to type around what you're working on. I think that other people are sometimes flipped. Like, I think it depends on, I guess, you and personal preference. But for me, I love kind of laying out exactly what it is that's going inside of my design. That way I know the bodies of text that I'm working with, how big they are, and I can kind of design around from there. So moving back into Adobe Express, we're going to create a new project here. And you'll see right here, there's actually a button that says presentation. So for me, I love doing this in presentation format. And also depending, like sometimes I'll even record myself talking our clients through the presentation or the guide as well. So presentation, like layout, I tend to find works really well for me. And it's something that just the format, like the size of it, I think is a great canvas to add in all of the different things that you're including within your proposal guides. So on the side here, you're going to see there is so many templates to choose from. And, you know, one thing that I love about Adobe Express, if you know, I will say, is there is so many different templates to choose from. And I think that they work great as a base. Do you use them as a base for your projects? Like, do you personalize the templates when you find them?
I always, speaking of Express stuff in general, I normally always edit, but I will be honest when I say that I never do proposals, and I really should do proposals.
I'm shook. Like,
yeah,
I feel like
it's not a good habit to do. You should do proposals. You're going to get a lot more money and a lot more communication and less revisions if you do proposals.
Yes, and not only that, I think too, when you're proposing a project, the way that your client is going to receive that information, they're going to first and foremost feel like, oh, wow, like they really take their job seriously.
Yeah.
But also like, wow, they took this time to put together this guide for me and personalize it to my brand or business. So that's something that we definitely have gotten really amazing feedback on. And I really hope that if anything, you take away that proposal guides are the way to go.
Yeah, no, it's something that like it's one of it's like, you know, it's like I'm trying to think like a bad habit that you know that you should cut.
You should
but
do.
I just can't.
And it takes some time, like, let's be honest, it does take some time to put together. But I will say, like, once you actually have a finalized, I guess you could say, like, template that's personalized, customized to your brand, your colors, it has your fonts in there, you can just plug and play on the actual proposal piece of the presentation. So it's nice.
And I mean, look at that already. It's already has a bunch of stuff on the bottom in the ribbon.
Exactly. And you can actually go through these presentations, and I always look to see like what the kind of layout is already and how I can utilize these pages for the copy that I have. So like something like this, I feel like it's a great place to put a little bit of information about my agency and maybe like a photo of us in action, live in action. And just kind of like personalizing these pieces. But for me, whenever I'm going through the templates, I just try to envision how I want my guide to look and how I feel that that would play into the template that's there, minus obviously you're going to add in your brand colors and everything like this.
Of course.
So you can see even like portfolios. I feel like if you don't have a portfolio of your work that you're using to pitch out while you're building relationships with other brands, prospective clients, like it's so great because you can go in here and do that. Even like media kits, if you're a content creator, that's another thing you can do in here. So it really works for all the different things, and you can have fun with it. I feel like for me, I want to actually type in proposal and see what comes up. I'm curious to see.
Okay.
Look at this. Okay. So
also, what happens if you just type in pink? Just curious.
No, I'm curious too. Okay.
Oh, it gets it. See?
That is
but it's
so,
not your
I would have
pinks,
never,
though, is the
it's
one
not
thing.
my pinks, but I mean, it's pink.
It's pink, at least
It's
it's in
pink.
the right direction.
Exactly.
Oh, that one's kind of nice.
This one here.
Yeah.
I feel like with these, we're
Ooh.
finding pages that are pink.
Yeah.
So let's go back to proposal because I really want to continue with being a one-click Catherine.
One-click Catherine.
And find a proposal guide that, or a template, I should say, that really is kind of already set up for me, and it's really just about personalizing it.
Yeah, no, it's definitely nice to have that structure kind of already there for you, and then being able to save time by just plugging and playing.
Exactly.
Where are the things you want to edit?
Exactly. And I feel like it really just, you might even find things that in all honesty, you're like, this is exactly what I'm looking for, but maybe there's elements in there that you're thinking, you know, something like, I'm not really like, for example, crazy about this, but in this case, you kind of want to just envision what this would look like if you were to add your own elements in there and how that would kind of come together. So I feel like this one looks pretty good. I can definitely see how we can utilize this with our branding, our fonts, and all of that stuff to kind of take all of this copy that I had showed you and plug and play in there. So I think we're going to stick to this one and start by swapping out the colors. And let me see.
And you can do that at like a macro scale, which is cool. Just going in and then going into the background color section and switching that, which is nice.
Exactly. So I feel like I just need to find my colors. Here we go.
Which you have saved, which is really
Exactly.
nice. Which you can just have. Now, is that linked within your libraries?
Yes.
Nice.
I have it set up as a brand kit, which is so, so helpful. I feel like if you haven't done that yet, it's a game changer. You just got to do it. Okay, so let's go. I like to work page by page. So what I'm going to do is start by switching out all of these colors and kind of deleting what I don't want here. So I'm not crazy about this icon. Honestly, I don't really want the numbers there. And I'll switch this into my brand font.
Now, quick question. Speaking of libraries and brand kits, do you also make them for each of your clients, or
Yeah.
do you mostly just do it for yours?
No, definitely for any of our clients that we work with on like a regular basis, in the sense that we're managing their social media accounts.
Mhm.
We're constantly creating content for them. It's so helpful to have their brand kits there and just plug and play as we need to, for
'Cause
sure.
I remember, once again, I used to not, and then about 2 years ago, I finally started doing it. I even have
Right.
one that I do just for social logos. Like
Right.
I'll have like the Instagram logo or the
That's actually so smart, like TikTok.
TikTok and stuff, because I am constantly like downloading. I'm like TikTok SVG. Like I
Yeah.
like, got so fed up with it that I just eventually made it its own library. That's a
actually
nice
so
little
smart.
dropping. That's
I
nice.
know.
I love it.
I also love if you have any like circular icons for your branding or logos, like using them as like a little peek through, like peekaboo moment like this. I know, just a little peek, and it's cute. So now that we kind of have this here, I'm going to try to get through as much of these pages as I can and plug in this copy so that you can see it. Just deleting the pages that I don't really need. Another thing that you can do is if you kind of like the layout of the page, but you're not sure if you're going to use it now or later, if you even want to, I always sometimes just move it to the end, and that way I'm not like losing them at all, but they're kind of easily accessible for me.
Yeah, and it's just nice to be able to have that modularity that you can move around and have direct impact, and it's like just everything responds to it, moves forward.
Exactly. So I'm going to take these and move them to the side for now.
Now,
So-
when you're working on creating content, especially with, I know you already have your document full of a bunch of different stuff that you have.
Mhm.
Now, do you normally like find yourself reusing a lot of the same things that you have saved text, or for each one, do you kind of have to sit down and kind of start from scratch every time?
No, definitely once, the things that are never going to change is like the about us.
Mhm.
Like that's always going to be the same, and I'm really happy with the way that that's kind of laid out.
Yeah.
But really what's going to change is this kind of like middle section, that's the proposal.
Yeah.
That's really what changes. Sometimes, depending on the client too, we'll add in like a projected timeline, which is so helpful because I feel like people want to know, okay, how long is this going to take for me to actually see the end result, right? Yeah.
Yeah, actually, if you don't mind, I know, like also while you're working too, but what are the key points that you want to hit on in a proposal?
Yeah, that's okay. So let me just refer to my docs.
Yeah, right. Like, even if you just want to scroll it down, we're here for it.
So definitely like about you, your business, your brand, what you do. In this section here, I used to actually have like a fun facts section.
Just add some
which
personality
was like,
and
how many
human to it.
stilettos are in Brittany's closet? And there was like a little number, and it was cute. And it's
What
like
do you know that number?
Well, now it's 72.
72. Okay. all
Yeah.
right. That, you can have a different one for every week of the year.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I guess so.
amazing.
Yeah, I'm definitely. I love my stilettos. Hence,
Mm-hmm.
socials and stilettos. But yeah, no, definitely like fun facts, like a little bit about you in the sense, like if you do want to really spotlight yourself as the owner of your company, if you have a team that works with you, it would be great to kind of talk about your agency or your brand or your business, but then have a separate page that talks about you and your story. That's something that I find that a lot of our clients like love reading. And even though it's on our website and you can find it there, it's just kind of a nice flow to your guide to have that included.
And it feels personal in the way that you would mention those things to someone at a party when you're talking to them.
Exactly. And then, of course, like the juicy part. So the proposal, your timeline, frequently asked questions. So I have some frequently asked questions in here that we hear a lot. And then normally I always do a call to action as the last page.
Okay.
And I think a lot of people like skip that step. But I feel like when you have a call to action to end your proposal guide, it kind of like finishes the guide really nicely. It feels like there's a nice like flow to it and it has a good ending, but then also it reminds them how to get in contact with you to move forward with this proposal.
They don't have to hunt that stuff down. It's just right there.
Exactly.
That's great. So you feel like it generally is about what, like 6 to 8 pages?
Yeah, I would say like nothing too lengthy. Like I want to say like I've even received guides from other, people in the past that I'm looking to work with. And when they're too long, it's like
It's overwhelming.
Yeah, and you know what it is that you lose your interest, and then people have to like block time out in their calendar to like
Just
read
to read
through
the thing.
your proposal, and that's what makes it a little tricky because I feel like, again, you want it to be simple, to the point, easy to follow, easy to read, not overwhelming.
Yeah.
It's the biggest things.
That makes sense. So you're just in here kind of updating each slide so that it fits into the same aesthetic and feel.
Yes.
In the chat, they're talking about where everyone's from. They're talking about the Netherlands right now, too. Is anyone in the chat great at making proposals themselves? Is that something that you guys work into your workflow, or are you guys like me and you need to be better?
I feel like it's something that if you don't, that's okay too. I feel like
no, don't appease us. We need to be better.
I feel like once you start, you'll never stop.
And also, this is showing how easy it is now.
Exactly.
Like, the hardest work is probably typing it all up and figuring out what you want to say. The design part, it gets real easy in I almost said After Effects in Adobe Express.
But you know what's cool is like, look how easy this has been for me to like plug in, play around with this. Like the templates we're already on the second page, really.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? It's gonna go by so quickly, and I feel like you could probably like again do this in less than an hour. That's
what we're planning for, and we got like 40 minutes left. So
yeah, and I mean I've been talking to you all the whole time, so
we're gonna be silent for the next 40 minutes. Jack says, I find proposals can be time consuming. Definitely use a template.
Yes.
But you can always kind of modify your own template and come back. Or, yeah, you could definitely start off with one. Keys is definitely not good at proposals. And Darlene's also agreeing that you can get lost if there's too much information.
That's right. And nobody wants to get lost. And again, like when you are kind of looking to secure the bag or close the deal, as I say.
Get that bread.
Yeah. You want things to be easy for your clients to follow and simple and straight to the point. And, you know, again, thinking about we can get lost in like expanding out our industry words so much for the actual like meat and potatoes of the proposal, as you should say. But I think just simplifying it and thinking like, you know, not everybody fully understands your industry. And like if somebody said typography suite to me in the beginning versus fonts, I'd be like, what?
What? Huh?
Like, so simplifying your words. And I think that that's something that's worked for me a lot.
Keys is upset that I put them on blast for advertising that they're not good at proposals. Wade says custom templates are the way to go, in my opinion. Thanks, Wade.
So I'm actually going to pull a photo in here. I have all my photos set up on this.
Design library. Here we go. Okay, we got stilettos. We have.
Let me see if I can make this a little bigger for you guys so you can see some of the
so
photos.
Fun.
This was from one of our last brand shoots, and it was so much fun. Like, look at this one with the disco ball on the heel.
Ball on the heels.
Yeah. So I think I'm gonna
people holding the disco ball.
I think I love these ones over here.
That's so great, and it's also cool that you just have this like full gallery now of different things that you kind of incorporate into your proposals, which is once again another thing that makes it very personal.
Exactly. And I think like that's the biggest thing is like finding ways to incorporate your brand elements. It's going to just like really allow you to create things that feel really unique to you and your brand and something that people haven't seen before.
Real quick to that, you just did it naturally. How did you adjust the cropping within that content box?
So just right here. Well, hold on a second. No, hold on. There we go. So double click. And see the box under there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it just switches it so then you can then continue to crop it. But then after that, you use something else, which was even cooler, which I'll let you do.
Which is background remove. And let me just tell you, it's a game changer. So we'll go ahead and use the background remove tool.
And it's so amazing how far these ones have come so quickly.
Yeah.
Just because, it's like there's no pen tool or anything. It just cuts it out and has you cheersing up in there. And it's great to see.
Exactly. And I feel like, too, I know you can go in and play around with the settings, but if you're in a rush and you need something that's just like a really clean, like removed background, see that one with the legs, like I would have had to go in and fix the background, remove a little bit, right? So if you're doing this in a little bit of a rush, something that has like a very clean, kind of crisp background like this, you'll never really have to do much work. Like once we go ahead and remove this, you're going to see.
It even got that disco ball I was wondering
See?
how I was going to do the disco ball.
And that's why I
I
wanted
got
to
it.
show you guys that, because honestly, like, this is so fun. And like, look, if I wanted to like kind of have it peeping through, I don't want to cover my words, but peeping through, you can always do that.
Like
and it's
add a
really
little
fun.
like overlap kind of vibe.
Yeah.
Adds extra dimension.
Exactly.
Darlene's wondering if you ever personally sign them or if you just have your name and logo on there.
I always just have my name and logo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Always the logo. I love a good logo moment.
Especially with the branding and everything, it just adds extra flavor to it.
Exactly. So I played around with it. I don't like that there. We're going to leave it. Perfect. So we have now the About Us page in, which is great. Let's see what section is next. So this proposal piece. So
Great movie.
The Proposal?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's one of my favorite movies.
It's a good movie.
Does anybody else love The Proposal?
My mom and I watch it all the time. We joke about it.
See, me and my mom too. That is so awesome.
A quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog into a shimmering pool of rainwater that had gathered since the frost. I've never seen that second part. I've only ever seen the over the lazy dog.
Isn't it funny how
The
like you don't pay
shimmering pool.
attention to these things,
sure.
right?
We should. Should all be.
Maybe we'll do this page in this like beautiful cream color. I love that. Oh, hold on a second.
Oh, I was into that too, though.
I know.
I'm into
but
both. I'm into both.
You know what it is? I feel so. I used to have like the bright pink
Mhm.
as a background, but when there's a lot of text,
Yeah.
it's hard to read.
Legibility is important.
Yeah, and I feel like if you, again, you want people to be able to read what you're putting in your proposals. So I think it's super important to really make sure that the way you're using your brand colors makes the most sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Even though I just always want everything to be bright and loud and obnoxious.
Same. It's hard.
Yeah. It's part of the struggle.
The struggle's real. It's like, it's fine. Who needs to read it, right?
Right? It's just to look at, right? No one's going to read it, right?
Exactly.
No, reading is the most important. It's form over function. No, function over form. Sorry. Function over form, not form over function.
So I'm going to bring this down in size. And in this case, I think I want to do some bullet points.
Oh, bullet points? Calm down.
That's cute.
So that's fun.
I want to bring this even smaller, I think. And again, in this case, actually, what I'm going to do is make a copy of that box.
And you just did that with Command C?
Exactly. Command C, Command V. I feel like that is like the oldest keyboard command in the book, and
Yep.
it works so great in this software too.
Great. That's the nice thing. It's like a lot of times in previous iterations of web-based services, I found myself always really struggling with the fact that like it felt too much like a web-based service.
Yeah.
Whereas with Express, I honestly feel like I'm inside of a program. It just happens to be in my browser, which is really
Yeah.
a big statement. Package inclusion is so important.
It is so important,
It's
which
all,
is why
it's
there's
all
so
social
many of them.
slows does. They just are like package included, package included.
So in this case, you would put what you're including in your package here, just to make that clear. Okay.
Which is great.
Okay, so let's do this. Timeline.
And this is normally always delivered digitally, right?
Exactly.
You're not normally having to print these out or anything.
No, I send them through email,
Mhm.
and like I said, sometimes I'll actually like go on any like recording software that you can record yourself speaking to camera,
Yeah.
and share my screen through it, and then really like just record myself presenting it. And
Perfect. That's
again,
nice.
I feel like I was saying this in the last stream too, but like if you make mistakes while you're recording, I think it just makes you more human.
Yeah, and it also looks like you filmed
Yeah.
it all in like one take.
Exactly.
Rather
and I
than
think
it being
that's-
super polished and being like, oh, okay.
And it's so much more authentic is the word I'm looking for.
Extra points if you record it in a Starbucks. I'm just kidding. Like yelling your order as you're like being like, we will scale your brand. No, but having that extra element of recording yourself and having you walk through it adds not only a human element, but also takes the pressure off of someone who is receiving it to be like, oh, I don't have to read all that, which I know sounds so silly, and I know people are like, oh my gosh, read a book, but the fact that you have to understand that humans will be lazy is like, will make you go so far.
Yeah.
To just expect everyone's going to be lazier than you.
It's so true. And like,
or as lazy as you.
And simplify things, right?
Simplify, simplify, simplify. And you can always add details, you know? And then that makes you look more knowledgeable as, you know, don't have them asking too many questions, but have them at least ask a few questions so that you can, you know, be off the cuff.
And encourage conversation, right?
Yes.
Like that's a big thing. Yeah, I feel like the more that you can kind of encourage conversation in these too is great. And that's why those like fun facts come in, because I've had people actually receive a proposal and say like, do you actually have that many shoes in your closet?
Like,
and it
over.
creates
Let's
a conversation, right? So that's awesome.
Jack is saying that you have flawless spelling while typing on stream, and it's very impressive.
Don't jinx it, please.
The nails.
That's too funny. So I'm going into elements here.
Can you type, what do I say? Definitely. I used to always mess that up.
Is it defiantly?
Oh, no. See, I ruined you.
Defiantly. I just typed.
Defiantly, but definitely is like definite and then like L-Y.
I did do L-Y.
Yeah, but you have A-T-E-L-Y rather than definite. Yeah.
And then Lee. Oh my gosh.
Got him.
See, you guys are, now you've jinxed me, and that's it. It's
but that's your one strike, so now you're good. You're fine for the rest of it.
I mean, we got to keep me humble, right?
Right.
So okay.
That's the other brand. That's Social and Flats.
Yeah, we don't know her. Okay, so I just added a shape. I wanted to do something that kind of separates this a little bit, the page. So I feel like having that kind of break in between is really cool. I am also going to move this layer.
Ooh, also great question from Keys. I have a question regarding proposals. How do you find your voice for your proposals without seeming to be repeating yourself?
Do you mean like how do you make things, I guess, sound authentic to you but still get your point across? Is that?
Yeah, and I think also unique to probably the client as well.
You know what's funny is that if you would feel more comfortable speaking and recording your voice than you would type, one of our clients actually who I needed like a blog post from her for something, she went into Google Docs and she used the like voice to
Annotation
type.
Thing, yeah.
Yeah, and that was so great because she's not somebody who's really good at copywriting. She doesn't do a lot of blog writing.
Yeah.
And then you were kind of able to like finesse what was there with that.
That's so smart.
So in terms of like finding your voice, I think it's a great option if you're somebody who does feel more comfortable speaking versus typing.
Right.
Yeah.
And also the AI systems now with voice to text are so crazy where they can understand grammar and punctuation in a way that they did not literally a year ago, that it's really crazy to be able to use those services.
It's so cool.
Ooh, adding border to the side to add a line. Pro move.
Tell me that is not like the best Adobe Express hack that you've seen today.
Because I would normally have to go in and then add another shape, and then I'd like bring it down and then put it in the middle, and then you have, you know, two shapes on the screen.
And it just, again, like simplifying things, the less elements that I can have on the screen, I feel like the better.
Yeah.
So just keeping things simple is what I really want to do here. Okay.
Management package.
So I'm going to add a little icon to spice the corner up here.
Corner spice.
We love it. Anybody that like loves living on social media like I do, I'm just picturing the meme where it's like add a little spice, you know?
Yeah.
Every time I do something, I'm like thinking that.
Am I better than everyone?
Okay.
This is looking good.
I know. And like it's coming together so nicely.
Now, do you ever make anything vertically? Is it always horizontal?
It's always horizontal because when I film things, I want it to fill the whole screen.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep. Control-Shift-S in Google Docs for that sweet, sweet voice-to-type feature, by the way. Thank you, Wade. Keyboard warrior. No, keyboard warrior is a bad thing, isn't it? Keyboard warriors people get in fights.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think keyboard warriors for someone who gets in fights. Keyboard warrior meaning. Person who puts aggressive and offensive comments about people on the internet, especially one who hides their own identity. Sorry, Wade, you are not a keyboard warrior. Maybe a keyboard guru?
And like, if anybody here is a keyboard warrior, like, you can see yourself out. Politely, kindly. I love that.
So thanks, Wade. You say nice things.
Let's get these frequently asked questions in there.
FAQs. And that's also something you can have kind of in your inventory of things that you probably can switch between clients, because if they're frequently asked questions, you should be frequently using the frequently asked questions.
Yes, it's very true.
Wade's giving me eyes in the chat. Thanks, Wade. Let's see here. We've got some charts popping up. Get rid of those. We don't need math. I've got nothing there. But yeah, so when there is something like this that has a lot more text on it, do you generally try to kind of split it up, or is it mostly like you kind of just keep it all collected into one area so people don't get lost?
I mean, like, in terms of the frequently asked questions, like, because there's a lot of them, the way that I would break this up is changing up the fonts, like the way that I'm using the fonts. Forgive me, because I'm not going to remember what this is called, but like changing like from bold to italic, or like playing around with those weights of the font. Is that what it's called? Font weights? Yeah, okay. I was like,
See,
okay, I do know.
You're sabotaging yourself.
Yeah.
You're sounding great. You're just like, you're good to go.
And sometimes too, like, not keeping it all in one text bubble is really helpful. So I'll break things up into their own text bubble. That way I just feel like you can play around with the spacing, what's going on in between them. Like, sometimes I'll add like really cute little icons in between. Okay, I need to immediately stop what I'm doing and change this to pink.
Stop!
My anxiety is going off because this page is not pink.
Okay, we should start doing that. I should start like tapping and being like, fix it. I just love how big this green screen. Also,
I'm just seeing you there, and I'm actually dying.
Oh no! That magic went away.
That's our cue. They're like, get back to work, guys. Oh, I love that. Okay.
So back to frequently asked questions for it. Doing well with that, and then now in pink.
Definitely needed the pink. It makes such a big difference.
Is that your first question? Why pink?
Why pink?
For frequently asked questions.
Oh, that would be a great, actually. I mean, yeah. Or like, why socials and stilettos? Like, what does stilettos have to do with social media?
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you. Because I liked it.
Because it makes you taller. No, I think it's I'm not even being nice. I think it's a really great name.
Thank
I like
you.
Socials and Stilettos. It's very fun.
So, like, the real story behind the name is before I started a marketing agency, I got into a car accident and I lost my ability to walk.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I had a lot of different ways. I thought this expectation took a very different way, but yeah. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're okay.
Thank you. And the cool thing about, well, not the cool thing. Now I can look back and say everything happens for a reason, and I feel like everyone in the chat totally gets that. But the first thing I said to my doctor, this sounds like so cheesy, but I'm like, wait, does that mean I can't wear heels? So Socials and Stilettos was born because I had to like reteach myself how to make money from my phone while I was trying to like regain the ability to like just do everyday things like walk.
That's so scary and crazy.
It is, but you know, something it's like, again, everything happens for a reason. I'm fine now, but Socials and Stilettos like resembles like anything that you want to do, you can, and you can do it in heels.
Nice. Love that. I gotta wear heels now.
Yes. Now you're like, okay, I'm joining the heels gang.
I'm actually wearing heels right now. You guys can't see my feet. I've got 9-inch heels on right now. 9 inches. That's like insane.
That's
right?
I don't even think
It's
anybody
like
can wear 9-inch heels.
What's the tallest heels you have?
I would say 4.5.
4.5. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So that'd be literally double your highest.
Yeah. I mean, that would be pretty tall.
Secretly, I'm actually just 5 foot, but I wear 9-inch heels.
You're like, they're built in.
They're built in. It's a feature. And so you just bold the question itself, and then you follow up with the body copy with just regular normal weight. Okay.
Exactly. I feel like now, like this is really, I'm seeing the way that this is flowing and coming together, and I'm so excited about it because again, like I really haven't had to do much, and I think that sometimes if you get confused with like the layout or how you think you want something to look, and you're like, I just like don't have the mental capacity today to try to play around with a bunch of different designs. I think what's really, really cool is, again, you're getting these ideas through slides that were already created, but we fully made these our own. Like, how cool is that?
No, it's fantastic. It's just like, I don't know. It's things that in the past would have taken so much longer and so many more programs and switching around, and now it's just very easy and in your browser, which is cool.
And like, I mean, come on, like there's no reason why you don't have the time anymore to create things like this, because it's just made it so accessible for everyone.
Shame on you. You're shaming me for not making proposals.
No, not at all.
I'm going to be referenced in this later because
not at all. But you know what I mean, right? Like, it just, again, it's made it so simple, and I think that's the thing that we've all needed, because when you want to spend your time doing and being creative on the things that you're most passionate about, if you can save a bit of your like creative juices by finding simple solutions like this, like you're golden. Golden.
You're pink. You're pink golden.
Okay, so now we got our frequently asked questions here.
That. We got 5 of them.
So, something that is really cool is if you want to figure out your spacing, do you see those lines that pop up?
Yep.
That shows you, like, it's the exact same spacing from one text bubble to the second to then the third. Exactly. We love a good consistent moment. Gonna throw these ones maybe right in the middle here. Kind of like that. Maybe make these bubbles a little.
Can I ask you how long it took until you wore stilettos again after your surgery?
Yeah, it was 2 years.
2 years?
Yeah, wow. 2 years. But that was like, it was
miraculous.
crazy because for the first like probably year, my whole days were like spent in physio like 5 hours a day.
Wow.
Yeah.
So much respect. That's wild.
Yeah.
But
and now I'm here with you guys. So how great is like life and how it works, right?
Yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah.
But social and stilettos.
That's the one. Okay, so now I'm bringing this to the center like this. I think that looks pretty cute. What do you think?
I do. I really like it.
Okay, now let's see how.
I'm wondering if we can fit one more question though, so it's even.
You know what?
But then it might be overwhelming. It might be too much text if it's 6.
But I do have an idea. Hold on a second. If we flip these, let me see. And then I put like frequently asked questions at the top, maybe on the one side. It's either gonna work or it's not. So keep your fingers crossed.
Decision we made all day.
It's gonna be one or the other. You can definitely tell this bubble's a little different sized. Is it? Okay.
Get over yourself. Come on. Jeez, Bubble.
Like, how dare you be doing your own thing? I wonder if... Does it look cute with the S small or the S big?
I kind of like the small.
I think so. The small,
Yeah.
right? What do you think in the chat? Like, bigger or small S?
Bigger, small S.
You can even play around with the brand.
Oh, yeah. I like the small.
The small is
like
cute,
the small.
right? You're like, it's okay, chat. Never mind.
Never mind. We don't need your input.
Did you just say, like, fox?
Yeah, because it was.
I'm dying. That was so great.
Because it got bigger. It was exciting.
It took me a second to like follow what was going on
I
there.
was just, like,
then I was
dropping
like,
the F-bomb on
screen. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm still like not loving the way that this is laying out, but that's okay. I feel like.
Just remember, you can blame me if anything.
How dare you?
When in doubt. When in doubt, it's Ryan's noble Corn says, no ass, get out of here.
I am just gonna, in this scenario, we would have added a second box because honestly, or a third box, I should say, because that was just, it was not working out the way I thought it was going to with the 2 boxes there, but that's okay.
I still love it.
See, it's better, right? With the third box makes the world of a difference.
It does.
It feels balanced. I can sleep tonight knowing that there's 3 boxes on that one side.
It's like when I still have nightmares about like forgetting an order when I did food service.
Yes.
I like have a dream that I just forgot about a table. But this is the design one. Wade is doing damage control. Susie's asking over on YouTube, with all this content shown, what is a good font size? What is the font size you have for the body copy?
That's a great question. I have 24 as the body copy, and I'm very curious to know if there's industry standards that you all follow in the chats. Like, I feel like for me, if I look at it and I can't read it, I know it's too small.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So for me, I think I go by just how I'm, I guess, reading it and what I feel, but I never really do less than 18.
Got it.
That's something I will say. Anything under like the 18 for the font size, I'm like, this is too small. I can't read it.
It also switches between typefaces, and then also it is dependent on if it's print media or digital media. Just to do a personal plug, one of my teachers from the alma mater, Ellen Lupton, has a really good book called Thinking with Type, and she goes through all the different types of font sizes and selections, what if you should be using something with a higher X height or a lower X height. And if it's something that you're really interested in, I would definitely suggest it. She just came out with the 3rd version of it. It's called Thinking with Type by Ellen Lupton.
That sounds so cool, and I feel like
Endorsed by Ryan, not by Adobe. I mean, Adobe would maybe endorse it. I'm not saying they would never, but it's coming from me, not, you know.
Well, I mean, your opinion is just as important.
Wow.
So
that's big news.
I'm sold.
And then Sue says, great to know. And line space matters too, right? Yes, there's also a formula that some people have, depending on style or taste, that you can change your line height, or was it called? Not your leading, your...
The spacing?
What is it?
Line spacing?
What
Letter
is,
spacing?
What is space between lines of text is called?
Line spacing?
Leading.
Oh, leading.
Yeah. Boom.
Leading. I would have never guessed that. That sounds like a pencil to me.
Well, it's because how much lead you would put in between the rows when you were using the back when they had to do like letterpress.
That is so cool, and I
Right?
feel like you learn something new every day.
It's very fun. We had the privilege of being able to do some letterpress back in college, and it was exhausting, and I would not have been a graphic designer back then because I was like, I just want to write one piece of paper, and it takes 45 minutes. But that said, it makes you understand how type is set differently.
That is so cool. I feel like you don't really, I think, pay attention or realize that when you're just going about your day-to-day life, like creating things.
Mhm.
And when you find like fun facts about why things are called something, where like why, I guess, letting is a thing.
Right.
It's so cool because now I feel like I'm always going to think of that every single time.
As long as you remember me with it, then we're good.
How could you not, right?
Key says it was most likely typeset in InDesign. So what is that from? Also, Darlene says it must be appealing to your eye in order for it to be a good amount. Wade says, I do like the type as a texture for the header. Oh, yeah, with the FAQs behind it and then
Thank
for
you so
questions in
much.
front.
I love playing around with that because I think that it like just adds a bit of dimension to your document without like feeling like you're overdoing it. Right. And I think that's a big thing because like, yes, I could use all my icons everywhere, but sometimes just the simplicity of using text and then just lowering the, is it called opacity? Opacity? It just makes for a great like way to elevate your project.
Which is so funny. When I was in middle school, that's when I first got into Adobe products. And I was just teaching myself it. And I didn't have anyone to teach me stuff. I was just learning on my own. And as like a little 6th grader, I was like, opacity?
Opacity.
It wasn't until like high school where someone finally was talking about it, and I was like, oh my gosh, I have been reading this completely wrong.
I feel like I always say like transparency, and it's like the wrong term though.
What is
really?
it? Oh, transparency is still the same. I mean, it just depends on the program you're in.
I guess so.
Opacity is transparency.
I guess so.
I feel like it's interchangeable. You're good.
I feel like, I guess whatever works for you, right? Whatever makes sense at the end of the day. Let's do.
He's asking about this.
Okay. Can you believe we are already on the last page of this guide?
Well, we're doing good. We only have about 10 minutes left.
Yeah, but look at that.
Well-paced.
Like I was saying, you could definitely do this in under an hour. Is there things that I would add to it? For sure. But if you're in a crunch, like, it's easy to get through these for sure.
Crunch. And God knows I'm always on the crunch. I'm like cereal out here. That would always be fun to also design a cereal box at some point.
I was just thinking that.
I feel like what's your favorite cereal?
Okay.
And it
plain cornflakes.
Ew, what? Wow, from 0 to 0.
Yeah,
man.
Sorry for the disappointment.
That's
but like
big disappointment.
Just plain cornflakes. Like I'm good there. Not even the frosted ones, just plain is good for me.
That's wild to me. My favorite is definitely Trix, which is a
so
child's
good.
cereal, but
Yep.
I'm here for it. I like all the sugary ones.
I love that.
Like Count Chocula.
Oh my gosh, so good.
It's a candy bar for breakfast.
I know. But like, don't you feel like it's ever too sweet in the morning? Like, is that a thing? Like, do you ever feel like
I don't eat breakfast a lot, so if I'm having it, I'm like normally like on vacation or something, you know.
I hear
like
that.
I'm like next to the 7-year-old who's also at the buffet bar for breakfast and getting Trix while everyone else is getting omelets.
That's too funny. Okay, if you could cancel one cereal, what would it be? Can I ask this?
Yeah, if I could cancel a single, what is it? Is my dad would eat like Raisin Bran?
Oh my goodness!
Right, that's it. Raisin Bran. Yeah, Raisin Bran's disgusting. How about you? What would you cancel?
I think the strawberry mini wheats.
Oh yeah, mini wheats are also gross. Mini wheats are gross. That's just cardboard.
Yeah. I mean, like...
I got an email from Adobe, like, we have a partnership with this cereal brand.
How dare you guys be roasting mini wheats?
Roasting. That's funny.
Roasting.
Because they could be roasted mini wheats. I don't know. Thank you so much for reaching out to Socials and Stilettos.
I feel like I kind of like the capital there.
Yeah, like the old title case.
Yeah, I think so.
I also run into that when I'm writing emails and I have to like write the subject header and I'm like, what do I capitalize? What do I not capitalize?
Okay, so there is like a website that I think it's called Convert Case, and you can just drop your text in there and choose do you want it like in sentence case, in title case, and whatever. And I'm so bad with that I use it all the time.
No, I mean that's a great tool.
Yeah. It's great.
Jack says that grape nuts should be canceled.
Oh my goodness.
I don't even know what
I've never heard of
are.
grape nuts. I'm like, is that maybe because I'm from Toronto? So maybe.
They're illegal there.
Oh.
I'm just kidding.
Okay, why am I so gullible? Like this is, I'm like, oh, like where's the drama with that?
I don't know. These look awful. But I guess I'm not going to yuck someone's yum. But no thanks, dude.
So wait, someone said that they should be canceled, or they're their favorite?
No, Jack is. I mean, that looks like dog food.
Well, we can see why.
Once again, Ryan Selvey's opinions, not Adobe's.
Yes. I love that.
And they got a little peak down there on the little side.
Yeah, again, we love those little peekaboo moments. I feel like it's just my default, because if I feel like something feels a little, hold on a second. If I feel like something feels a little, like, what's the word, like bland, or now I'm thinking of cereal. Like it feels bland.
Bland.
If it feels like I just want to like make it pop.
Make it pop.
If I want to have like a little something to kind of just spice it up, I feel like the little icons popping out play like such a good part. And
Certainly.
yeah. Okay, so should we go through what we have so far?
Yeah, I love that. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see what we got. Product proposal.
Yes.
Pitch me.
Yes. So I feel like I would add a photo or something here. You can even do like a photo as a background. But again, we have like the bones of this, which I think is the great part. The About Us page, again, we can totally add a little something here. Maybe not that one, but a little something too.
Yeah, you have the stiletto, don't you?
Yeah.
Where's that stiletto at? Boom.
Yeah, that's cute. So maybe we'll put it in between here. Let me see.
Oh, I like that little transition.
Yeah. I want to see. I'm wondering if I find a line and put a line down there. I don't think you can put a border on a photo, can you?
No, I think you gotta use a shape layer, I think, right?
I think so. I think so.
And you can just like take like a box and you can just stretch it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, because they also have frames, but that's of its own thing.
That's good.
Who is that, by the way, in that picture?
That's me and one of our junior socialistas.
Socialistas.
Yeah, you can tell it's me, definitely, from my hair and from the pink over here.
Yep. Socialistas. I want that on a business card. Ryan Selvey, socialista. Although, what's the male gender appropriate socialista?
I mean, does it have to be anything different? Can it?
I would take it. I would gladly take it. I just don't want to appropriate it. You know what I mean?
Like I feel like anybody can be a socialista. Like, let's not put limits on it. I feel like it has a little flair to it.
ChatGPT says the male equivalent of socialista is simply a socialista as well.
Yes. See?
Oh, thanks. Asking the important questions. I'm going to put that on my FAQs.
See that little line? It's like the lightest pink,
but it's just a little something.
And it made such a difference, though. Like, I feel like I might be crazy, but it did make a really big difference. You can see
it's great. Right? It's a good choice. Todd Ponder says socialmancer. Socialomancer. That sounds dangerous.
And here, if you were creating this of your own, I would really expand, maybe have this bolded of what this was. So maybe this would be content creation, right? And then a little kind of sentence that explains exactly what that is. Oh, yeah. Nice. So don't be afraid to have fun with these for sure. I want to know from the chat what your favorite page that we created today is. I'm kind of curious. I think it's a frequently asked questions page for me. What about you?
I definitely like the FAQ probably.
Mm-hmm. I think that's when it's okay.
Or maybe I like the one with the socialista. I like the one with the socialista.
It's so cute, right?
Especially just the little transitions that we have from both the line, but also the stiletto that goes over.
I love that.
Just has personality. Feels like a party. Ooh, tilted. Get crazy. Kiza's saying, Ryan, message above, but I don't see any message above. I just see sugar talk and love the hair, which is a great compliment. But
wait, to me, love the hair?
Yeah.
You shouldn't have. Thank you. I was wait, was that for me?
Yeah, no, certainly not my hair. No.
I mean, you have great hair too.
Thank
but
you, but
I think I'll take the crown on this one.
You got the curls.
Look at this option that we can keep it no shadow, or we can do something like this, but change it.
Ooh.
It's kind of cute. I kind of like it.
And we're giving everyone homework in the chat. You guys all have to create a proposal about today's stream and what you contributed in chat as a part of the community. Full write-up, please. Otherwise, you can't come back.
And also, please include your favorite cereal.
And favorite cereal. And the one you want to cancel. But yeah, so that puts us just at about time. Was there anything else you wanted to share about Social and Stilettos? Where can we find you? What's next for you?
Yeah,
Hit
for
us.
sure. Definitely Instagram is the place to be. I love hanging out on Instagram. And if you have any questions, shoot them in a DM. I'm always here to help in any way that I can. If I can leave you with anything when it comes to proposals, is have fun with it. Put your personality into it. And don't be afraid to really include personal things that make you, your brand, your business unique, because that's what people want to see.
And if someone is looking to inquire about business with you, should they also just slide into your DMs?
Yeah, definitely. Or you can go to www.socialsandstilettos.com.
Ooh, perfect. Well, thank you so much. And thank you for walking us through all of your Adobe Express process and also getting us to be excited about proposals. And just the whole process was great. Thank you to everyone in chat who was here. Thank you for Wade for being our wonderful moderator and putting the Instagram links in there as well. This was a great time.
Yes.
And I will see you guys all soon. I think that's the last show. That's the last show of the day, right? Yeah. So it's the last show of the day. Get some time back. Enjoy the rest of your guys' day. And we will see you again real soon.
Thank you, guys.